3 minutes into the game.
So
early. So instead, they wasted 2 minutes rotating down here to get to this spot, which gives them a little rubbish visibility, quite frankly, right? Then when this next zone pulled south, they had no tags because all the players are rotating all the way around them. And essentially, they just went down to search, right? So, bit of a rough one. Let's contrast that. Game number 5. You can see the first zone's pretty much the same, but the second zone, much better for them. So here, they didn't waste time going for this spot because they knew it was taken. They got to this area instead. But because this zone pulls down here, that means that the majority of the players are going to be in tilted now, instead of being all the way in this area, giving them way more visibility. So, essentially, just that small change of timing, not wasting 2 minutes to try to get to position that was taken, save them that with a little bit of zone RNG.
שלום סגי, מה קורה? אני אצא אחרי התחרות, כאילו, יש זמן, אפשר לשחק. אני רואה את הגמר, עכשיו יש את הגמר, עוד 7 דקות. I'm good, how are you, gamer? You're gonna watch the final? Now it's the final of Europe, and after it's American final.
And it wasn't quite working out for them in the first game, but oh boy, did the final 5 games go well for.
Yeah, exactly. That first game, especially when we watched in the end game, it was Flix and Kiddo with like 8 eliminations. I thought, oh, this is a turn of events, because when in the lead up to this, Zandy was...
You know the guy who plays in GTA? He died, he passed away in 67 years old.
Which is more than any other
in
team, right?
GTA Vice City, the game you play now.
And of course, game 2 to 6, that was the case.
Yeah, they really were. And of course, in this POI, it is all about claiming that main building. You can see it right now on your screen. This is the building with all of the good stuff, all of the good loot. There isn't any, all the sort of slurp barrels there. There isn't any of those, but...
Yeah. His name is Ray Liotta. He just passed away like 2 days ago. And he's the voice of the main character. They actually wanted to bring him maybe to do the voice,
and again, we're going to sort of
you know,
highlight a zone that might be a little bit unfavorable for a duo that's landing here. All the way
maybe in delay in your game.
For anyone other than Zandy and Joe.
See that you can hear me.
Down towards the east side of Synapse. They go to the butter barn, pick up a launch pad, buy one off of the Mancake NPC, and then rotate all the way up into the zone that way. There are some other options, of course, though. We saw them doing this a lot yesterday, and here's a few sort of positions that they get themselves into just outside of Tilted Towers, even though they might get small spawn surge. Plenty of opportunities for them to get surge there as well. Now, you might be thinking, that's a pretty standard rotate. It's something that we've seen them do a lot of, but there are other options for them. This is not the be-all and end-all. Those rifts have potential to take you to the rift, and then they can rotate all the way into zone just outside of the fortress, which can get them some really, really good storm surge tags. We can see plenty of hills and elevated positions. Likewise, to the east, there's more
איך אתה מדבר? מה יש לך מיקרופון?
to the rift to the south of Kondo, and then going up onto the hills in the sanctuary. So what this allows them to do, and the
איך אתה מדבר? זה חדש.
that less congested side of zone, and hopefully for them allows them to get their way through the end game. So that's a little breakdown of them. But Zeke, I believe...
אני רואה עכשיו את הגמר, מהסוני, הבנתי. אחי, אני רואה עכשיו את הגמר. We're gonna go have amazing show. Thank you so much, gamer. Bye bye. Have a good evening.
I really like this addition. It's every time.
אני רואה את הגמר כפרה. נשחק כשזה יסתיים, זה 6 משחקים. ואז אפשר לשחק.
Is really great for getting from high areas to low areas. It's very fun to use because you can still get to high ground, catch some balls. It's good when you have like no mats, so especially in end game or spawn, that's probably when you use like the mat mechanic. Use it a lot to jump up a wall now, so don't have to do this stair or something. If you have low mats and you're trying to save them in end game, or if you're just trying to like sneak attack someone.
I think mantling is actually a really good addition to the game. I use it basically for any situation. I use it in fights, I use it in end game, especially in end game when you've got no mats. It's super good to like maneuver around builds.
I think this shotgun is really good when you're in a box with someone.
Some situations I use it for close fights and stuff.
Oh, for the drum shotgun, you're for sure when I get in the box.
It's a perfect item to use it. It's never this in G, just use the drum shotgun. Full run to the face.
I use the drum shotgun a lot in solos, not much in duos. My duo uses it sometimes, but I prefer to use the striker and piece people up, and then he just gets into the drum.
I think this gun is really, really underrated.
underrated. If you hit your shots, then it's good. You just
makes the players more visible.
Yeah, I think the best situation is when you're like on a hill and try to get storm surge or something. It's probably the best way to use it.
I used it and it was insane. It does like 50. I'm going to use it more for finals.
I really like the mechanic. It's good. Tactical sprinting came by. Definitely when you go to.
Oh, features this season. Follow someone and catch up to him.
It's a solid way to make it through end game by just sprinting. The tactical sprint is really good. It had really far.
تفعلنا نتكتا واي فاي لنا تك واي فاي.
End game, box up, let it recharge, sprint, and it's just a very good addition. Like,
If you see one, just take it. I use it almost every game. I think it's a really good addition to the Fortnite.
One of the best things in the combat SMG is the short range.
I'll probably pick the combat G over the shotgun. Mid-range, it's pretty good as well sometimes.
And it also, even when you're up close, you're doing more damage than the shotgun anyway, so it's really good. Best gun right now, I'd say.
if your teammate has one and you have it in duos, you both have it and just get in, it's just guaranteed refreshes.
There you have it. That's how to use. Now, I will say, we have to get our casters out here because we got to talk predictions. We don't have a lot of time before we jump into this game. It's Shy Away. With a minute, we got to speed run this. What can we see coming into today's games that will be different from yesterday? Shy, you got your hands up?
Steady, Kemi, consistency all the way to game 12. Final moment, craziness, and they live and they win, and it's over. Nice.
I don't think we're going to see much difference. I expect to see much of the same top players performing at the highest level.
Straight up. Right now, Tayson and Chapix are in second. The only difference is they're going to be in first.
Yeah, absolutely. They're in the prime position to take over that first place spot. And of course, Hen and Queasy, we saw them didn't have too great of a day yesterday, but I'm a big fan of them. I think they're going to do well today. I think they're going to come a little bit of a comeback. They're going to mount a little bit of a comeback on the rest of the lobby. And I want them to. I really, really want these guys to pop off today. And I think they definitely can.
Today's a big day for a lot of these duos, right? They have that in the back of their minds. We could be FNC as duos champions. We have to go back. We have to VOD review. We've talked a lot, and I know we will continue to talk over the course. We have to get ready, man. The battle bus is all warmed up for us, which means we're kicking off the competition. I'm telling you, Fortnite fam, 6 games of action ahead of us. Only one duo can be FNCS Duos champions. This is game 1.
Day 2 of the finals. We had 6 amazing games yesterday, 11 high-stakes competition, an island up top that no one can enter, only the VIPs and the rest of the region trying to just climb.
Look, yesterday was a phenomenal finish. We have so many of the elite teams in the region, all vying for one thing and all incredibly tight closely together.
Yeah, they want that win, a share of the $1.3 million available for EU. That's a big sum number. Even just one change of placement in the top 10, it's just mountains of cash.
It's life-changing. Engagement matters in that regard, right? You're seeing somebody jump up to, you know, just insurmountable amount of life-changing circumstances. I think the big thing, right, is for the ones who are closer, the higher amounts, right? How can you cement this up as part of your legacy now with so much on the line, in-person events coming back soon? It's a lot going on right now.
Absolutely, and usually players are sweating. They're just waiting for that momentum to ride them to the next game. They've had a few hours of sleep so far, so for game 7, the first game of day 2, let's see what they've had at the drawing board. Let's see exactly what they've had cooking overnight.
We're heading right in game number 7. We saw so many off-spawn engagements yesterday, so many clutches, huge shots. Comes to
No, it's the final now. What's up, Record? How are you? My internet is not so good. Yes, I'm watching the final. They play for millions, you know.
who will come out on top of this fight in day 2?
This is the Europe final, and then it will be the American.
Right now, opting to try and get away, and Asby actually maybe getting a bit too big for his boots, overstepping his line, getting taken out, and so now Siren trying to find space to get the revive off, but
definitely giving Restguard a little bit of time. Did not expect the third party to come from the right side.
Yeah, it's the commentary.
For Asby right now. All good though. This fight kind of dictates who controls the middle of the map. You know, who gets to leave first for third parties on the top.
Goody. Just the first game of the day, at least, right? And we saw game one yesterday wasn't necessarily a reflection of how that day would go out in terms of the teams who were able to do well. You know, it does take time for some of these teams to get into their rhythm. But ultimately,
why are you trying? You're having problems?
You don't really got time when you're
good luck with the upload.
Be ready. Flois and Mappy, unfortunately, Mappy wasn't quite ready off spawn as he's down, and so Flois in a clutch situation has a bit of a loadout in terms of his weaponry arsenal, but the materials are seriously lacking. Podesai and Snazy will very much be looking to make up for some of the lost time yesterday. Certainly a team with high expectations going into the final. This is their chance to rewrite history.
Definitely a
צופה עכשיו בגמר של אירופה קודם.
Instead of a new beginning of day number 2, we saw so
אתה
much
יכול לאשר.
just game 1 in general.
אני עכשיו צופה, בזה אפשר לשחק. כשהם יסיימו זה 6 משחקים. אחרי זה יהיה אמריקה בין לבין, יש זמן לשחק, אם אתה רוצה.
I think it's definitely a slower pace start. Similar to what we did see in game 6, right, where teams are a bit more cautious. As I say that though, things are really kicking off. Flois is found out. Podesai and Snazy, the Frenchies, will win out here. And their journey to trying to move their way up in the standings will continue. These two, Malibuca and Sasha, team that I have predicted to be today as the winners, currently sitting in third. The most interesting thing with them today will be whether or not some of their off-spawn success will continue and translate into wins, of course. Landing towards the top side of Command Cavern, they can often go up against Pinkin and Nass, which is a very interesting fight we saw play out at times yesterday.
Yeah, definitely. You talk about off-spawn is the question for them overall, right? Are they ever going to be successful game after game? Because they spend a lot of time in the cavern overall. Sometimes it did not go
לא הבנתי מה כתבת ואני מעדיף לא לדעת. אני צופה עכשיו בגמר, יש לי זמן לשחק בין הגמר של אירופה לאמריקה, יש זמן לשחק.
Performance from Aqua and Vino. All throughout yesterday, it felt like
they were just
on point, except for really the last game. Game 6, they finally showed us that they are human. They do bleed, but I expect them to come out today and look a lot better. Of course, they're landing the bottom side of Command Cavern. Game to game, depending on where the gunner NPC spawns, they also do have access to the vault there as well. So definitely a team will continue to watch out for. And along that same vein, the Andy, Joe, Mini Miner, picked these guys up and sort of broke down how they've been so successful. You know, in terms of the actual circumstances, I don't think much will change. I do expect these guys to continue on that top trajectory they've been on.
Actually very impressed by them in general because they were contested to start off the day. I think this is the most impressive bout of display we've seen so far, just off spawn in terms of pushing someone out, being in the top 5, and just thriving all the way on the south side at Synapse Station. Past that, Fury, bugha, I think we started with them overall yesterday at this fight near the Sanctuary. And whether it's the Sanctuary, the Jones is the Jones, that's where things just get a little bit too crazy to left to him.
Yeah, these fights can be...
יש לי זמן לשחק, כאילו יש 6 משחקים עכשיו ואז יש זמן לשחק עד שיש את הגמר של אמריקה. אז בין לבין יש זמן לשחק.
Together towards the end of the day. So they're sitting here at 24th, middling right now. But another example of a team where this is the opportunity now.
בשיטה שלי לשחק, כיף לי לשחק רק לבד, אבל יש שיטה מטורפת לנצח גם משחקים, גם בטורנירים, בהילופים, אבל זה קצת קשה, יש לך בוגידון. כן, בטח. כאילו בשביל לעשות טורנירים, כן, אם זה בשביל זה אז כן. עשיתי כבר, זכיתי אתה יודע, כל הדברים של 8 נקודות, אף פעם לא... צריך להרוויח 15 נקודות במשחק בשביל להגיע לסקין, ויש שיטה טובה לעשות את זה. יש אחד שעכשיו הגיע מקום 28 רק עם הילוף, והוא כבר ניצח 100 כתרים עשה בשיטה שלו. איזה טורניר יש עכשיו? לא, אני פשוט נכנסתי לגמר, אז אני לא יודע. איזה טורניר יש? הוא בפלייסטיישן קאפ עשה את זה, מקום 28 רק עם אילוף. הוא הולך להר הגבוה, הולך לקמפ, חוזר להר, חזר לקמפ. כן, אז אתה יודע שאי אפשר להיכנס עכשיו. זה הגמר, אתה יודע כמה זמן הם משחקים בשביל להגיע לפה? זה כל הפסיכים של אירופה עכשיו. בשביל להגיע לפה, הרבה משחקים. גם הבחור שעשה אילופים, אז העיף אותו מה-FNCS, כי נראה לי עונה שעברה או משהו. הוא עשה איזה גליץ' עם הבאבל ג'וס הזה או משהו, אני לא יודע בדיוק, אבל נראה לי בגלל זה הוא לא יכול לשחק ב-FNCS הזה. אבל מעניין אם הוא היה מגיע. פעם שמישהו ניסה באילופים להגיע לגמר, אז כל הזמן הביאו את הזון למקום שלו לסלרפי, עונה שעברה, לא עונה צ'פטר שעברה.
Yes, you want to make sure you're staying aggressive and staying active. If not, lightning will start to strike you from the skies. How and why? It's a mechanic in the game called Storm Surge. So essentially, the rule is deal damage or get dealt damage to. We've just kind of alluded to it multiple times. It happens in some instances when the zones are starting to move from the second to the third, and then onwards from
זהו, אז צריך 150 נקודות. כי אם אתה עושה 140 זה לא מספיק בשביל סקין, אני בדקתי. תלוי, כל פעם זה בטח משתנה, אבל התחרות שראיתי זה צריך 150 נקודות. עכשיו אני יכול להשיג בכל משחק, אם אני מתחבא גם בלי או אילופים, להגיע יותר מ-15, אבל אם בטעות מזהים אותי אז אתה יודע. הנה אתה... אז יש שיטה בקיצור, אבל...
When it comes to Mustache and bugha, they've done pretty well so far in staying ahead of Surge generally. You specifically, Levin, predicting this.
אם יש לך דיסקורד, אני אשלח את השיטה ההיא, אבל יש כמה גרסאות, כאילו. הם רוסים, אני חושב, כאילו, כמעט בטוח.
Prominent fighters, they have silly aim, they understand relatively good positions, and so they're always good on Surge. When you allow these guys to get to endgame, they are one of the most dominant teams in Fortnite history when it comes to their ability to get high elimination games. We saw that yesterday as well, where Mustache had a 12 elimination game by himself, right? Of course, these guys, you know, they do heavy damage. And yesterday, I think things sort of played out how you'd expect for them. Of course, we know the off-screen battles they have, and so sometimes they might not get games. They can play out fully as a duo. But the biggest issue that they've had, I don't think has necessarily been to do with them as a team. It's more so been how dominant the likes of Tayson and Chapix on our screen and Aqua and Vino have been. And so it might sound sad in some way, but they just have to hope. If you're bugha and such, you have to just hope you keep playing your game and one of those two teams above you starts to slip up.
Going to be a slippery slope, but that's one of the beauties of the 12-game format, the 2 different days. Not only are you just playing your game, you have new stakes, and you'll notice cannons, if you're coming in from, you know, just playing normal Fortnite games, not arena, why aren't people just shooting others with them? Why is it only just, you know, bodies flying? That's been disabled in competitive playlists in general. So you'll see people chaining cannons and just using them for rotation. On the other side of things, towards, you know, Rocky Reels, the desert side, lots of geysers to be able to use. They have their own rotation down there.
Yeah, of course, the geysers are an interesting form. I think where we're sort of moving into the deeper stages of the game as the second zone will start to sort of close its way in, it's going to be harder, right? All these players populated in this southern area makes it so difficult. If you get caught out in the sky, these are top-level Fortnite players. You will get shot, right? So you have to be careful. You have to be wary about how you go about that.
This is where we were just talking about Storm Surge. You can see the warning popping up on the right side of the screen. You have a damage threshold. It kind of warns players how much they kind of need to do, how many tags they need to stay above the threshold so they don't get damaged. Right now, Scram and Hellfire at risk of that damage. 73 below overall. We need to land about 2, 3, 4 AR shots to just get ahead of the line. But usually, what's the number that's good to have on threshold at this point?
Well, you want to be aiming to be around 200 or so above, right?
Insurance.
Yeah, that's a comfortable mark. It might mean that you do still have to do some damage once we get to the moving zones, but 200 above is a comfortable point, but 76 below, not comfortable. That is not where they want to be. You can see the desperation from Scram. He's just sort of looking around anywhere possible to see if he can deal some sort of damage.
He's trying to. A few ramps up, kind of blocked.
I don't think they'll be too worried, right? Because this is a southern zone. Everybody on the map having to go towards the south side. They are in a relatively good position to actually do the damage that they need, but it's going to be about whether or not they can actually connect with the shots. They're set up in a nice position, but if they can't actually hit the shots, then their positioning will mean relatively little. Jackpo and Savid positioned in the zone. The remnants of the fights in the sanctuary area.
כל משחק 20 דקות, 6 משחקים, אז שעתיים. אז אם עכשיו 8:30, משהו כמו 10:30, 10:40, 50 אולי, אז יסתיים הגמר של אירופה, כאילו. משהו כזה.
Another spray from Savid, left and right inside the box. This man is fighting inside the deep night of the storm. And is still landing damage. Now 190 above, getting multiple knocks. Another one on Savid's wall. This time he has help from his teammates on the backside. It's Queasy who's forced to fight here, and he gets taken down.
Yeah, this is absolutely... it is mad right now, right? So much just went on there. You're seeing now Hen in a 1v1 up against Savid. 2 premier names in the EU region, but both fragmented, missing their teammates. Queasy and Hen going down here, sitting in 33rd place at the moment. The reigning FNCS champions. They were so dominant last season. They've had their fair share of struggles so far in the FNCS, but in game 7, another turbulent start. Hen has to do it.
אם לא משעמם, אתה לא צריך לראות, אני רואה את הגמר פשוט.
Trying his best, but all he needs
תעבור כשזה יסתיים אם אתה רוצה.
another launch pad in the inventory as well. Saw him literally by himself clutch up that last game in the previous season.
זה לא משעמם לי, כי אם זה משעמם לא הייתי רואה, אתה יודע. גם ככה הייתי צופה בזה, אז כבר אמרתי אני צופה, נעשה לייב גם.
Taking a few shots back and forth, they do end up winning that fight.
Yeah, the big thing with this team is that they obviously are known for being great fighters. And so we'll see whether that translates throughout. Malibuka, Mustache though, in a bit of trouble. Mustache actually goes down.
Malibuka's just kind of left by himself inside these boxes once again. This is due to the distance of how far people are traveling. Even the Cavern team, this is just such a far stretch in the desert. People are stuck, no pit stops, no chance to refarm. You make one little mistake, you are kind of struggling to get tags, storms are just popping, you don't want to be open. You get kind of stutter-stepped in where you want to go, and that happens exactly to Mustache and Malibuka. They trip, they fall in game 1.
Yes, exactly why when we discussed them, I said they relatively have a good understanding, right? Because they do have struggles sometimes on these southern zones. We saw it a tiny bit yesterday. We're seeing it already here in game 1. The distance from Cavern all the way down towards the sort of Chonkers area, if you like, is a big, big distance, and one that often puts them on the more congested side of the zone without their really having a say in where they are, right? And so they go down, but that's not going to be too bad news for some of the teams right above them and below them, right? A chance to catch up if you sit currently 4th or below. And for the 2 teams in 1st and 2nd, they will now realize this is a chance to extend our leads, secure our fight. Tripping.
You just walk up, man.
Doing his best.
Just walk up.
Yeah, at that point you do. Right? At that point you do. We've all experienced that at some point playing Fortnite. You just can't quite get the loot you're trying to harpoon in.
All right, now you can kind of sense it by looking at the mini-map a little bit on the bottom right of your screen. So many people in general at this moment are just stuck on that zone line. Whenever there's a zone that's kind of favorable, this is not a normal zone for a lot of these players. They are just stretched to the limits. Mats, for some people, might be completely gone. I know Joe's are looking good right now. That's because he has all of Ziandy's. He's a solo for the moment. His teammate, one of the big clutchers in that game, 1v2s I've seen this man just do, is down.
Yeah, it's weird, right? Because we talked about zones playing a part in how difficult it can be for a team if they've had to travel a long distance. Of course, the southern zone is their home zone. It's a zone that they should be comfortable in. Of course, they headed up north towards that Butterbarn area and now having their fair share of struggles. Tayson, not struggling whatsoever. A brilliant display of mechanics from the man many consider to be the greatest to ever do it.
That's going to be Joe that he picks up. That's an entire team's worth of loot because we just saw him with all of Ziandy's best loadouts in the inventory. Zone kind of pulling towards the center, so it favors a lot of people. They're going to just launch pad straight in, no risks. Not the biggest rewards, but they'll be able to get in unscathed, and that's asking for the best. That's exactly what you need to see.
Yeah, they played it safe there. There was potentially a chance for them to just run their way into the safe zone, but they didn't want to risk it. They knew there'd be teams looking in that direction. They wanted to use the pad for an extra bit of speed. And we'll see that pay off for them moving forward as they're able to get into zone with quite good materials now as well.
Right now, too, Pena going down, Aqua Vino. Don't want a repeat of what happened yesterday near the early games. Him and Vanya were just rolling in and doing absolutely big damage on the entire server. Andretta and Kiko here too. Haven't seen too much from them overall on day one, but looking good so far right now.
Yeah, you can see they're 57 below, and so that's why Andretta was sort of almost over peaking, right? This big wide edit open just to try to find some sort of an opportunity to deal that bit of damage. Now though, prioritizing getting to the zone and using a lot of materials to do so as well. They were finding their way in this top and they're looking for a fight, and they were ready for it.
Nice.
Really nice stuff there. Podesai, Snazy the ones to suffer at the hands of Andretta, and Jackson actually was able to get a finish as well from the distance.
See Artskill and Teachups as well in the same
אני רואה עכשיו את האירוע, כן, עכשיו זה אירופה ואז יהיה אמריקה. בין לבין יהיה זמן לשחק.
But the next damage will come in the next 5 seconds. It's Thomas, HD, and Tripper, and that Artskill's trying to fight. Teachups is now down. No minis up for Artskill either. His final shot will not hit. Tripper will take him out. That's a lot of loot. A big refresh for 3 teams so far. Thomas, HD, Aqua, and Tayson. All finding bodies worth of loadouts and mats. They're all prepped up for different layers of this endgame.
Yeah, we've seen a bunch of these top teams have brilliant setups now. A launch pad being used for Thomas and Tripper, and they had the vault this game. It's why they have these pads. And now prioritizing getting that position in the zone. And it's setting up to be a huge game for some of the teams who are already pushing the boundaries in the leaderboard.
Vino Aqua, you can see that #1 on them. That's not just a team tag, that is their place overall on the leaderboard. For every single POV you see here, those numbers on the right do dictate exactly where they are in the standings. For Seti and Cammy, it's 6th overall. You can check on the bottom left as well and see that number shining. Rifty picking up Zara a little bit. Flodax back in the game. Cammy and Seti so far have just been riding the tide, just surfing along depending on what happens with the server. Looking consistent throughout the days. Maybe this is the game where they try to take control, have a voice that shouts rather than is just a part of the conversation.
The question is though, right, if you're them, do you stick to your guns, right? Do you stay true to what you know, what you're comfortable with? We know they're not a team that thrives in terms of getting loads and loads of eliminations, but it's definitely not out of the realms of possibility for them. No Riley Vidil. We saw them finish game 6 yesterday as the victors of the game. Are they going to walk through and have a similar type of performance? A better off-spawn situation for them, one with more clarity, and maybe that can be the stability they need. Tayson needs the stability of Chapix and his chug splashes. almost running down a Dark Alley, finding himself in some trouble, and it was at the hands of Vino and Aqua.
First versus what? Second overall.
איזה איבנט? מתי שאיבנט? אתה מתכוון שתסתיים העונה או משהו? אני לא יודע מה יהיה אז. מתי שאיבנט? כבר לקראת סוף המשחק הראשון. הנה הם מקום ראשון כרגע. היו בהרבה נקודות מקודם. בשבת, שבת הבא, אבל לא, יש בשבת הזה או שבת הבא?
Yeah, and you can see who's very angry right now. Aqua and Vino up for height. They won it. This is where they were. They spent most of yesterday in this position, and it seems like they've been given the opportunity again today.
They're so sticky on this entire region. They maybe even the entire world can stop them once they have height.
Yeah, העונה תסתיים שבוע הבא.
It's all about what these guys below can do. Hellfire and Scram will be looking to do exactly that. You can see Hellfire leading the way. Scram the insurance in the top. Tayson though, very, very
שבת הזה. אנחנו כבר יום ראשון, נכון. אני פשוט חשבתי שאנחנו עדיין שבוע שם. כן, אני אראה את זה, אני לא יודע אם אני אשדר, כי זה בטח כמה דקות ואז תסתיים העונה ואז כבר אפשר לשחק, אז לא נראה לי שיש מה לשדר יותר מדי. נראה מה יהיה. וואי וואי וואי. הוא פתח אותי. הנה מקום ראשון.
back up this hill. Vino in the zone, using the Magnus, right, to buy him some time as he works his way in. Kami and Seti, they are down at the bottom of this hill. Unfortunately for them, it's pulled backwards, so they won't have to make their way up. But the pullback zone will make things so much difficult. All these old builds now, and these teams can work their way through. But you have to be careful at all times. It might not be your edit, it might not be your wall. And you've seen the effects of that now. Hellfire and Scram running into territory they did not own. Rifty and Flowdack will say goodbye to them. Aqua and Vino can almost fall asleep on high, right? There's not much action for them. Everything just taking place below. As Clown and Rescard, who are in 5th place, look to battle it out against Seti and Kami on this layer.
Every single team has a little bit of space to breathe, but now everything's starting to constrict. Just squeeze and collide. Vanya looking for it. Carmi next to him for the next shot. Turns around. Big pump. After that, another. The third one connects, and Refsguard goes down. Vanyak doing it again. A day one performance might just be deja vu in day two.
He is hitting shots like never before. But can he continue to do it? We've already seen him have a crazy solo performance, and there are plenty of opportunities for him to now hit a bunch of shots again. Seti doesn't have Kami. Kami has gone down. The Medmis dropped to his teammate, but that might have cost him. The moment he turned around, he got taken out. And so now Vino and Aqua finally starting to put their shoes on, get ready for a bit of a run as we go the distance. Trippin as a solo. Thomas is not here. What can he do?
Gonna drop down. It's a game for solos for him. Wants to avoid that duo, the final raid boss on height. Trying to focus Vanyak, but one shot missed, 1 second overuses. Big damage straight to his dome. He beats one of the mini bosses down below. Still that final mission waiting for him on high ground. 1v2 for the moment. Final two teams, Aqua and Vino, looking to drop down. They have to take off Trippern. This man has clutched in the past. He's flopping up with all the HP, going straight back into the zone. Look at this from Aqua and Vino. Perfect positioning. They're looking to finish this. Trippern desperately going for the Medmis, maybe even going for a flank all the way up top, but Aqua sees them. A few more tags building all the way up. He might have an essence of control. Another block by Aqua. The positioning almost perfect. Vino chases him down like a hound dog. He finds his bite, and they win another game in the FNCS.
These guys continue to be ruthless. They left day one as the victors, top of the lobby. They start day two with a victory royale. And against a team in the final moments who they have been hounding down all season long. We've seen Thomas and Trippin versus Vino and Aqua all season at Command Cavern, and showing us now in the FNCS finals while they are the Command Cavern team. Game 7 is theirs.
I think Aqua was using one hand and Vino had an eye closed that whole game. It felt effortless, like they were just sleeping behind the wheel.
Yeah, literally, it does not get easier for them than that. Yeah. Right? Of course, the pullback zone meant that they could just sit back for a second, right? All the teams fighting it out below, but for real, they literally are now continuing to open up that gap at first place.
Yeah, that should have been a game that was very difficult for Height as well overall, right? It was such a south pull. You shouldn't have that many mats to use, but all those siphons those guys got right before the moving zones, that was the key, I feel like, in that game.
Well, look, to catch us up on everything that happened in between Height and low ground, we are kicking it back to the analysts.
Thank you guys so much. My goodness, game number 1. So in case you missed out on the action yesterday, in case you didn't know who was in first, that was the duel right there. They come out after first 6 games. Game 7, they're like, you know what? Victory Royale. That's finals. The best 50 duels in the world. We'll do it.
I mean,
Victory Royale.
Let's be real. These guys, I was kind of concerned. I said it at the top of the show. Are they going to be able to continue that rampage they put on yesterday? They won 2 games back-to-back yesterday. This is the 3rd Victory Royale they've had out of 7 games. I have no concerns that these guys are going to continue this reign.
Yeah, it's absolutely crazy what they're able to do when they get to the stage of endgame. What I really like about the way they play is they're very opportunistic. We saw it yesterday. The opportunity was presented to them in this game. We saw Vidil and Noah Riley up on the high ground, but unfortunately Vidil went down. So Aqua and Vino, they thought, aha, there's a high ground free there. We might have that, and we might dominate from there, as they always do. Only 5 eliminations, I think it was, at the end, so not an absolutely dominating win when it comes to eliminations, but what's most crucial is Vino's able to pick up eliminations and refreshes where it matters most.
Every single time. Every game we watched yesterday, whether Aqua was down, whether he was up, Vino was always able to get some sort of important refresh. Something. It's just like, he could just do it when he mattered it. It's like, oh, 5th zone needs something. Right now, I'm going to be able to do it. I can turn that aggression on. We can figure that one out. Fantastic from him, and of course, leading by Aqua as well.
I mean, right, finding those duels and saying, all your stuff is now ours. We're going to use that to fuel us, get that victory out. Really good stuff. On the other side, though, Trippin, right, he was left alone without Thomas HG, and I just wonder if Thomas was available, how this could have gone different.
I mean, realistically, probably amazingly. We've seen both these players solo clutch at some point, but when they work as a duo, it is absolutely amazing. We saw them win. I think it was game 1 yesterday, if I'm right. They did pick up a victory royale yesterday, and that was perfect. They were working together. They were side by side. But here, poor launch pad placement, well, not placement, position to land in a congested area, and of course, they ended up being punished for it, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. But we can see, look at the position that Trippin's in right now. That was 20 teams remaining, was it? Unbelievable scenes. And he made his way all the way through every single blockade that was left in the game, every single player, every single challenge, every single mini-boss, to quote Shio there, and he was able to take them all down one by one, able to pick up the refreshes. And I think what's most important about the way that Trippin played this is he wasn't playing passively, he wasn't playing back, he wasn't playing a little bit more slow. He was playing aggressively, he was picking up eliminations, he was picking up refreshes, and that was what was able to keep him going for this long. And what a performance.
Oh, it was incredible. And I also love there, like, the very final at the end, he was going up against Vanyak, right? That was that 1v1 there. And Vanyak absolutely beamed him almost 100 or 200 HP with that SMG, essentially almost in one. And if it wasn't for that huge amount of damage, that could have been a much better potential for him to clutch, because he couldn't heal up all of that afterwards.
Now we have to take a look at our standings, of course. Seti and Cammy, they're moving up. Shy Away just feeling really good. But look at this lead that Vino and Aqua, and of course Tayson and Chapix have developed. We still have 5 more games. Anything can still happen, but if this continues, man, we might be looking at our winners.
I mean, this is incredible. Also, I think an important note here was the fact that Mustache and Malabuka didn't really gain many points here either. And the fact that Trippin just clutched up there has moved him up 4 places now. So now he's in 5th, and Mustache and Malabuka's 3rd place is not looking so strong anymore.
Yeah, solid performance, of course, from Refscott and Clown as well. Being able to pick up refreshes, eliminations where it matters most. But, Reese, what have you got for us?
Got a little bit of something for you here. We're going to have a little look at Tayson and Chapix's rotates from the Collider, right? What we're going to do is lay out what the arrows look like, the path they took to get down there, and then also show you why this didn't necessarily work out that much. Now, if you're remembering what the previous zone was, remember, very south. Very, very south. And now you can see the big swooping arrow going down to the south here. Now, they did a really good thing when they were in the Collider to start with. What they ended up doing was using the cannons, right? The cannons has what we've basically seen a couple of times to be one of the best ways to rotate from here on out, because you can just fire yourself into the middle of the Collider, as we're about to see here, and it'll send you in a specific direction. However, these guys have this planned. Notice where they land. Right next to a second cannon there as well. Fantastic, so that you can cannon off to another rotate. So from here on out,
this looks fantastic. This looks like a great rotate, but for some reason they decided to actually try and go to the far east side of the map now to avoid a bunch of the players behind them and below them. This then got them way too deep in the zone. And as you can notice, 29 above, and this was a fully south zone at this point. So you remember, there's nowhere they can get tags here. So basically on this rotate, because they were so deep in zone, they essentially ended up draining at their launch pads, a ton of their chug splashes, and I'm not gonna lie, massive clutch for them to still be able to place 10th from this rotate.
Yeah, let's be real. I mean, it's Chapix and Tayson. They were able to pick up refreshes. They were able to pick up eliminations where it mattered most. I think it was Joe that they took out, just capitalizing on the fact that he was a solo down there at the south side of the map. And it did work out for them in the end, but hopefully they can do it more.
So good. And that was just game number 1 on the day. We have game number 2 on the day on the way. Of course, this is game 8 overall, but it's that time. The battle bus is ready for us, so I'm not going to hold you here too much longer. This is game 8 of the FNCS.
I mean, Zeke, Reese, Mini, the knowledge, cannon chains, low ground claims, a few differences on the second day, but what hasn't changed is Vino and Aqua's dominance level.
Yeah, these guys clearly aren't stopping anytime soon. We're going to start getting to the point where we are sort of talking about, all right, so who's fighting for second, right? Who's fighting for third, right? Because these guys are just on an absolute roll. We talk about all-time FNCS performances. They clearly are trying to put one in here.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost untouchable by more than half the lobby. There's one team, Tayson and Chapix, that's kind of near. Seti and Cammy are getting to that island, but being this high, I feel like I'm already looking at that second place POV.
Yeah, honestly, it does start to feel that way as we head into that next game. The big question will be, can Aqua and Vino continue their dominance? Will anybody be able to finally catch them up? Who will show what they can do as we head into the last couple games of the FNCS? That remains the question.
Question for a few more games. Remember, there are big changes in pricing all the way across the board for even some of the teams that are 40th, maybe dead last and 50th right now. You can rise to the occasion, have a few more good games, change your destiny for this FNCS so far.
There is always something to play for, even if it is just pride. And at the Joneses, plenty of pride being felt for the team that wins this fight. Savid wants to be on that side of things,
no way.
Going down, it's bugha that will take him out, and Jack Pro looks like he might be following him. Hit some nice shots onto Fury, a bit of a HP trade. And the knock will come through. Doesn't seem like he'll get the finish, but prioritizing, looking to heal up. Will bugha chasing down. Bugha actually will get his finish onto Savid, the siphon coming in. And so now a fight here in the jail cells. Who will come out on top? They're in the same box now. It's just a stair separating them. And bugha wants to get rid of that distance. And he will. The elimination will go his way. Savid and Jack Pro continue their struggles. bugha and Fury celebrating as well.
We like to see it. What that is too is a fast fight at the Joneses. Didn't see that in the previous games at all. What I like to see is how these guys affect the rest of the lobby now. We're gonna have an extra team moving in from the right side. Zone locking in. It's completely Western zone with a little bit more of that big circle of zone 1 inside the water. What that means for a team like Restguard is it might be time to move faster than usual. For the east side of this Fortnite Island 11, they're now put on a much faster timer.
Yeah, and that's really one of the reasons why it's good that that Joneses fight went a lot quicker than some of the ones we've seen. You can't afford to spend too much time fighting in the zone or chasing your way, and we see the effects of that. You end up spending so much of the resources you work so hard to.
אז הגמר של אירופה נגמר משהו כמו 10:40 בערך, ואז יש לי זמן לשחק, ואחר כך יתחיל הגמר של אמריקה. אז משהו כמו 10:40 בערך. לא יודע בדיוק את השעה. אולי 10:30, לא מושג.
They're kind of setting their own traps for now. They're going to be lost in the zone soon.
Well, that is definitely the case. I think they'll hope that they can close this one out quickly. They've already picked up one of these eliminations, and so just cleaning it up, making sure you get the final player. But this is one of the other sides of Surge, right? We spent a lot of game 1 talking about how, you know, you'll look for good positions and try and get tags when you're sitting on a hill or something. A lot of these teams will also look for these isolated fights, right, in the edges of the map. Because, you know, Axos and Yushi, they knew there's not going to be anybody near us right now. We have time to fight an actual 2v2 or 2v1 in that instance. And so they deal with their Surge that way, and then they can focus on getting into the zone.
Fire in a fight of his own as well. Went crazy on all sides. Trying to see if they can just relieve this pressure right now. Scram will not be able to do it with Bills. We'll try to use bullets instead, but not sure if the vocabulary that's starting with B is going to help them at all for the moment. The Siptos Reason finally looking alive. 35th so far, at one point 50th overall. They're climbing the rankings slowly.
Mowed them down. Very interesting, right? Because one of the big things we talked about endlessly coming into the finals was, would anybody dare to trespass in the Butter Barn area? Would anybody step to the Siptos and Reason, the bosses of this area? And in this game, it doesn't quite work out. And what that means now as well for the Siptos and Reason is that they have their own whiplash, right? Something that I'm sure they will be ecstatic about, something that they probably didn't anticipate having in many games. And so we'll see if they can make great use of it in this game. Of course, one of the few vehicles that you can actually get in competitive anymore. And so in some respects, it's a huge advantage for positioning and timing. You're much quicker than everybody else who just are running on feet. But also, you stick out like a sore thumb. The only vehicle in the game, everybody decides it's their time to take shots at you once they see you. And even if just taking out your tires, right, can almost immobilize you in that sense.
No repair torch in competitive playlists, so there's no way to get those tires back either.
אמרתי, זה נגמר בערך ב-10:30, משהו כזה. אם אתה שומע. בערך 10:30.
Many right now, they're both going to be affected a little bit by the retaliation from this basement team. Flois and Mappy looking to clap back in this fight, also on a timer. It's edge zone. Levin, you mentioned moments ago, it's really good to take isolated fights here for that Storm Surge. There's a third team coming in looking to take a bite of the pie.
Yeah, and this fight isn't as isolated, right? A lot of these teams towards the east of the map obviously congregating around this area. And Flois and Mappy feeling the effects of that now as shots are coming from all different angles inside. Snazy gets taken out. Mappy hitting big, putting the weight of the team on his shoulders and delivering. Both eliminations going to him. Siren and Nazvi will hear this fight though. And as they're one of the teams with less experience, they instantly want a third party and they will. Siren takes out Flois. Mappy now, even after hitting such huge shots, there's only so much he can do. The med miss might get him up to 100 effective HP. But will he be able to fend off against these two young, hungry players who need damage for Storm Surge? It's very unlikely. They're looking a lot stronger than he is when it comes to their HP. And they will just wipe him out. Mappy, the highs and lows of a competitive Fortnite game, was on top of the world after hitting two, but swiftly taken out by the Arcadia duo.
That's equivalent of, here's a math lesson, a sinusoidal function. So if you wanted a lesson today, if you have an advanced functions class and you wanted a reminder of studying some notes, it's slightly advanced, but you know, it goes up and down.
Well, my maths is very limited, but I can count. And I count that this is the team in second place.
Very nice.
Yeah.
That's also very advanced. You have to know where to look. You have to know that 2 is under 1. Usually it goes 1-2, right? But in this instance, it's different.
How can they go from 2 to 1?
Pray that Vino and Aqua fall asleep at their PCs. Because I feel like a bad game from Vino and Aqua is, for half this lobby, a good one in getting them above in the boards.
Yeah, most definitely. It is really difficult, especially when you're banking on your biggest competition to start to slip up, right? Never something that you want to be in a position for. Viandi and Joe will be hoping they can have a better game, right? Going down relatively early in that previous game. Clown and Grows. Oh, Clown and Grows. I'm throwing myself back to
יצחק בקור, אין לי מושג. כי האיבנט בטח יהיה קצר ואז כבר אי אפשר יהיה לשחק, אז לא יודע אם יש פואנטה לשדר. נראה. אולי כן, יכול להיות.
And this zone definitely is one that will benefit them getting there. Stompy and Joe, be interested to see, Shayo, where they stand once Storm Surge starts to make itself a presence in the lobby, right? Of course, very isolated in the far sort of east of the map. Have they been able to do any damage to any teams? You can see, looking for an opportunity there, Drew is. Not connecting with any
הבנתי. באיזה שעה זה, אתה יודע? כן, תכלס אתה יכול לשחק לפני, צודק. לא חשבתי על זה. תלוי באיזה שעה זה, יש זמן.
Looking to deal that same type of damage.
That's how you do damage. That's how you deal with Storm Surge there.
He was looking like Vito with those tags.
Right, well, look, no, he's looking like Thomas HD.
Really?
He is that guy. He's the OG. He is that guy, right? In terms of, you ask top
אוקיי. אז כן, אז אפשר בטח. אולי אני אעשה לייב. זה מתחיל יפה. אז יש הרבה זמן לשחק, סבבה.
You also have the whole country of Denmark backing him in that regard as well, coming together as one.
All the way up the top, doesn't matter what weapons are in the game.
וואי, איזה זון.
This is trouble for the whole lobby. Watch some duos kind of moving all around the map. Let's just see what the activity looks like here with Lima.
צריך ללכת לישון, נדבר מחר. לילה טוב, ביי.
He has one of these purple striker punch shotguns, and usually we talk about how good the cami split loot is, but he was able to find one of the epic rarity crows that fly around the map and able to pick up some extra loot from their drop spot.
It's kind of nice, you know. You look at chests, you look here and there. Sometimes you gotta look at the skies, man.
Sometimes you do. Sometimes you never know what they can give you. And in this case, if we see him start popping off with that in the end game, we'll know exactly who it was. ShyOH himself delivering it in game via Crow.
I am the Crow. That's the one that...
למון, בעד מי אתה? אם אתה רואה את זה. יא, בנג'י בחיים.
Here we are. Now you know zones. Now you know what's in Benjyfishy's blood. It's Crow. Maybe.
אני כל הזמן מחכה לזה. סבבה. זה הסתיים בערך 10:30. של אירופה. יש להם עכשיו איזה זון בקמפ והבר. הם רוסים.
We'll see if the talk of a in-person event will be the motivation that they need to start getting back to top form. One of the few duos that's actually competed together as a duo in previous in-person events, right? So they have a leg up on the rest of the world right now. We'll see how long they keep that for. But they definitely need to start getting some more points on the board in this FNCS.
משהו כמו 10:30 כשיסתיים התחרות הזאת.
Chicho Trulex, I feel like defied expectations on day number one in terms of how high they actually strike. I feel like they'd be middling more than anything else, maybe even struggling with some of the teams around them. Rocky Rules completely uncontested, maybe had one invader on day number one. At the same time, Tayson Chapix, you know, many talks about loadouts. They're looking fine, and we went over in that segment between games why they struggled so much. That zone pulled so far away, had to lose a lot of the launch pads, lose a lot of the chuck splashes. Basically, the shine of covert cap or command cap was just not there. This time, though, they have the tools for destruction.
Yeah, we'll see though, right? Because as much as the loadout looked phenomenal, they're good on Surge, healthy in that regard. They obviously were low on materials as well. Well, Tayson at least was. But the good thing about this command cabin area is that the materials here are phenomenal. It's why a lot of the times you'll see these teams leave this area with max materials or just about that, as we have in the case of Aqua here. But this position on the blimp, this was why when the season started and there were multiple blimps all around the map, people were so ecstatic about the opportunities for Surge there, right? You sit up on a blimp and you can do exactly what Aqua's doing right now. You literally have so much vision of the rest of the lobby. Of course, now that isn't the case around the map, but it is still the case for Command. And you're seeing how they can make use of it. They need to start connecting with more shots, though. You can see that tag there puts them 66 below. Another tag will help them as well. But they need to keep hitting shots. Vino is accustomed to doing that. Yesterday, Shayo, it felt like he couldn't miss at times. Is he still feeling it after waking up today?
I mean, Aqua must think so if you're just looking at the disparity of ammunition between the two.
Yeah.
He's got about 200 rounds. Aqua has about 80 sitting in case a fight breaks down, in case Raisin and Pena get bored all the way up top at the command cavern spot. Vino is just hitting shot after shot, influencing just the destinies of duels walking around. One of them is Vadil, yeah. I mean, I wondered who he got white tags on. How does that look? This is just gonna be tough. Back in the old days when you had something lifted up to your face and shaked it, it was a rip to go. You were easy in the air, breezy. This time Vadil, all he can do is just delay with his med miss, hopefully get in form to start running. But look at who he has to face. You got play well on the right, and Queasy in the business too. He's got more than just a mountain to climb.
Yeah, this is not a situation any competitor wants to be in. All these top aimers looking at you as you have minimal amounts of builds to actually work your way in,
Minimal amounts of builds and sometimes even space. Clown taken down, talked about the zone possibly influencing his timing. It's Andretta, who they were kind of jumping into the POI beforehand, maybe taking too much space. He wins that fight. Thomas HD picking up Grolls, and Zrox and Kovacs in their own type of fight against Jackson and Vico. Usually Jackson, Vico, very hard to take down, very good at initiating fights. If they start to go a little bit longer, that's where the weakness is, and very good control from Zrox to put up those walls above the pyramid. Very, very fast decision making, and it buys time for Kovacs to wrap all the way around, land that final shot, and just clean up the fights.
We'll see where this takes them though in the journey of having a good game. Of course, Zrox not working with much in terms of a loadout. Materials as well are absolutely shambolic, and so they'll need to start farming, but there are so many teams around them, and maybe their solution with that will just be to take another fight.
Oh, this is troublesome though. What is the option here, Zrox? Just, yeah, go with your teammate, don't interrupt the box. 50-50, let's see if it was the right decision, because zone is moving. Maybe go back to that cannon, use it as a way to completely fly in. That's exactly what Kiko wants to do. He's gonna be up in the air. Ju and Stomp, you have to just slide by and snowboard down this mountain.
Yeah, Ju and Stompy, they're gonna have to try and look to see if they can get towards the other side of Command Cavern. They are wary of other teams, players in and around, and that's why that team actually will use the scan, and so they'll be aware of where Stompy and Ju are. And so that makes their chances even more difficult. Ref's guard, though, does get taken out, and so him and Clown won't have the chance to push their way up the standings now.
DK's bad sniper as well during that replay going down in the feed, so a bunch of these nice mid-low ground teams not going to be there for the moment. Said he cannot say hi to Fury up top. Unfortunate. The Eagle massive on that one? No, it's just a fly glide. Kemi said that last game set themselves up to be in a good spot. It feels like they have trouble executing that final finish.
Yeah, it's difficult, right? On all those layers, right? Especially in mid-ground in that game where there was massive changes in elevation, the bounce-back zones, having to go through old builds. The way this zone is looking to pan out, I don't think it'll be any easier for them, but it will be a different challenge, and maybe one that they are more accustomed to. We often see the zone pull towards this west side. I feel like I've watched this game and this lobby play out in this way so many times this season. And this is something I'll be really happy to see play out. Malibuka and Mustache now looking more likely to have a game where they actually get to play as a duo in the end game. What can Tayson and Uguay do though here?
Pick up another big refresh. This is one thing we were setting up in the previous game. The teams that get eliminations before this fifth zone locks in.
Yeah, so anybody can play here, but you have like so many games to play until you get to the final, because they play for millions, you know. So basically, you have many stages that you need to go through. And all Europe plays here. It's include Russia as well, or most Russia. I don't know if it's so. Europe is the most players. That's why they get the most money. Then the prizes. Then in America they get like the money. So yeah, anybody can go, but you need to be in the Champions League in this game, which means like basically you need to be like the best to be here. It's the 100 best players in Europe now in this place, in this game. I mean,
one bad decision, maybe just a little bit too comfortable with their loot. I don't want that happening right now.
Yeah, the big thing is for them is that when it comes to like an end game checklist, they are looking very strong, right? Materials potent, the storm surge dealt with, and the pads acquired. It's all about now delivering, not having any sort of hiccups, not over peaking, not messing up your edits, and making sure that they stick to what they know best.
It's holding that high ground. And I feel like one of the things is if they try to go a little bit too early, if they try to be a bit too risky, opened up in the air, like a Nos kind of was trying to catch up the pink, had to have been off of one of the rifts that just spawn around. he'll be solo, have that pad to use, but Thomas and Tripper, for anyone that's kind of controlling height and starting off high, we've seen what Aqua and Vito can do. My man Aqua, ruthless, walked up the Hen yesterday, 185 to the dome, and Hen and Queasy looks so good on height level.
Yeah, look, it was a very fun high ground take. I expect to see more fun high ground takes today. It's interesting, though, that we've seen with these last two POVs, Pink, Anas, Trip and Thomas, both teams that land at command cabin, but teams that deviated away from it and now are having to sort of return to this area. And on one side, you're seeing a team in a struggling position where Pink doesn't have Anas with him. The other, Thomas and Trippen, look a lot stronger, but the zone will be beneficial to both teams.
And for the teams that have stayed here for most of the time, haven't deviated and moved, Tayson, bugha, I feel like these guys, if Command Cavern was a computer, if it was code, they're the malware. They're just spreading slowly throughout every single type of cave and deleting player after player, line after line, code after code.
These guys are playing their game out. This is how they like to play. Of course, this pad now will push them into zone, and it will put them in a perfect position now as they move forward. But they realize the challenge that faces them. They know the stakes. They understand what they have to do in order to start catching up to the dominance of Aqua and Vino. But that's a challenge that they are always going to be ready to face.
That's the one thing we've seen so far throughout the day, right, is Aqua and Vino going to every other POI, going into other people's living rooms and just taking control of everything. This time, we're in their home. That being said, though, some type of rocky relationships happening at the family reunion over at Command Cavern. Aqua Vino have strayed a little bit away towards one of the North Hills, and they're getting affected heavily. Aqua now down to 0 HP, taken out. All up to Vino to keep moving forward, and we've seen him clutch a couple of times. Dynamic in that cannon, but it's not going to go too far. Breaks a little bit of the metal. Nice to keep pushing in, but costed him so much. Now down to 6, 7, 5, 4 mats and no HP. The zone's not even done just yet. It's another max pull, and he's maxed out. First place down.
In a game where you would have thought the zone would have benefited them so much, a hiccup, a trip, and maybe a fall if Tayson and bugha can continue their line of dominance in this game. We'll see whether now that leaves some space up for high ground. We've seen how they've dominated it. They've claimed it so much better than everybody else. But in this game now, who will be the ones to step up? Thomas and Trippen in the middle of your screens might be a team to do so. Astro now is a solo, looking to try and stay in the game as long as he can. He needs to do some damage though, and a lot of it, and fast. Looking to recycle another launch pad that keeps him in the air just that bit longer. Some extra time to pick where he will land, and it's such a crucial decision to make.
Oh my goodness, gliding so far and right into another box, but he's blocked off. Marco Clinberry, don't go down easy. That's a pick. Look up in the sky though. Second place looking to take first and third right behind him. Seti, Cammy, bugha, Tayson, Hen, Chatmix, Vettel, Lotix, all in the air.
So many Titan duos, all making use of the natural rifts that spawn in this area. The map knowledge is fine, but who will be the ones to take height? It's Kinzo and Nebs holding it in the meantime, but so many great teams. They need to hit big shots to scare everybody away from it. That is their goal. Can Nebs do what he's done so many times before and hit mighty high shots?
It's raining men, but this duo is not saying hallelujah. They're gonna hit that launch pad, half it, no, it's a full one, and just completely give things up for now. Want a sense of a little bit of less chaos. The Andy is now part of the business as well. Here's Thomas HD and Trippern looking for a big glide, pumped in the skies. The Andy now fighting for height, looking to see what he can do, building up and using a bunch of his mats, but still has a lot of them in control. Splashes to use as well. Kinzel now down to Trippern. Vettel taking out Zox as well in the feed. bugha taking out Kefti on his own lair. It is the Andy and Joe with control.
These guys have held on to it. We know they like to play high ground. They've not had much of an opportunity to do so. But it's these guys here on low that you need to fear. Fury, wiped out, crushed. Malabuka, Mustache, they are ready. Can they stay together though? Can they continue to clear out these players below? Janice lurking as a solo in the backside. They're gonna try and sniff him out. They hear him and they will wipe him out. A big shot from Malabuka, but no, he gets taken out as well. Mustache now is a solo again. What can he do? The time's ticking. He needs to hit a big shot. He needs to stay alive. Just down to 4 builds. What can he do in this instant? Can he hit a big shot? It's going up the hill. Things are so difficult. He needs to just drop down now. That's his only real hope. He's desperately searching for something. and he picks up some extra bills that will get him up the hill. But the risk is still there. He needs to do something. bugha gets a knock, but it's not enough.
He is down. It'll be Tripper distracting him, taking him out. Now Cammy also struggling to get back to just a little.
לא, אני רק צופה עכשיו, זה הגמר של אירופה. הלוואי הייתי משחק פה.
The grasslands, survival. Cammy and Seti now fighting them, but Sandwich from the top side in trouble. This rain's going to be lethal, doing a lot of damage to both HP pools. And also somehow the solo in the fray, looking for a few shots, and he takes down another. Huge for him. Clinberry gone, a big siphon that he needs. More Medvis in the inventory as well. Reason to Zipto's taken out. Back to just 3 teams. Seti, Cammy, can they hit that 9th zone, 8th zone revive?
You can see Seti's vying for it, but it's a time in there. It doesn't seem like it's Yandy and Joe. They're getting impatient now. They want these eliminations for themselves. They understand that they have the man advantage, and so looking to drop down. Yandy will hear the sound cues, but does he know where Seti is? Seti quickly blocking off the top as he tries to find some solace, tries to find some security. Joe just searching around Hen, trying his best. But eventually, someone's going to have to strike. They can't all just continue to sit here and wait, cross their legs, fold their arms. Somebody has to make a move.
Seti now out of mats. Joe and Andy have stayed silent. Treating it like a 1930s movie right now. They're waiting for the suspense. The narrator transition screen. Seti now down below. He's going to be the first one to fall down to the dark plot. Hen's the one to pick him up, but he's inside the zone. 34 HP down to 24. The big blocks. The edits from Joe. The big chop down towards the end. Can he find the mantle wraparound? No, now it's a reversal, but Hen's on a sliver of HP. Chopped down, blocked out. Joe and Zandy, the south side, taking claim from a mountainous VR.
Day 1 was very impressive. They surprised a lot of players. Day 2 started with a little bit of a hiccup, but they came through the next game after and showed everybody why they are class, top class. Ran out of mats at the end, but that didn't faze them. They kept their composure and they dealt with an FNCS champion like it's easy work. Yandy and Joe are continuing to shine in the FNCS final.
Yeah, and that was like a 10-team type of height retake. Drop from the skies, man. And it's the Yandy and Joe out of all those Titans that win at the end.
With the riffs that we were seeing at the end there, I felt like I was watching something from another chapter. It didn't even feel like chapter 3 there at times. It's been so long since you've seen riffs be used like that, but honestly, like you said, it just allowed all these different height teams to really try have their stamp on the game.
Yeah, I feel like with them, Yandy and Joe, the more chaotic it is, right? Synapse Station, I feel like off spawn, they're better when there's 3 teams available. 5 teams fighting in the end, they're in home turf.
Yeah, honestly, look, the big question now for a lot of these guys is, if aqua in the game, maybe it's making things more fun for these guys. Finally, we get to play on height. It's finally ours. We get a chance, because with those guys, it's been so impossible to take. But Yandy and Joe, when they got their chance, they took it.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at what Reese, Mini, and Zeke have for us, as that game was a banger and a half.
Thank you guys so much. Game 8 does not disappoint, man. These duos, I'm telling you, this is what we live for. These moments in finals where these duos are just saying, hey, we have to pull out all the stops, man. This is finals. We have to go big. We're going home.
I mean, absolutely. A lot of those teams took an opportunity that was given to them, with the #1 team, aqua being down, as Levin mentioned there. You know, we saw them go down relatively early, but so many top teams took advantage. We saw Tripper and Thomas HD up on height. We saw Andy taking advantage of that as well. Obviously, winning the game at that moment.
Of course, I mean, we're talking about Aqua and Vino here. They went down a lot earlier than they would have liked here. A little bit of a tough rotate for them, having to expend a lot of materials, and this was a hopeful moment for Vino here. He tried to use the cannon. It kind of worked out almost, but it didn't quite last long enough for him.
Yeah, not ideal. This was a shame, of course. This was a little bit of a late rotate for them. They had a max distance 5th zone, and unfortunately, this game, they didn't get into the vault, right? So they didn't get that launch pad from there. So that max distance 5th rotate, unfortunately, just kind of caught up on them. And we saw Aqua go down first, and Vino was just to follow with the whole lobby looking at him.
Yeah, big shake-up in the leaderboards there, of course, as well, which we'll get onto a little bit later on. That is a huge moment for today's event, because there's still 4 more games to go, but that's a real big shake-up.
I have a question for you guys. You talked about them at the top of the show, Cammy and Seti. How did they end up doing in this game?
Man, I mean, this is a team that we've been looking at a ton, right? Of course, through all yesterday, they started to frag out this game.
Yeah, they did. This is absolutely textbook Cammy and Seti gameplay. We saw them hopping off left, right, and center in the mid-ground layers. We saw them almost a little bit lower down right here when there's a big hill to go, and boom, the big piece control from Seti using that purple pump shotgun, or the purple striker pump shotgun that they got from the Crow earlier on. So, you know, that could have been an influencer to them popping off. But of course, Seti having to clutch the solo yet again. We saw it in qualifier number, I believe it was qualifier 3 he was popping off, and he was just unbelievable as a solo and proving it once again today.
Absolutely. And, you know, for me, that was almost a little bit of a choke from Cammy at that point there, because there are two players who usually don't overextend. They stay in their lane. Seti creates such good tarps for them, but to see Cammy kind of run out a little bit there and be knocked and go down is a bit of a shame, because that potentially cost them a second and maybe even a first.
Tough to see. Let's take a look at our standings. So, though they did fall early, they're still holding on to the #1 spot, but look at Tayson, right? Look at Chapix, even Seti and Cammy, they are quickly catching up.
Look at that. 270 point. Thank you.
There it is. Look at that.
270 to 269. Nice. Only 1 point between it right now.
Oh, it's intense. It is getting intense. I think Aqua and Vino going down, as much as I like them, this has made this so much more incredible and intense. I mean, look at that. Tayson and bugha, a.k.a. Chapix, 1 point away from the top spot. They're all picked for predictions, Reese, so hopefully they can do it. But if you're Trippin and Thomas right now, you're feeling good, you're confident going into this, but we don't talk about Storm Surge.
We absolutely have to talk about Storm Surge. Look at this. Purple in the room right now. There's two players in particular that I want to talk to you guys about. First one, of course, how can we not talk about Thomas HD, right? In the mid game, Thomas HD actually does over double the damage that Trippern does, right? And that's not a knock at Trippern by any means. He's a fantastic player, but Thomas HD has otherworldly levels of aim, right? Every time he just sets up in a relatively high position, you just see tag after tag after tag. There's games that they're below and then they just suddenly appear above. Similarly to Vino. Vino is the best damaged player across the entire game, right? For early, mid, and late game. I think on average he does around 900 damage a game, right? And if you just put him up in a high ground spot, Storm Surge is almost irrelevant at this point.
Yeah, it really is. It's almost one of those situations where I feel like they have a permanent thermal fish implanted into their eyes. They can just see where everyone is and pick up so many tags. Vino absolutely popping off up on there, and of course, same with Thomas.
Absolutely.
My goodness. It's crazy as well to kind of take a look at the standings. Normally we see like a team from outside the top 10, right? They're just like jumping up. Oh, they've jumped to 10, 20 places. But right now, look at how small these shifts are, right?
There's nothing.
Only one. It's crazy to think this is the level of competition we have. And we've only had 2 on the day with 4 more to go. Do we think this could get a little crazier?
I mean, maybe. We haven't seen too many upsets so far, but as you mentioned, there's still 4 more games on the day to go and very, very exciting stuff to come for us, I'm sure, because it's not going to end here. It definitely won't, and the action is only just getting started, I'm sure.
You have to remember, Victory Royale is 32 points, and then you add all those eliminations at 3-point elimination. Any of those teams that are up there right now can gain, what, if they get like a 10 elimination gain, 60 points up. If they do that at the right opportunity when one of our top teams falls, man, that leaderboard's starting to change up a little bit here.
And they're also following along with the elimination, right? The elimination feed. So the moment that these teams find that moment, they're like, oh, Aquafina down. We have the moment. We have this opportunity to be free and try and strike at the top 10. So follow along with us, Fortnite fam. We have way more action ahead of us. This is game number 9 of the FNCS.
Oh, you'll be sure, Zeke, that we're following along. Right now, it's intense action. These top teams going down, specifically Vino, Aqua. You know the magic sauce, the recipe for the Finals 11. They get eliminated, everyone else has a chance.
Well, it's funny, right? Because we've talked about how dominant they've been, but Chapix, Tayson really showing what they can do, really showing off why they are also a team that is considered one of the best to ever do it.
Yeah, absolutely. Just the way they have the knowledge of where the rifts are, the way they're catching up when there is a chance, actually landing, you know, your win condition, just getting points on the board. Hardest thing to do, regardless of just winning and whatnot, and they're doing it every single time.
Yeah, you can never count these guys out, and as we head into the next couple of games, it's going to be really close, but we like the close finishes, don't we?
Absolutely, especially when it's a first, second place battle against these two types of teams. They're living almost every game, Levin. It's Vino Aqua winning. Tayson Chapix trying to just keep up.
Yeah, and we'll see who will be the first to the finish line as we head right back into another game. The battle bus heading from east to west. We'll see how that impacts some of the fights we've been seeing as well. Who has priority on what landings?
For now, it'll be majority of just action in the cavern. Will some of these top 5 teams get split down? We'll go towards the orchardy types of places as well. We'll go towards Bugle for now too. Arcadia as the Siren up against Refsguard game after game. And this time it will be them here not fighting Flois and Mappy.
Well, considering how they've sort of contested each other in so many games, based off of just the placements of both teams alone, there's definitely one team that you'd give the upper hand to, right? It would be Clown and Refsguard. But that doesn't mean it's a guarantee that every game goes their way, and we're seeing that now where they have to be careful about how they traverse. Refsguard opting to go for the bush strat, keep himself inconspicuous.
I'm wondering right now, too, since we're in game 9 out of 12, yeah, there it is. There's some of the irregularity. Just saw it in the feed. bugha, Tayson up against another complete different team, just taking them out. Look at the Kryptonite overall for the Orcadia duo. It's all about these bush strats. This is the second or third time I've seen, maybe fourth time overall, combining both days of games, them not be able to deal with a team in a bush.
Is that the hidden weapon?
Yeah.
The difference between them being an FNCS winning duo or not, the ability to handle bushes.
The bush strats. I mean, you know, your first FNCS coming in might not be used to having a team such as Refsguard and Clown contest you. Might not be used to some of the tactics. This could be a very basic one they have to overcome.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things that maybe doesn't get talked about enough, right? In terms of Asvi and Siren, this is their first FNCS final. It's a big stage to hop onto, especially if you're contesting against two players who are very well versed in this department. Clown maybe not having as much experience, but definitely in the short amount of time he spent in the FNCS has shined. And so you can see Siren now being forced backwards. This isn't a fight that they would have wanted to have on a consistent basis, but you can't always control what you can and can't get in the FNCS, unless you are bugha and Tayson. They seem to never be truly contested, right? They just always have that respect season to season, especially Tayson, I feel like, right?
Yeah. You know, he gets to also dictate what it looks like when it comes to who he duels with. Some of these content pieces we have, you ask people, you know, pick a duel partner, who's it going to be? Tayson. Season after season, man.
Even considering like he had what by his standards would be a down season.
Yeah.
Last season by his standards was a down season, but yeah, that respect still remains.
You know what a down season for him is? Not winning.
Yeah.
Imagine that. Imagine that.
Imagine that being the standard. Crazy amounts of pressure, but that's something that I know he very much took personally. He wants to be revered as the best and respected as that as well, and this season an FNCS win is all he wants. That's all he wants right now, and I know him and bugha will be very confident that they can do that, and they are not too far away from it as well. Vino and Aqua down in the feed to Pink and a Nas. And so just as we say an FNCS win could be on the horizon for bugha and Tayson, it seems like that might just be more of a reality than we thought.
I mean, for Zandy and Joe as well, Reese Mini Zeke mentioned it. One good game, 60 points. That's how far away these guys are from Tayson and bugha. That's how far most of the top 10 is as well. And that's been opened up. There might be big changes after this one. Need to see that fight at some point as well. Right now we're tuned in with Zandy and Joe, previous game winners. It feels like there's been a curse in EU as well. Every time you win a game, next one, off spawn, you're gone. Unless you're Vino Aqua, then you have the back-to-backs. But for everyone else.
For everyone else.
Yeah.
For anyone that's somewhat human, there is that potential. But for every team now, another instance. We saw how crazy that game got because they went down and they left that space open.
Here it is right now. They have the key card as well. This might have been a great game, sliding through the wall. The timing there from Pink, just beautiful.
Really nice stuff from those guys. A team that definitely wants to have a better day too. And taking out the current leaders of the lobby is a brilliant way to do that. I'm sure the vibes are wonderful in their core right now. But I don't know if we can say the same for Vino and Aqua. Even with how dominant they've been in the FNCS up to this point, we've constantly discussed some of the chemistry issues they've had, the never-ending arguments that they've had. If anybody doesn't know, they're both great players. They both play well together, but you'd be surprised. They're not necessarily the biggest fans of each other a lot of the time, and sometimes that can get in the way.
That's one weakness. So, like, let's look at their strengths right now, right? Aqua, it's about these late-game calls, the way he can finesse different layers and builds. The king of height, sometimes, right? That's what people like to call him. Vino, the man who never misses with a weapon.
מה המצב, לא, מה שלומך? לא נשמע, מה קורה? רואה עכשיו את הגמר, וינו אקווה הובילו, עכשיו הם מתו, אז אפשר לעקוף אותם. יש עוד 3 משחקים. אני אשחק אחרי הטורניר, אז זה עוד שעה, פחות משעה אולי. יש 3 משחקים עוד, ואז אפשר לשחק.
How Vino and Aqua were stopped wasn't really in the end game. It might have been maybe some overtakes on height, but they were stopped off spawn multiple times, 50-15.
הם רוצים.
And then once again, you just look at them right now, stopped off spawn. The only times they've been interrupted in the second CS.
Yeah, and that might be the only thing that can really get to them, right? And so now for the rest of the teams, you just have to take advantage of that. If you are Malibu and such, they did start to slip a bit in the standings. We're sitting at 3rd, dropped to 5th now in 4th. And they are uncontested towards the blimp side, and Pink and Nas will be well occupied with the vault, I'm sure, so they'll have a bit of space to maneuver around. But we saw all the teams that were doing so well at the end of yesterday are teams that had very consistent mid and early games, and of course had the pop of potential in endgame as well, right? You have to be complete in all 3 phases of the game. You can't just be, you know, a strong off spawn team, but you don't know how to play mid or late. You can't have a really good mid-game strategy, but low ground, endgame, and you start fumbling.
כן, זה ממש משוגע כל התחרות הזאת, ואיך הם יכולים כאילו, אתה יודע, לשרוד באנד גיים וגם לחשוב מהר ולא יודע. עכשיו זה סקין של, כן, כולם עם הסקין הזה, כן, רק לי אין אותו. הייתי קונה רק את מה שמפורסם. חשבתי לקנות את הסקין הזה של ה... אתה יודע, אבל למה, מה מצב? כן, כולם שמים את זה. יש גם גרסה לעשות מזה זהב, זה גם אהבתי. עכשיו עם המדמיס אתה יכול, הנה benjyfishy וסאביג' מגניב. אהבתי את הפנדה שם אצלו, החתול, שזה לא יהיה. הם בגמר אבל הם לא חזקים, הם מתים כזה. מטורף, כן, יודע. אבל הם לא מובילים, כאילו, הם מתים כזה באמצע. כאילו שהם לא הכי טובים, הם בין הטובים, כאילו מן הסתם הם פה, אבל אתה יודע. עכשיו הסקיל כאילו עולה ועולה, אז בכלל נגיד מונגל אפילו לא יכול להגיע לפה, אתה מבין? הוא היה אחד הטובים.
In the early game, of course, there were some hiccups with that yesterday, switching drop shots, going back to tilted after landing over towards the collider for a bit. And then the mid game is where they really...
זה גם תלוי מי אתה משחק. אני מתפלא שבנג'י וסאביג' לא מתפצלים, כי לא מצליח להם. כל אחד מהם יכול לתפוס מישהו אולי יותר חזק, ולהתקדם יותר.
I mean, you can interview as well. That's literally just you know, a shot hitting someone else's body. The number that pops up. That's tag overall.
מונגל נגיד ניצח עם טייסון בעונה 14, מאז הוא לא הצליח להגיע ל-FNCS, לאף אחד. במקום 13 נראה לי באליפות עולם.
Third zone kind of appearing, that's where the lobby kind of wants to be. If it's over that, that's when Storm Surge really starts to strike. Melody and Kefi might not make it there right now. Rifle and Marine are on their heels. Both these teams looking outside into the top 10. This fight very important in getting there. Once again, one of the teams that's been winning, you know, a third of the games in EU so far is down. They have a chance to make one of these end games and possibly not have to deal with them off that top spot. Marine, though, just absolutely slapped in the face, pushed back, and now Kefi knows it's a 1v1. He's going to be pushing these walls, does not want to give Rifle the 10 seconds to be able to get Marine back up. Gonna be looking at his threshold for the moment. It will update. It's not 259 below just yet. There he is, 451 above. He doesn't need this fight completely, but understands he's at a very good spot, at an advantage, in an isolated place. Knows that Rifle is weaker too, but look at what Rifle is doing, pushing further and further back in the builds, buying as much space as possible. Oh my God, Kefi just has the sixth sense.
What a shot. He was ready and waiting. The reactions there were absolutely inhumane. And yeah, needed to make sure he closed out that fight. Of course, he knew he had the knock. And so it was essential that he got the points for that, and winning his 1v1 is huge.
Okay, Joe. Big damage tags. Also, the most important thing here is buying him room on the backside. Teams will have to heal up, take a second, recuperate. Andy and Joe can just keep running the entire time. Launchpad in play as well. The ammunition doesn't look the best, so they have to make the most out of all the tags that they can get. Still looking in the backside for a few shots. Not finding many. Another mat investment comes in. Meanwhile, Axe Force Usefree, they have their own fight on the other side of the map. They jump into the fortress. We'll have to look for a way out super fast. Kidwo's fighting in here, though, with Janice. So they're about to interrupt. They're like, hey, we want to have a little bit of a piece of this conversation. Still moving fast.
The cleanup crew is here. Joe and Yandy pouncing on this opportunity. Look at them constantly just trying to get their way, and Kidwo will hold on. But eventually, you have to secede to the fact that Joe and Yandy want him out of this lobby, and they will send him right out of the way.
Now they'll have to just try to break out of the fortress completely, get ahead of this zone. It's still ticking for nominal damage. Now it might upgrade a little bit. Nevs and Kinzel, I mean, landed on before, I think by the entire upper echelon of EU. And Kinzel held on a bit longer than Nevs, but immediately was just taken out.
Yeah, these guys obviously were almost a surprise qualification, right? Had struggled in the qualifiers leading up to the FNCS, snuck their way into round 4 of qualifier 3, and absolutely rolled through the session. And that's why they're here. Sitting in 17th place right now isn't too shabby based off of how the rest of their season went. But again, we've seen them in good positions with opportunities to rise. They just haven't been able to be clinical enough in those moments. Like you said last game, everybody wanted to land on them on height and they couldn't hold off. And they might get another chance like that. Krusty and Relvis, a team who we saw again dominate in their qualifying round. It was the first qualifier, shocked the world. Back then though, they had vehicles that they could use to make their way around the lobby and make sure they were good on Surge. In that qualifier, we never saw them struggle with Surge whatsoever. Whereas here, barely above, struggling in terms of HP because they've tried to out-heal it. And so we're seeing the difference for a team who once had vehicles to guide them through the game. Now that they don't have that, you can see the struggle, the pain.
Who's the one player who's still in trouble? The one duo right above the 70 mark. That's kind of just in the absolute trenches. Endelex and Squeeze. We'll get a few more tags to push them up. That we'll get the other side, Relvis and Krusty possibly down. And this is also just like a very ebb and flow, flip of the coin type duo, I feel like. Sometimes in top form in a few games, others down off spawn or just horrible Surge issues.
The biggest trend for Andelex and its Swedes is that they are a team that typically, historically, has always performed better on day 2 than day 1. I know Reese had a snazzy little stat about it. I can't speak English right now. It's so intense in the lobby about how, on average, they perform 5 placements better in the standings on day 2 than day 1.
Really?
Right? So if they finish 14th on a day 1, they're likely to finish on average 9th on the day 2, right? So we'll see if that can carry on today, that trend that was such a prominent storyline around them last year and last season. And they'll certainly want to do that because day 1 did not go their way whatsoever. But still time for redemption. Siren and Asvi going down. Cookie and Leon Flares on our screen, a team who haven't quite had the success they've had in previous weeks. Way down there in the standings, trying their best to stay in this game.
Tayson and bugha also trying their best. They're in a little bit of a traffic jam way deep in the storm. 2 tick right now. Need to land all these shots, and they do, but khanada still within the boxes, way deep and far back. That zone starting to tick for 5 now as it locks in. The chunk splash is only really buying you about 4 seconds of time, and khanada will push them to their maximum limit. bugha losing his life. I thought it was just his shield, but he gets knocked over here, and they're so far away from the zone. Meanwhile, on the other sides, Cammy Seti, a few tags here and there. Big damage from Cammy. What else is he gonna find? Elimination way in the air. Okay. That's exactly, I think, reason of the Siptos when they were trying to fly away.
Is he done? I don't think he's done. Ooh, I like that from Cammy. Always staying alert. We talked about just being on point, always looking for opportunities where you can deal damage. And picking up some elimination points is huge. This is a team that isn't accustomed to having high elimination games, but a great foundation for that now.
And the foundation shaken up for the entire server. There were 2 teams side by side, 270 and 269 points in going into this game. bugha now down, Tayson shaken, and in 32nd place, he's not near that prime time placement. The top 25 is what he wants to survive to and then keep living a little bit towards the end game. That comes in all the way towards the
זה משחק 9, ואז יש עוד 3. אז משהו כמו עוד שעה כזה. זה יסתיים.
The question is, Shadow, are there any other players that you trust to do well in the solo? Maybe up against Nebs and Kinzel, things become a bit more awkward, but they will use their pad and get to zone. They realize that that is the priority right now. But Tayson, like you said, has such a journey to make, doesn't have a launch pad, doesn't have much in the way of HP either. But maybe the materials will be the saving grace as teams do start to look at him. He needs to start building though if that happens, and has time to use some shields. But you're already seeing how difficult this game will be for Tayson.
In first place right now, just by surviving and getting a few of the placements and one team's full elimination to wipe out this game. They push themselves forward, but can they keep that first place island just closed off for the rest of the lobby? Can Tayson live? Nope. The throne room for EU is open for tourists.
This is gonna be a fun endgame. Our top two teams taken out before they can really have a say on the lobby. And that opening is just what teams need to push themselves up, to give themselves that bit of motivation now.
Even the AD in the box from Ziandi, it feels like he's now alive, like he understands the stakes of the lobby has slightly changed. Off of a win previously, and Joe moving into the zone, I think, was taken down by Belusi at one point. Now he's back. They're looking good so far. They actually have one of the curses not active for them. A lot of the time it's a max pull that Ziandi and Joe have to try to survive. Just like the previous game, they pull a little bit of that zone, have a 1v2 to fight as well. That refresh could be huge. Meanwhile, Ristash, Malibuka, Reese mentioned it, or actually it was Zeke that mentioned it in the segment between games. There haven't been too many crazy Delta changes, just kind of within the top 5. And Malibuka and Ristash, they've been one of them just bouncing up and down.
And some could argue that they've gotten a bit quiet early on today, right? And so this is the time for them to get loud and show everybody why they are revered as one of the best mid-ground teams.
And what do you need for mid-ground? What is kind of that checklist? Mats, positioning, they pull the half and half, they're ready to go. This might just be their game. For the rest of the server, they have to buy a ticket in. Refs Guard and Clown up in the air, landing on snowy shores. Will they have a little bit of peace and quiet in this so-called temporary paradise is the question. On Ziandi and Joe's walls, Refs Guard looking for something. 0 elims on both sides. They might just be down on Surge in general for the next zone that's coming up. They might be down on Mats overall. That's exactly what it is. Even ammunition lowering in both AR and that striker shotgun. Clown and Refs Guard desperately need a refresh.
Yeah, you can see doing everything he can there to try to claim some edits. I don't know if that's the door you want to be knocking on though when it's Joe and Ziandi. We know how hard they can hit when it's needed.
Ziandi taken down by Belusi, so the way they were moving is being surveyed by many players.
Joe as a solo now. That makes everything so much more difficult. You can see Anas and Pink up above after they had a terrific start to this game. Will they be the ones to step up now and take high ground?
Refs Guard and Clown also moving the same way Ziandi and Joe did. There's about 10 teams watching this. 158 before he goes down. Refs Guard does not fall without a fight. Might just be a 1v2 because that's Endelex, who we know was weak before, that took him out and traded lives with him basically. Not kind of maybe, they're not really. Double shots on that side. It's Hen and Queasy now who have high ground.
We've talked about dominant high ground teams all day today, and somehow these guys have managed to slip by the tongue. But no, this could be their time to do it. Holding it early, but they're not going to be much competition for it in way of elite height teams. 500 above as well. Can we see Hen and Queasy put on a masterclass?
We'll have temporary time to beat High Ground Kings for now. The zone moving over to mountains, so suddenly everyone will be pushed up towards the skies. Teaches some art skill, taken down. The shields are gone. Pink and Anas also moving straight towards the front side of the zone. They're waiting for the next one to prop up. They're waiting to take that natural low ground. Meanwhile, Joe, we saw Ziendi go down. He's still moving in. 223 points. He has a chance to really roll all the way up. No match though, and he's deleted, stopped and taken down.
Queasy and Hen now padding in the backside of the zone. They want to claim the front. There isn't anybody really in the air that can contest it. And so this might be the chance for them to keep it whole with Judo as a solo in the back of the zone. He's found a launch pad and he's got some white HP that he can use to give him some time. And now needs to glide in, cutting it really, really close. But the battle for height will continue. I don't think he's going to be a player in that. It's actually going to be Queasy and Hen taking shots at him and they force him down.
We see Hen now taking over, Jackson behind him, not gonna have the HP to actually contest. Who are the people that can really stretch towards height? I don't see many right now. Thomas and Trippin all the way towards the front side. They're gonna be controlling middle. Pink though, moving up second height with an Oster, looking at something, but Neds and Kinzel do not want to give it to them for free. Hellfire taking out Kovacs, pulled aside, deleting Seti. So Cammy's left by himself, but Juice chasing him down.
You can see Ju is going to start running into a lot of boxes that aren't his if he's not careful. Cammy might have to do the same as well. Just 5 bills remaining. Scram, a squeeze going down. Trippin and Thomas are still up in this one. And Cammy will hope to try and avoid those guys. 4 bills remaining, just lurking in the back of the zone, trying to find anybody as scuffed as him.
It's a battle of mid-ground control. There's a labyrinth of builds with every single duo not wanting to go for height. There's no room to survive. You have to solve puzzles, build, shoot, and just try to do something for points. Stay alive at the same time. No match for Hellfire. He loses his eyes. Now has no idea where to go.
Ju, this is a puzzle he can't piece together. He's running into boxes that he has no control over. He needs to try and find some space, some time. There are players below him. He's just going to hope that they can't see him or hear him. He needs to use the med mix as well, but it's run out. He's running low on time. He's struggling. He's hustling. He's fighting. Can he hit that shot now?
He is taken down. Meanwhile, Thomas Trippin cracks with Pink and Anas. They just straight lives completely.
קרבו שלי הולכת להעיף את המצלמה.
Thomas now looking for that clutch.
Luke falling from the sky doesn't going to be something that he can go and take. Cammy running into a box.
הבנתי, תודה.
The flay he wanted. Thomas now dropping down, doing a similar thing. Where's he going to go? He's running out of space. He's running out of time. He'll be sent back to the lobby.
Chaos and calamity in the mid-ground. Look at the tranquility all the way on height.
הנה, הכלבה שלי. היא כבר ממש מבוגרת. נראית כמו שועל. נפלה ליד בגמר. מה זה בחינם? אוי, לא בחינם. שוב.
The navigation is just going completely awry. We're inside places where GPSs don't work, where there's no way home.
אין הצרפתים.
Can he stop the tyrant?
לא, לא יכול, הוא יפסיד. כן ניצח. אין אחד מה... אוקיי. סבבה, יש עוד 3 משחקים, זה משהו כמו שעה. הסתיים הזה. ג'י, כן, כן, כן ניצח. ג'י, תודה, תודה.
A brilliant display of dominance from a team who has lacked it so far.
Absolutely crucial in this game as well, where the top 2 teams are down. Who would have thought it's Hen and Queasy, who are not in the top 10, rising up to the occasion?
People might have been thinking, look, if Aqua isn't here, right? If the likes of Vino aren't here, if Tayson, Uber aren't here, who will step up? Hen, Queasy, the names that come to mind as dominant high ground players. We know how much they like to be those players. They've been restricted. They've not been allowed to. But finally, when they get their chance, they win the game.
Hey, we must have forgot about Hen and Queasy, but we can't forget about what's coming up next. More big games. For now, though, Zeke, Reese, Mini, they're going to have a lot to say about this one.
Thank you guys so much. Fantastic as always. Hen and Queasy coming in. I'm telling you, I said it at the end of yesterday. Today they would come online. They would bring it all back. And they pulled through.
They did, and I'm so happy for them. I love this duo, and I think it was Hen on social media earlier was saying that he needed, and they needed, a big day today. And oh boy, are they turning up. We saw Hen in the last game solo clutching, trying to scramble as many points as possible, and now they're doing it in traditional fashion all the way up on high ground.
I mean, after the end of day one, so that was 6 of the 12 games over the whole weekend, they were in 41st. All, like, you know, you're basically last at that moment. Now, after this, I saw them move up to 15th.
Wow.
Right? Day number 2 for them has been amazing. The play that we just saw here was fantastic too. Do you see the double dip of the pad? They went back onto that launch pad. They took around 20 shield, or sorry, white HP each, but it's worth that extra time in the air. That probably saved them like 50 builds.
Yeah, so worth it. These guys are so experienced up on the high ground. They know exactly how to play it. Of course, Queasy leading the way, Hen looking back for as many eliminations and refreshes as possible. And of course, this is the halfway point of today. It's a 3/4 point throughout the whole event, but the halfway point today, there's still potential for these guys to pop up. There's still potential for them to climb the leaderboards even more.
Are you thinking? Well, I'm thinking.
I'm thinking what you're thinking.
Is this going to be a top 10 for Queasy and Hen?
I hope so. I like the rhyming.
It was definitely intended.
Oh, of course, it always is. But Hen popping up, I'm sure Shy will.
Do you believe?
I believe.
They're my prediction.
Yeah, you better believe.
That's right. I have no choice but to believe, and I will believe in them, of course. Now I'm going to talk through kind of what the captain alluded to was the top 10 all kind of fell super early in this game, which means that everyone else kind of rise up.
I think what's really important is, of course, it was the top 2s. Like, we saw Bunch fall, but the most important, the most impactful was Vino and Aqua, and of course, Thomas and Chapik.
Thomas.
I'm just mixing all the best players together. Tayson and Chapik. There you go. Yeah, that fell super early there, which is really surprising because these two teams throughout yesterday had such a solid mid-game. Both of them only went down in one mid-game each. So to see them be a little bit more shaky today is going to open up kind of for every other team in the leaderboards.
Yeah, the barn door was wide open right there. And for Cammy and Seti, that was a really, really important game for them to pop off. They couldn't quite make it happen. But Zeke, this is looking good so far.
Yeah, and we have to kind of remind you guys at home, this is the halfway point of just today, right? We have 12 games total, right? So technically 3/4, but halfway point today. Just bear with us. Okay, right now, with 3 games left to go, how are we seeing this kind of all shape up?
I mean, for me right now, I'm seeing a 3-horse race. Tayson, Chapik, Vino, Aqua, Seti, Cammy, all in the top 3 with only 16 points between them. That is incredibly tense with 3 more games left. If all of these teams don't play out basically some of their best Fortnite, one of these other 3 teams will. Someone is going to be overtaking them.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And what I think about this top 3, what we're seeing here is a really, really great combination of eliminations and placement. I want to highlight these 2 teams here, Mustache Malibuka and Joe and Zed Andy. Of course, 2 duos that have more eliminations than the top 3 duos themselves, but they're not able to combine that with the placement. Of course, Zandy and Joe being able to pick up the victory round, but not able to combine it with the placements and be consistent enough to get into the top 3, as we're seeing Tayson, Chapik, Vino, Aqua, and Seti and Cam. I have to remind myself that because they're switching up, they're going crazy. But no, they're not able to get to that level of consistency yet. But as we mentioned, there's still 3 more games to go. I'm very excited to see how this finishes.
I think importantly to note here, though, is that those teams that you've mentioned, Tripper, Mustache, Joe, and Jew down all the way underneath, can easily pop off again. Like I said, 1 win for these guys will put them up into like 3rd place, assuming those guys up top don't do good as well.
I mean, especially kind of what happened before. We were seeing a lot of these teams only shift up a couple points, right? And I'm so thankful you guys have swapped over because remember, even jumping up in a top 10, remember, that's $20,000 for the duo, right? So even if they're not saying, well, you know, 20th can't make 1st, well, hey, jumping up to 10th is still a massive difference. So talk to me about page number 2. What expectations do we have?
I mean, firstly, we talked about it before. Hen and Queasy as well, moving up 9 places in that one game. But again, remember how many they've moved up this day in those last 3 games from 41st. They are clearly playing significantly better today, right? Other teams on top of that, Belusi, Hydro, Marco, Clinbury at the bottom, also moving up over 10 positions. What you're looking at the teams here is any of them have the potential to pop off and get into a top 10. Like you mentioned, that's thousands and thousands of dollars more after the end of game 12 today.
Yeah, all it takes is 1 big pop-off game. We see it there with Hen and Queasy. 1 game is all it could take for these teams to really boost their way up, maybe into the top 10, but as you mentioned, Zeke, it is all about getting into that top 20, of course, top 15. The prizes keep going up and up.
My goodness. And just to think, like, so for you guys at home, follow along with this, right? You watch that bottom left, see the placement of the teams, and as they go down, this is just going to give other duos opportunities. I love here, Hen and Queasy, they had this opportunity because of the top 2 going down, and I start to wonder, like, if this top 10 does that same thing again, even one more time, how much closer this will be going into Game 6.
I mean, that's going to be scary because Trippern and Thomas and Merstash and Malabuka will probably be the ones who will take out Vino and Aqua. Let's be real. It's probably going to be one of those teams who does it, which means that they're already got the elimination points, and chances are they're going to have the great loot from that drop spot as well. So the chances of them taking height with that opportunity being free on top of that, that's a top 3 almost guaranteed.
Yeah, because you're not only just taking out the team, you're also you're getting the elimination points, you're taking out a threat potentially in the end game as well. And we talk about a lot of teams that are the high ground type of players, they're going to command caverns. So if you're one of these teams that are maybe just outside the top 3, maybe Thomas and Trippin, for example, they might look to be a little bit more aggressive and be on the front foot earlier on because they're taking out a lot of the high ground teams that could get in their way later on.
Oh my gosh, you guys are setting this up perfectly, man. The hype is so real as we have 3 games left to go before we know who the new duo champions could be. Could Hen and Queasy just look to defend that title? Could they jump from 15th to 1st? Or will someone else look to dethrone? I'm looking at you, Aqua and Vino. But for right now, I'm looking at our casters because this is next game of the FNCS.
We are back with game number 10 of the FNCS finals. The stakes are being set. It's a much closer race than we thought it would be coming into today. And that just makes it so much more exciting for you at home and for us as well, Shai.
Yeah, sounds terrible. Every time I see these top 2 teams go down, I get animated and excited. It makes the stakes that much closer for everyone else.
I'll be real. I don't want to be a hater. I don't want to sound like a hater. But the games do get real intense when some of these top teams go down because it just provides the opportunity for the teams lower down to step in and join that race. And as much as I like 2-horse races, I'm also a fan of 6-horse races and 8-horse races and 10 of all the horses getting involved. And I'm a fan, so we'll see if that trend continues. I'm sure for Aqua, Vino, Tayson, Chapix, that won't be what they want. They'll want to stay in the game and stay in it as long as humanly possible.
We'll tune into Command Stable now, we can rename it, for all the big horses. It's anything but stable in there every single game. Andy, Joe, Kidwo, Flixie, look at the care now that Andy has. Joe rat-a-tatted as he drops off spawn. These guys want to just survive a little bit. Look at the 2 different stakes, 40th versus 6th overall.
Well, look, we talk about things being stable. This fight has been very stable for them. Outside of that first game in day 1, they have just been on an absolute tear here. It's not been much of a problem whatsoever.
I think that absolute might be a word too big for this type of care because it's not going to be completely free every single time. Timing is a big thing for Zandy. Timing and landing is a big thing for Merstash and Malabuka. I'm getting anxiety seeing exactly who's going to win off of spawn right here. Pink down, Anas next. Malabuka time, it's going to be free for them off spawn.
Malabuka time, I like that. I'm down for all the Malabuka time. He can have all my time if he'd like. 2 huge eliminations off spawn. Pink and Anas were the ones to take down Vino and Aqua. And so those 2 will be happy to see them go down. But for Malabuka and Merstash, 2 eliminations off spawn, that will be the catalyst to seeing them potentially go all the way through deep into this game. And hopefully a pop-off for them, not too far away. Falling out of that race, but still never too far, especially with a format that points towards eliminations. Speaking of eliminations, Cammy and Seti, who are on our screen, not usually associated with getting many eliminations. They're not falling too far behind the top 2 teams.
Seti and Cammy.
Hey.
Seti and Cammy. I'm excited. Yeah, you mentioned that. You bring it up. We'll get back to it in just a second. I want to mention Asvi and Refsguard. What's happening on screen here is getting actually close and personal. This is the change overall when it comes to just, impatience, stakes just rising all the way towards the end of the day. 3 more games kind of left to play, 10, 11, and 12. Connor Refsguard like to keep it very distant. This time, it'll be close and personal for Orcadia versus the Falcon by Frost duo. They'll be pushing in a 1v1 on both sides. Should end very, very soon. Clown knows it's a 1v1. He should know the damage he's put down as well. Nothing really rocking, so they'll disengage for now. You mentioned Seti and Kemi specifically, Levin. I don't know where they've come from. It's just the consistency. I knew in the past when we were doing predictions, I knew in the past when we were, talking shop with each other, I expected this to happen, yet I'm still surprised that they're just 16 points away from first.
I've never seen this guy so excited, man. This guy is so excited. to see his team doing well, and I feel for you. I'm backing you here. If Malibu and Massage can't be the ones to win, I'm backing you.
This is why, though, right? Because you and Reese got to go to media day. You and Reese go to lunch together every day. You and Reese sleep in the same bed, right?
Sometimes.
I can be with you and Reese now, and Minnie as well. He's there on the Tayson train.
Of course, understandable.
I just want to be.
You just want to be a part of the crew.
Yeah.
I don't blame you, buddy. I don't blame you. Look, it's a fun crew to be a part of.
Zeke's almost there too. And Queasy, they're catching up. Mappy Flois, Coney Crossroads, talking about timing and stakes kind of clashing. Just saw it with the Arcadia duo versus Ref Squad and Clown. Things tend to snap fast. This entire process, the 12 games, like a rubber band, they stretch real far. Stretch too far though, get too tense, and things just break. Snap back on both sides. There's casualties all around. It stings. It hurts. And that snapback hasn't happened at Coney Crossroads. It hasn't really just broken. Over here at the Joneses, same kind of situation. It's patience. I don't think, Levin, this lasts for the next 2 games.
Yeah, if you allow things to stretch too far, it stops you from really being able to command the area, and that's where things always get edgy for these teams. bugha, we've seen him in this fight so many times, and I've seen him on the winning side a lot of the time, but like we said in previous games, nothing is a guarantee. They almost taken out the NPC now, I think. For a moment, they got panicked.
Dialed in.
Yeah, they were way too dialed in there.
You ever calm damage on an NPC? It's I hit him for 100, 200, 300. How am I hitting for 300?
I'm sure they calmed it. I am sure they calmed it. 100, 200.
Oh man, bugha also stole damage from a third party. This is where things might start to change as well. We saw after like the 3rd game of the day, people starting to do different things. The Jones is getting invaded from one of the sides. bugha and Fury now on a different timer, on a different type of pressure. They were the ones in a very good pinch. Now, due to Rabbit and Fenyayan, they're in the middle of a sandwich.
Save it. Yapko. Will this be the time for redemption?
I mean, it might be, but they're stuck. 89 points. They're kind of in a very similar position of Hen and Queasy in terms of where they are in the game right now, but nothing going on for them yet. They're not that close to getting all the way towards the top spot, and that VR have to make it off of spawn. Fury finally going down. Save it. It's gonna be
Max 3 trying to get in. Look at the boys, they're rolling through. We all know this feeling when a team just won't give you that space, that time. Saber just running through all these old builds, trying to edit his way around, but when these two are on your wall, it's not easy.
It's not even done yet. This is a party at the Joneses. Every single Jonesy is here. Darkus and Zara in the business. They've left the islands. Fenyayan still just, I think they're watching. They bought front row tickets. They're not participating. They're just cheering from the sidelines.
The big thing is though, right, a lot of these teams are teams who have been struggling. A lot of them have been struggling with Surge. If you see the names in the feed, if you know these teams are fighting, you see it from a distance, you realize, look, let's third party, let's get involved. That's why we're seeing it look like a creative map right now, creative PvP fight going on. You don't want to be taking out the AI, that's not your main opponent, but sometimes you do have to sort them out, sit them down. The NPCs can get a bit leery, a bit too big for their boots, but Zara and Darkus, like you said, very much a team that wanted to try to capitalize on the fight, realizing though that things have slowed down, and so they will retreat themselves. They don't want to mess themselves up.
Yeah, and over here is the Andy Joe. Talk about them trying to play patient. On the other side, the desperation from 40th place, from the bottom of the board. Kid1 and Flixie, they took them out. And now a different type of like medium pressure. Reason and the Siptos. Not completely out of the top 10. Nice trap laid down way above the attic. They're sitting in their own little tower. Gonna see if they can find the time to take this fight. Type of characteristic miss from Reason, but he controls all sides. 1v2ing basically. This man hasn't put down a single build. He's all brawn and he's going for it still. Just how much ammunition does he have in these mags? It's crazy. He hasn't stopped. Swapping possibly as well, and oh my goodness. At the very end, running out of steam, running out of gas, Flixie and Kidwo, they survived the onslaught of Reason and the
Hey,
Siptos.
look, Flixie and Kidwo ain't had much success against Joe and Ziandi. But when Reason and the Siptos came through, Flixie decided to put on a show.
That's 2 fights they've won so far now. That's huge. going straight in with 4 eliminations before this mid-game even starts. This should be way more than good on Surge.
Yeah, 12-point game already. It's real nice.
Moving out of the desert now, we look at the zone, look at everything that's happened early game. Reese should have some recap for us to talk about.
Thank you very much, gents. I do indeed. Aqua and Vino got very lucky. They managed to get the gunner spawn, and so far have now got the 2 launch pads from the vault on top of that. So they are absolutely set up to win.
It's the Risa recap. You love to see it. We talk so much about how much that spawn of the gunner NPC is pivotal to how or who holds the power, right? Whether that be Thomas and Trippin or Aqua and Vino. The gun NPC spawn in terms of the side of Cavern, or yeah, in terms of the side of Command Cavern. I thought I said Covert Cavern, but in terms of the side it spawns on, it's 50-50, right? So this time going in the favor of Aqua Vino. Joe with Ziandi down up against Flixie and Kidua. We saw they had 4 eliminations, and this was the other 2 that they were able to pick up. Joe did his best to put Flixie down, but Kiduo came through just in the nick of time. And so a team who, I think we actually just jinxed them, because we started this whole game talking about how they just don't lose. They've been dominant. It's been a constant. And then they go down. I'm sorry, Joe and Ziandi. I apologize.
Hey, and I'm sorry for this one in advance, okay? Look at me real quick.
No, don't say it, don't say it.
I'm saying it. You know, Ziandi might have been joking around, but on the other side of things, Flixie wasn't kidwoing around. That's not a, there's no way it's a real laugh. There's just...
It was a fake laugh. That was awful.
That was good, though.
Tayson, Uruguay. In the heat of battle right now, at the Collider.
I want a second opinion.
You're not getting this.
I'm looking around, there's no one on the stage.
You want to bring Reese back? I'm sure Reese loved your joke. Don't worry, it's fine. Somebody out. If you liked Shire's joke, let him know in the Twitch chat.
I'm gonna be called a joke, man.
I hope they do.
Okay, Clown and Rascard are on our screens.
You're seeing the effects, right? Of course, the game started with them being splintered. Rescard was down. You got 2v1 by Asvi and Siren, but now Clown was able to pick him up. It's why they're so deep in Storm. They've not been able to play out this game normally like a regular duo would. Taking a bit of extra time there. Trippin, Thomas, obviously did not have the vault this time, but how many times do we watch this team when they need to do damage for Surge and they just go and hit a couple headshots like it's nothing, all casual like?
It's the buff of the observer, you know?
It's the observer buff?
Observer buff, yeah. Watching them, they feel the spotlight, they feel the pressure, you know? Feel the damage, get it done, get it down. Right now, a lot of teams up in that same type of situation. Savage might be in a bad situation in terms of getting hit in this fight, but they definitely want to keep aggressing here, definitely want to stay box to box, going for these edits, the big shots. 174 below, 100 trade, and now 74 down. Still, in terms of threshold, in terms of Surge, they need to do damage. That edit, stopping Savage and saving him, but he goes right back up. No defensive wall place. Very uncharacteristic, lack of awareness here, but Benji quickly gets things in tow. He has all the edits too. It's Shizo they're fighting.
Yeah, it's not looking good for these men whatsoever. They need to start doing some damage. To be fair, the teams that they are in and around aren't teams that necessarily have big saying power in the games, and so maybe they can steal their shine. Vanyak, someone who has shined on multiple occasions now. Day 1 and day 2, sitting in 10th place. But I don't think that's going to be the case. I wonder who hit that shot, because that was crazy. He's down to 3 HP. Kami as well, taking some time to heal.
Hydro and Belushi are the ones playing defense here, and we know they're a very sticky duo. They never forget any damage you deal to them, never forget where you are, and when you're close to them, very, very hard to just get rid of. And look at where they are in this fight. No one around right now whatsoever.
Yeah, well, look, Vanyak actually went down to Mustache in the feed. So it was him from a distance that was hitting them shots. And they are now a lot worse for wear. Kami as a solo with not much in the means of materials after spending so much in this fight. Hydro's actually gone down as well. But Lucy's struggling to stay alive. If that is still Malibuka Mustache, these guys are relentless. Like, that would be crazy if it's still them just from the distance. But Hydra now goes down as well. So we got 2 solos here. I'm sure they'll know they're solos, and so the goal is to get in, but Kami, they didn't even let him get a chance.
Belusi does not want to even edit down and go for that fight. Any wall rebuilding, he's going to be the one just completely ratted out. Thomas HD Trippern trying to do their best Mustache type of influence of damage on the server. And we soon will land a few shots. Playing essentially a side scroller right now. Not going to find much. Tilted Towers endgame. DKS and Bat Sniper are in the business. Should have a very good zone to play in.
This will be fun. I wonder if we can go back and check, in terms of Thomas and Trippin, the games that they've been, you know, good in, whether it's always been the games where they get the vault or not. I'm sure it's more likely that the vault games have been their best games.
Yeah.
Right? If we're just thinking from the perspective of having pads, but I'd love to actually get the numbers on it. That would be fun. Obviously, this is a game where they don't have the pads from the vault, so they'll have to get creative, look to recycle some pads as well if they can.
And this is the effect of zone kind of closing in towards the center. Loss of pressure on all sides, room for people to move, but basically sentry towers set up for everyone to be able to move past and climb. You mess up builds for a second, it costs you HP. Flodax, incorrect elevation on placing the wall. Suddy and Kami, they see it, they smell it, and they take strike.
Yeah, they're sitting in a really nice position up on this hill. We know they like to be in this general area anyway for Surge earlier in the game in first and second zone. They've probably not had to move much at all this game. Sitting comfy, perched up above. Highest team in the lobby, it seems, from an elevation standpoint, or one of them at the least. And plenty of dwindling players all around them, ready to give them opportunities for even more damage, even more shots.
276 leading the lobby. Uguay and Tayson on screen right now. Once this zone locks in, we'll know their game plan and where they need to move. Meanwhile, looks like Noah Riley with Deal are in a very tough situation rotating in. Queasy picks up one of the eliminations. On the other side, Quinberry wraps up another. Shouldn't really be a box fight we're looking at. There's one Soul Red Arrow at the south side moving and trying to get in, and Tayson, Uguay, they pull a really good portion of this zone. Being able to be here, not only be able to rebuild, but claim so much, their move is to get even more of this entire building, deny access for many of the players down below.
And the big thing is about Tilted being on these buildings, so many opportunities for teams to refarm, right? They can now look to try get their brick up to cap. I don't think there's going to be much metal in that building, but they'll try their best. Oh,
wow.
Hellfire. That was a jump scare and a half, but he kept his composure.
And he's rewarded. Gold Striker. That's what he was up against as well. It was lined up, and he won that fight.
Is he that guy? Is he the guy right now?
We've actually asked that, I think, about him before. And the answer is definitive maybe. So I'm going to with a possibly at the start. Right? This is the game where you can really make a difference. Game number 10.
ב-FNCS או טורניר אחר?
Come back or hold on? That's the question for them. That's the same question for Stompy and Jew as well. 7th place overall. Right behind just, you know, the echelon of top 5. They want to move in.
And they've done so well. I feel like so many times in these games today, we've seen them playing the dead side of the zone, nobody really around them, being in awkward positions to get surged, but coming through nevertheless, hitting the shots when they need to be hit.
מה, איך קוראים לו?
Into good end games where you're accumulating.
כמה כסף הוא זכר?
Saying to be said for Kami and Seti, but say, you gotta actually make it to end game, son. You gotta be careful.
היה ישראלי אחד שהגיע מקום שישי בסולו. איך קוראים לו? הוא אחר בדיוק.
Hitting each other instead of the players, unfortunate. They're gonna need damage.
הוא זכה אז $20,000.
In general, Thomas is getting a few blows.
נראה לי,
They have to move right now, Levin, and then try to get above this threshold. Thomas is really working it.
ועל עוד איזה טורניר עלים התחיל $5,000.
going across, going off, but as we get so small in the
זה מזמן, אני לא יודע אם יש משהו חדש. זהו, ישן עכשיו, לא שאלתי. אוקיי, סבבה. הבנתי, יפה. מה, הוא שיחק סולו או דואו, טריו, מה היה? 6. איזה מקום הוא היה?
Okay, hold up, scram hellfire. Lobby focus.
Hold on them, so Tayson and Thomas are sitting in a really nice position. They'll have to do damage shots to stay in the game.
This is just too much overwhelming for hellfire and scram.
במקום 6, זה אותו אחד שאני חושב עליו.
Max moving in terms of space. Just caught off on the top left side of the zone. Have one or two teams focusing on their position right now, and they've heard 2 shield cracks. This launch pad, they're gonna have to wiggle in the air like they haven't before.
Yeah, I think Hellfire is just scouting around to see if maybe they can recycle, right? They want to save this pad, clearly, but it might just be the better, safer option to try and use it. Maybe even a short pad wrapped around the right side. I think they will look to go high on it. But they need to make sure they don't get sprayed as they make their way in. They've now made that rotation. The pad comes through. They wrap their way around, trying to use the buildings to protect themselves. The line of sights. Aqua and Vino no longer sitting in first place as we watch them, but certainly on a pathway to doing so.
And all they wanted to do is just skip any portions of the game that are very troublesome for them. So off spawn, things look very good. Everything's fine, and they got the vault. And then just moving from the 4th to 5th zone, getting to a half and half that's too far. Looks like they pulled it this time. They're going to be fine with the refarm, fine inside this base. Up top, Hen and Queasy trying again, but this time the stakes very different. The top 3 teams, the top 4 teams, all still alive, all veining for heights.
We saw a back-to-back 4 dominant height team yesterday. Aqua and Vino, they won 2 games back-to-back, playing up on height. Will Queasy and Hen look to steal their flow, word for word, bar for bar. Or will they succumb to the pressure now that Tayson and Chapix and Vino and Aqua are in this lobby, are in this game?
I mean, it was their song before, right? No features. This time, the tune, the song, it's very different. Yeah, a lot more active. The BPM higher. We have Tayson and Ugwe right across with them. Just saying, we're going to hold on to this height. Look at this. This is the telegraphing of this height fight. Marco Clinberry, the same height as Tayson and Ugwe as well. They might be able to stay up top here too. Might not be an impact on the leaderboards, but a chance here. What are Tayson and Ugwe going to do? They're looking for a pad anywhere, somewhere, using...
Oh, they can't find one. They're searching. They know one's here, but they don't know where it is.
No way.
They're using so many chunk smashes.
No way.
They are looking. I've seen this happen to them early in the season where they really struggle to find one.
Zone's gone.
Yeah, they just need to. They need to pad. They need to find one. They finally do find one, but look
3,
at the HP.
2, 1.
It's done. Tayson down. Chapix, will he follow? No.
3,
He's able to
2,
in maybe
1.
Down. They spent way too long searching for a recycled pad. It happened to them so many times earlier in the season. That was one of their biggest hiccups at this stage in the game. But that trip up will be everything Aqua and Vino were hoping for. They are in the zone. They're looking more comfy, and they're using a pad now. A pad that Tayson and Ugwe so hoped they could have had. And this is what they wanted to do with it. Take height. But Aqua and Vino are fighting for it now.
Aqua did this once before, took a head immediately. This time is his position that he gains. Afterwards, looking for Queasy's head first. He doesn't find it, sees the body of Hen for a split second, and gets the big shot right on his back. And now they have the essence of control slightly, and a knock to Hen down. Can't hold on to the pressure that Aqua and Vino put down.
A repeat of what we saw yesterday. Queasy having to play as a solo. Nebs hitting big shots onto Juice. Stompy now will be a solo, but the battle for height is what everybody had their eyes on. Stompy now trying to get the revenge. He doesn't want to allow Juice to go down without a fight. But the chunk splashes are so much more valuable. They give him time. They give him hope in this game.
Midground not wanting to lose control either. Down below is a river. It's going to be tricky to cross that without the proper boots, without your feet ready to go. Meanwhile, Rabbit going down. Mustache still active in this game, looking for many shots. The 3rd place team and the 4th place team in the similar position inside that midground. Mustache and Malabuka, they look so much better off.
Boots on the ground and the troops are there with him. Mustache looking in the backside of the zone. He knows where the opportunities for eliminations are. It's players like Stompy just up above their layer. He needs to protect himself, needs to make sure these are his builds, these are his edits, because he's struggling when it comes to HP, and he's going to continue to struggle with the likes of those guys still in this lobby. Aqua though, no materials. This is a desperate elimination, and Asby might have just gifted them what they needed to win this game.
תודה רבה, אני הולך לעשות חדה, כן.
Lackluster in that regard, but the zone pulling back will give them the extra time needed.
They catch a breath, and so does the entire lobby. A moment to think what to do next. It's going unpast everyone's builds perfectly. Marco, the only casualty for this one. Only one shot in the air, one sound wave from Floki. Silence for the rest. Vico looking next. Can't find much for now, but a tree in the way to give him a bit more room to work with in terms of Matt setting it. Drop down, Floki and Clement. Take him out.
They wiped those guys clean. Bugha Mustache will be licking their lips at that opportunity now. They might just be the last dominant mid-ground team in this game. Can they continue, though, to wipe teams out? 5 builds, they're lacking. Looking similar very much to Cammy and Seti were. But they need to hit bigger shots, bigger firepower, and Stompy gives them that opportunity. Mustache is feeling it. Not got as many eliminations as he did yesterday, but still has that firepower. Vino and Aqua might just have to force them down to low, where they will collide with the Frenchies. Cloaking Clement, Siren as a solo. He doesn't have his teammate, but does he have the shots? Jackson so low, lurking around. All these teams again just posting towards each other. Eventually, Jackson runs into Cloaking Clement, and Mustache Malab. But these guys have total control here, and materials left as well.
It'll be a long drag with a minute and 30 still left in the tank. Floki takes out Jackson, but it takes a huge toll on his HP bar. Bugha now moving, taken down.
יש עוד 2 משחקים, עכשיו הם בסוף עוד פעם וינו עם אקווה ינצחו. עוד 2 משחקים זה 40 דקות. זה מסתיים ב-11.
Nothing left. No riches, no wealth for the moment. Everything, the power, Aqua's control. Another VR for this duel. They've taken it so far, but Vino's now affected. Chuck splashes have to come in. Aqua, the only person with max HP. Vino taking it down. Aqua looking for the big shot. It's not too bad. 180 is the final one. Dodges Floki. One more shot to make. One more voice heard, but Aqua's denied access into the zone. He's looking for it. The mantle. Refresh, not loaded. He has 2 shots in the shotgun. One more put in. Looking for it. Has no match to Floki. He says hello, but then Floki says goodbye. And is taken down.
Aqua and Vino were so close to another victory royale, but it just didn't come through at the end. Vino Aqua didn't have the material to stay in the game, and in the end it was the Frenchies from out of nowhere. It seemed they dominated and they closed out the fight. Swanky, Nerves of Steel using those floppers in the final moments and connecting with a big shot. That was so close, Sayo. But these are the kind of games that mean the most when you're Floki Clement trying to rise your way in the standings.
That was power and space versus control and time. Up top, Aqua Vino had to take care of so much. They had no ammo left, no mats left. Floki Clement, they waited. They were patient, got things harpooned from them, but that final 2v2, they held strong.
I'll be honest, for a moment, just a slight moment, when Aqua took down Clement, I thought to myself, it's wraps. It's wraps. I just thought, look, he's going to get a refresh. Did not lose his cool, kept it going, and I'm sure that's going to reflect on the standings as well.
Absolutely. They have to change drastically with this one. Seti Cammy also, and Mustache and Bugha towards that end game. Boys, just take it over. I need to breathe. Take it over.
Wow, my goodness. So, yes, Aqua Vino did not find themselves a victory royale, but they still had eliminations. They still had the 2nd place. The damage is done.
The damage is done, but one thing was the catalyst that game for the entire leaderboard, and that was Tayson going down early. Ooh. This was an absolute shake-up for everyone here. We saw it in zone, them kind of running away, trying to find a launch pad. I think they used their only launch pad that they had to get to the 5th zone. Then when it came to moving zones, they just couldn't find anything. They eventually got the reuse on one there, and that took Tayson down, and it was just too late for bugha at the same time as well, which is such a shame. They actually, at that moment, had overtaken into 1st place. If you saw right at the bottom, they'd overtaken Vino at that point. What that means now is that all those 3rd and 4th place teams at the time are going to start catching up.
Absolutely crazy. We can't forget Aqua and Vino as well. I mean, just absolutely insane. We have to kind of remind you guys, this is the 50 best duos in EU, and they're still showing up in these games, right?
Yeah, they really are. And they're showing up right up on the high ground. We saw Hen and Queasy there, just all the way up on high ground. And it was almost a remake of what happened earlier on, well, further on down the line. We saw Hen, of course, going down to Vino, the big 180 pump, which we saw, I believe, in the qualifiers. We saw that happen. Or maybe in the qualifiers. And it was just unbelievable scenes. But now we saw, of course, Hen going down to full damage. And that opened the door wide open for Aqua and Vino to take high ground. There was a moment here. This edit right here.
It's crazy.
We were talking about, this was crazy. It may only seem like a little edit, a little ramp edit, but that gave him the elevation over onto Floki, and he was just able to quite get the elimination. He couldn't quite get the elimination onto Floki, though. Very, very close from Aqua, and almost a solo clutch.
Bro, this was, like I said, that ramp flip was probably one of the coolest plays we've seen in endgame. We were sitting here on the edge of our, I was going to say seat, on the edge of our stage, just ready for that clutch to happen. I wanted to see that fourth win come through, but unfortunately it wasn't for them. Of course, Floki and Clement, massive props to them for a victory, because that's going to fly them up the leaderboards as well.
Can't forget about mustache. Oh my God, mustache and Malibu. I got it. Yeah, let's talk about that duo. Just save me, please. Send help.
I mean, these guys are nuts. Let's be real. At the same time, they have had another great game, right? And this is one of the teams that I've just said has been opened up for by Tayson going down so well. When we see the leaderboards, Mustache Malabuka now are going to be very tight. You know, this was looking like a two-horse race, like we said. Now, I think there's 4 teams that are in the running for the next 2 games to be able to be the FNCS champions.
Yeah, this was absolutely crazy. I mean, it was a little bit of a choke from Tayson and bugha, but look at that. That is the effects that it has had on the rest of the standings. And of course, it gets very, very close, and the points are very, very close as well.
I was wondering there for a second if this would be closer between Vino and Aqua, but of course them being second there, they've jumped up a significant margin at this moment. But now from second to fourth, this is intense. We have to watch Vino and Aqua carefully off spawn here, because if they go down early, yet again, the next 3 teams have that opportunity to catch up.
That'll be, I don't want to say interesting, because then that means the last game of the day will be that much crazier.
Look, I love Vino and Aqua, but you know, we were here for the entertainment.
Oh, yeah. We're here for the entertainment. I'm entertained already. If you guys at home are not entertained, I don't know what will, because this is intense. We're seeing teams right at the top, and we saw it in that last game. Every single top team was involved in that endgame. Every single one of them had a say, but it was the choke from Tayson and bugha that opened the doors wide open for some of these teams that were below them to really move their way up into the leaderboard. And look at that. Vino and Aqua still on top. They're trying to make their way onto the top. They're doing it. They're doing it. There's 2 more games to go. Can they get it done?
They can't make a misstep, though. That's the scariest part, right? We see them fall way too early. They make mistakes like what we just saw, and it's going to cost them an Axe of Champions.
Potentially, and let's be real. Aqua is one of the best players in the world. Before Chapter 2, Season 2, he was in the GOAT discussion, and a long time has passed since then. He's had injuries and all this kind of thing, and for him to have the opportunity now to be able to get another title, man, that sets a lot of people's hopes up, including myself.
Yeah, definitely. We talk about how good Vino is as solo, but let's put some respect on Aqua's name. If there isn't already some there, let's make it, you know, recent. Let's put some recent respect on Aqua's name, because he right there was incredible.
Oh my goodness, guys. Oh, the hype is so real. I'm getting so excited. We are ready here to go into the next game of the FNCS. Remember, we only have 2 left to go, and that's it. We're done for this season. So find your seats on the battle bus. This is game 11.
Game number 11, the penultimate game of the FNCS finals. Everything we've done this season building up to these 2 final games. And once again, it's so tight on the leaderboards. It's such a close race, but one that we're going to have to closely follow across 1 to 5 in that standings.
Yeah, first place kind of has their little bit of a boat ahead on high seas, right? Everyone else side by side. And what we've seen so far, 11, one of these teams usually goes down off spawn, and then one maybe doesn't make it to the end game.
I think the last game definitely had us on the edge of our stage as well, right? But it's very much one that I think the players will be hoping they could get back. Another chance at that, and things maybe go differently. So we're going to head right into the game and see who will step up when it matters truly the most.
And it's not just the top 5, it's the rest of the board as well. This is their last chance to make a change. Their last chance to find some type of rhythm to take in to the final game after this one. Everyone jumping off that bus has one thing on their mind: how does spawn look like? How can we do the most to try and get all the points and win this game?
David and Yakpo over here at the Joneses. This is not the start you want to be having. Save it down to 16 HP. just the one build remaining as well, will get the time and space needed, and the auto shot eat will be nice. But he needs to get his HP up first.
Yapko doesn't have the best type of load at all for a fight at the Joneses. You want something a little bit more long range. Okay, not maximum long range. Maybe just an AR somewhere, another SMG to find, and now he's getting started to be taken down. Has the splashes, or the kegs at least, to be able to take some HP from, but I don't think this is the best start to their day at all.
Some would argue, though, it's a better start than some of the previous ones. We've seen them go down early. We've seen third parties rolling through quickly as well. And so if you're them, you've got to just take this and roll with the punches, take it within your stride and try it and make the most out of it. Only one team going down so far this game. 49 players, or teams, sorry, still in this one.
Fury on the back door, looking for a few shots. Not going to find much. Thing is, Save It and Yapko haven't been farming as much as this team. Look at Fury, 300 builds. They can really force this box fight. We'll have to get in. Have limited ammunition is kind of the situation for both sides. bugha and Fury have the best loadout to be able to take this fight. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, everyone is playing this so safe and secure. No one has really gone down just yet at all.
Yeah, you can see how patiently bugha is moving around. It's just slowly but surely taking every single build. This, on the right of our screens, is very interesting. bugha playing as a solo. Mustache has been taken out. And this is the fear every single game with this team, right? We know that once you put them in endgames, they can be explosive. But if they can't make it off spawn, then that isn't even something that can truly be discussed. It looks like bugha went down to Yakpo over there at the Joneses. And so maybe a bit of a reverse in terms of how that fight has typically played out over the past couple games. But bugha, will he be able to bring Mustache back into the game, and will they be able to salvage their game?
What does the game state look like as well? Which teams are kind of sticking around? One of the first times we're watching Hydro and Belusi go down. Hellfire taking out Leon, so they're really stretching maybe to the bottom left side of this map, or maybe Leon switching things up, wants that whiplash, wants the vehicle, wants a better chance at this game. Not gonna happen this time. Tayson, bugha, second overall, 290 points. They're about 25 away from first.
They need to have a big game, and we know they're capable of it, of course. I'm sure a lot of people were perplexed about how or what went wrong. Why on earth did they go down in the manner they did? We know teams will look to recycle pads, especially once they have such a long journey to travel. They had to basically travel from one side of Tilted to the other. And so they realized, look, we need to recycle a pad. They saw teams padding and they heard a pad. And so they knew there was one on their side, but they just took so long trying to locate it. And it caused them to go down to the storm as they ran out of time and ran out of chug splashes.
I hope they don't go completely opposite this time, right? Like, invest everything immediately. They'll run out of gas to play the rest of the game. I'm talking about still Tayson and bugha.
Yeah, the big thing for them, right, is just like, how do you bounce back from such a disappointing game? How do you stay on top of it mentally?
I mean, the mental must be good for Vino Aqua right now. Have a little bit of breathing room. Have Gunner's card for the vault. And the coolest thing I feel like at the moment when we're flying in, their tags overall for first place glowing red. I think that's villainous. You know, a little bit devious as well. Every team looking at them as the villain to overtake, and no one's done it so far. Look at that.
You can see it is going red, and that's very much something that I think is representative, especially in the manner that you referred to it, of who they are and their identity in this lobby.
Okay, are we gonna see something akin to Qualls? Are we gonna see a clash early? Vino's kind of by himself, and things are being taken into account here from those teams in Command Cavern fighting inside. On the outside, we saw Mustache go down. I think Pinkin and Nos know exactly where the card is and are really guarding him out. I think bugha's the biggest issue right now.
Perhaps he needs to get away.
Yeah.
It doesn't turn out, but they're chasing.
Oh my goodness, he's going straight into Thomas and Trippin right now. They're going to hear that zip line as well. They're following fast. bugha, how long can he survive until the help comes from the team on the right side? Thomas and Trippin, they're going to see things now. Anas and Pink stopping the tracks. Pink down to 1 HP, and I think I see Aqua on the other side. This is a huge domino effect. Team after team now in Cavern. The top 5 of the board are looking at each other, seeing what to do next.
bugha is not just making waves right now, he's caused a tsunami. All these top Cavern teams now just looking at each other, postured up against one another, all because bugha was trying to scurry around and get his teammate back in the game.
Who got the scan?
Scan will come through. I think regardless of who got the scan, the fight now is just not much of a possibility. All teams need to retreat, and bugha will get a scan of his own just to get that extra information, and so he'll know Pink is below him. But wow, that was almost really dicey. That could have been like actual just FNCS. So like Tayson and bugha would have just been a vibing looking at the feed if that had broken out into a fight there.
Hey, so would have Steady and Cam, and I think that's the biggest thing right now. Every time we see issues with these Cavern teams, we see issues with all the Cavern teams inside the game. Every time it's outside of the Cavern, then it's just Steady and Cammy and Tayson and bugha with the issues. They kind of have a separation inside the top 5. Meanwhile, for the rest of the lobby, the top 30, the top 15, Squeeze and Alex, not done just yet. It feels like they're taking, you know, 1 stride in, 2 strides out when it comes to these games in some good end game positions, but then targeted by other teams. It's tough for them to find a footing.
Yeah, I think they had big expectations coming into it, haven't quite lived up to that. You know, we were joking about how they got boxed game 1 of day 1, and they sort of never had the momentum back from that, right? It was just really tough on them. Obviously, we talked about how they're better game day 2 players. I'm not sure if it's been too much better than what they had in day 1, but certainly a team who, with 2 good last couple games, they can move themselves up a great deal. And that's the big thing. Of course, we all have our eyes on seeing who will be the ones to get the ultimate victory royale and win the whole event. But moving yourself up in the standings, even if it is from 30th to 17th, for example, that is huge in terms of the prize earning potential.
Scram and Hellfire will have that on their mind as well. The similarity between them and the duo we just looked at, Endalex and Squeeze, both first place finishers inside their respective qualifiers. For Scram Hellfire, it was the 3rd, and then for Endalex and Squeeze, it was that 2nd one. I think the biggest difference between then and now are some of these god teams rolling in, some of the people inside the top 5. Endalex got to play overall when Aqua wasn't in the business. Hellfire Scram, the way they were playing, Mustache and bugha weren't around. Now with those extra factors in play, you can see the real difficulty of these lobbies.
Yeah, and you're seeing the difficulty Aqua's facing, just trying to make his way through Cavern now as the zone's closing in. Thomas and Trippin, we talked about how many times we saw this fight during the qualifiers. They've been civil so far in the finals.
Look at the left side. So many arrows, both in the Cavern and then looking at it for Surge when people start to move out.
Yeah, but these teams, a lot of them will be able to stay in the Cavern for a decent amount of time. The north side of the zone looks a bit less congested, and so I think we're starting to see maybe some of those teams vying to go up that side towards the logjam lumberyard area, but they can't all go there.
Meanwhile, on greener pastures, Tayson bugha, no difference at all for them. Still surprising to see that, you know, not everyone's familiar with the canon no-build situations that are happening. Let's familiarize ourselves with what has been happening in game with Minimon.
Thank you, Shy. Now, we're looking at Tayson and bugha right now. They're picking up tags in a very uncharacteristic and a sort of unusual way. They're not actually boxed up just outside of the collider. A lot of teams are boxed up in huge bases, which really alerts the other teams around them that there are teams around nearby. So if they're not in the box, they can stay a little bit more low-key and pick up a lot more tags.
To do it all sneaky beaky like.
That was a good one.
Yeah.
That was one of your better ones.
It's good for them to do that, though, because when they have that freedom of moving around a little bit, not tied to a 3-story box, things like this can happen. Fights break out, they can stretch into them, they can fight from the outside in, they can hold on to their space and spread out wide instead of high. As a result, picking up an early elimination, having paths as well in tow, Tayson bugha looking really good.
Yeah, with the zone sort of meaning that a lot of the teams are going to be coming towards the collider. If they're set up in a nice position, they'll continue to get more eliminations, more tags. bugha still win this one as a solo. Unfortunately, though, still doesn't have Mustache with him. In one of the newer parts of Command Cavern, some people, if you've been playing the season, you don't recognize where he is in Command Cavern. In the newest update, he added an extra sneaky little area. Still nice. Some extra loot there. Because, of course, we all know Cavern needed more loot,
100%,
right?
yeah. I literally, like, you know, reported that in game. We need more Cavern loot. I want 20 teams landing here.
Oh, man, I wouldn't be surprised. Wouldn't be surprised.
Oh, man. One of the teams having a little bit of struggle some games off landing. Other games looking really well. They were just on our screen, True like Shicho. We'll tune in with them in a sec. They're looking on the way outside end of that top 10. Vino, tagged up by bugha. This man does not want to go down without a fight. Aqua now looking at him, bobbing and weaving through the grates of the scaffoldings on the right. He finds a few tags.
I love how even as a solo here, right, still making to stay on top of Surge. Even though he knows, like, these are, like, some of the best teams, the best players. It's only really, you know, the God squads in this general area, but I ain't fumbling. I'm getting my damage for Surge so that when I do get Mustache back in the game, hopefully, if that is the goal for him, they aren't struggling in that regard. Nicely done. Still has a way to go, though, as you can see. Just barely above it.
Where is this zone going? I mean, in a good place for both Thomas and Tayson right now. Usually when I'm saying that in seasons past, I'm talking about one team. In this one, fortunately or unfortunately, depending on what you're a fan of, that is two different ones entirely. Nebs and Kinzel, they're taking fights of their own, getting close and personal to be able to solve their Surge issues. We mentioned Surge, Levin mentions tags. We're talking about a mechanic where if you don't deal enough damage, you get dealt damage. You can see the threshold on the right side of the screen that tracks the damage you do. Two different situations. Nebs and Kinzel on the left side don't have that much, just double digits above. They're still fighting. Cammy and Seti, a little bit more strategic, cranial, patient, outside in, not looking for box fights. They're up high because they've based up so early, Levin. They've been going for tags since, like, the game started.
Yeah, but even in that regard, right, you see how they're rotating in late. Right, they're one of the few teams still yet to make their way into zone, and that's going to cost them here. So many players looking at them. You can see those arrows in the bottom right, directed in their way. They finally are able to get themselves into a building over at the Collider.
Oh my. And Alexa Sweet's pushing them. These are the two different stakes. And they know the damage.
They're so aggressive.
He's down. And Cammy is gone next. Third place in the second last game, taken out by 30th.
That is huge. And the Let's and Swedes are such an aggressive team. And so given an opportunity to fight for Surge like that, they usually will take it. And unfortunately, Cammy and Seti on the receiving end of that, they got the rotation wrong. They were way too late, made themselves a target. And speaking of targets, bugha, is he about to 1v2 benjyfishy and Savage? Is this a repeat of some steamy stacks action from way back when? Some old comrades, or foes, I should say, going at it. And Mr. Savage, I don't think Benji will be able to get him back up, so they're just going to have to 1v1 now. All the fanboys are already going at it on socials. But who's going to win this fight? bugha has already picked up one. The Siphon comes in, and that puts him at 200 HP. And Benji now needs to stay composed, can't afford to start shaking, wobbling. He has to stay strong, and he does. Hits a big shot. That's nice from Benji, but bugha returns with one of his own. Both of them pushing against each other, but just as Benji turns around, bugha says night, night. A 1v2 from bugha on benjyfishy and Mr. Savage.
Seasons of frustrations. A whole chapter's worth of a fight.
Oh my goodness.
Put into the power of bugha's beam. It's bugha time, baby.
No, that genuinely is generational frustration. The war for steamy stacks. And maybe the true victors. So do I. Wow. We're throwing it back right now in game number 11 of the FNCS. We've got this game and one more to follow until we crown our champions. And Vanya can call me.
Is that from bugha as well? No.
No.
Someone else.
No. I was about to say, if that was bugha again, it was Vidil that took him out. But bugha, he seems to have the power of 2 players in one. Mustache is watching from the sidelines, but I'm sure he's impressed. We'll see how much more damage bugha can do in these games.
My man better be getting a raise after this. What we're seeing right now in Storm out of Storm is just insane, and it pulls towards the middle as well. Advantageous for many duels all the way around. There'll be tons of distractions. All of these solos, like bugha right now, will have so much more room to move in towards Shifty. Ju as well in that same spot, 6th place, and he knows that Cammy Seti ahead of him down. He's seen bugha just soloing so far, and Mustache possibly down in the feed as well. He'll be able to just fly quickly. A few tags taken on another team in front of him to quickly switch sights to himself, and everyone then looks at him in the lobby. You cannot fly for free.
I get the desperation, wanted to try get into zone, but that was not the pad there to make. So many eyes were on him. Nobody was really doing anything, and so the instant in which he padded, that caught the attention of everybody else in the lobby. Just got way too ahead of himself there, Ju, unfortunately. And so now for a team that's done so well, they'll have to wait till the last game.
We're seeing the perspective of high ground right now. This is literally high ground right here, based up side by side. Aqua, Vino, Thomas, Tripper, Hen, Queasy. Every game, one of these guys is starting on heights, and Aqua and Vino's taking it right after the fact.
The 3 beacons of height, and like you said, when Aqua and Vino have a say, they've just not lost it. I've never seen a team just be so effective and so consistent in winning the battles for height.
And that consistency is making the lobby mad. Once again, follow that red glow around them. Embrace their darkness right now as they fly towards the center of the circle. Battling against Mustache and bugha, their surge should be fine. A pad also for Thomas and Tripper to use. A pad as well for the next team, and Queasy to fly by with bugha still alive right now, and somehow his mats look so good. 2 elims moving into zone. He's fine for the next stage of the game.
He's gonna pull zone here, watch.
Can my voice go any higher than this? Like, what is going on?
Imagine the scenes if he pulls zone here. The absolute scenes if he pulls zone.
Should I talk to my crows?
You gotta talk to the crows, it might be time.
Ah, but Thomas AC's on screen as well, you know. You know what my crows like.
You can't play both sides.
They're on opposite sides of the map right now. Aqua slightly towards the middle. You can see what that red team's going for. Restguard and Clown, 16th place, just like Analex and Squeeze. Their stakes slightly different. Below on Surge as well. They will be looking to aggro here, dealing that damage. And once Restguard starts, he cannot stop. It's Save It, and Yapko and Save It is stopped in his tracks. The running man. Oh my goodness.
That is so rough. When the tree's there like that, you can't build on it. And Savin was not aware to that. He dropped down on the wrong side. Refsguard was prepared and took him out.
bugha pulling that zone towards the south side. The Crows have spoken. He's there and he's chilling, and he has to stay secure.
I knew it. The script writers, they don't even try hide it anymore. They don't even try hide it. bugha pulls the zone. He's claimed the Benji RNG.
Think about this though, right? This man is surrounded by warriors who are thirsty and hungry. Everyone around here is low on Surge. I think Clement and Floki were taking damage from Surge. It's stopped now. bugha, he's in trouble.
He could be very well in trouble, but the good thing is that when moving starts, there are teams around him that we know have pads, and so he will be able to recycle. So realistically, bar any hiccups, he's going to be in the end game. He's going to be in the moving zones, and when that's a possibility, we know what bugha can do. Vino, this guy, this brother.
His shots are like heartbeats, Levin.
This brother.
Boom, boom, boom. You know what I mean?
So rhythmic.
That's all he needs.
It's so rhythmic. The pattern is just so clean. But we know where it's all leading to. Eventually, a height take will be needed. Queasy and Hen, as usual, posturing towards it for first moving.
Oh, I'm worried. I'm worried. Every time Queasy and Hen are in this situation, I mean, look at the comms, you watch their streams, one of them does something, Levin. One of them just ends up building too many ramps or goes crazy. This time, it actually works for him. Hen, who's usually the overbuilder, the overachiever in these moments, finds Jackson. It's a vital elimination. Big points for his team.
See though, we've seen this many times today already. These guys looking healthy, strong on height, pressuring teams all around the lobby. But once Vino and Aqua start getting involved, they start to shut up. They start to get quiet. Their hands get clammy. And you can see Hen looking in the direction of them.
They're spotting something. These guys have been in this position 3 times now. They haven't won against Aqua once. They find a beam, huge, that's Vico down, finds the second part of the duo, sees pads all around him. They have not been able to successfully defend height against Aqua and Vino. Those guys alive in this game looking for their pad, their chance to take control once again.
So many players and names in the sky. We talked about how Malibu could be able to recycle a pad. That's exactly what he's done. But where can he land? Will he look to land on someone and just get in their box? Not doing that just yet. Actually, he will though. Takes the wall. There is a duo in that box, but he doesn't care. He just wants to hit some shots. Can't connect to a big enough pump. 40 gets done. Can he get the knock? He will get the finish as well. And that's huge. No, he won't be able to recover the body. I thought he'd be able to throw it away and get the loot from it. He desperately will need it, but Chicho is below him and blocking that path.
Now on the top left side, heading Queasy, they're waiting for it. Aqua and Vino way back in the storm, have splashes, might do the exact same that Tayson and bugha did games before. Aqua, he's gonna find a last-minute siphon, jump straight into the zone. Huge for him to live, but look up top, the one-game wonders, it feels like, every day. No O'Reilly and Badil, they're here.
This might be the game where they do it. Queasy and Hen, again, trying to chop height, and they will chop it successfully. No O'Reilly having to take a moment to breathe, and in that minute, Queasy and Hen have regained height, and they've regained their power. But can they continue to exert their force on the rest of the lobby? Tripping down below with just one build and a drum shotgun with a dream.
Command Cavern doesn't stop the action just yet. Pink taken down, Aqua and Osby taken down by Vino, so looks like he's in a clutch position for now. Trippin by himself as well. They're all basically divided into solos. Floki finally taken away from the low ground as well. Trippin on the back walls. Look at what's happened on height. Tayson bugha looking to take first place away from the villains of Cavern. They do it from the Collider. They make it look good, but look at the cost 11. Barely any match to their name.
Yeah, and they're having to drop down. They can't continue to apply this pressure. They have to move. Vino on the bottom of your screen as a solo gets taken out. And so now, Chapix, bugha, Tayson, trying to regain height. They're going back for it. Big damage being dealt, but the dodge will respond. He's dodging bullets. Can he continue to do it though in the zone? No. Gets crushed by Hen. Queasy still on height now, but no builds to really say anything about it. Can they connect to some big shots? Pads coming through. They need to do something, and someone else is coming for high ground now.
Queasy has to use his own teammates. Bill set it up. It's another chop. They're using everything that they can. A fourth one. Hen and Queasy, maximum defense on high ground.
Kira and Judy were no match for those two. Trulex on low ground now. He spots Deceptos and Reason, but wisely choosing to dodge that fight and looking for Mappy instead. But eventually he will get spotted. Somebody has to see a low ground player with no materials, and they will snuff him out. And now Reason and Deceptos trying to do it on low.
Many teams still alive. Hen and Queasy, pocket harpoon, keeps their mats alive, and he's going for the reconnect Hen. Can he really find it? Mappy found a way. He's so short to get inside these builds. Still a king though, no one gone down just yet. He's looking for his next shot to survive. Queasy still raining down on wood builds below. Stacey Podicide made it here, and they're so hard to get rid of. Reason on the backside, it's a huge bounce back, and everyone will start to collide. They will not have much of a say. Reason will be thrown into the fray. Inside a blender right now, looking for the turns to stop. Reason's trying to find something, anything inside these builds, but he can't see, he can't speak, and man, Happy can't even breathe. On low ground, trying to tickle Podicide's feet, looking for it, but he stays secure.
You can see how careful Mappy is treating this situation, realizes how delicate it is, realizes he can't make the wrong step, he can't move the wrong piece on the chessboard, and unfortunately goes down to Podicide and Snazy, who have tried everything they can to have their say in this final, and maybe finally getting that opportunity.
Reason their final kind of pylon in the way of that low ground road, and they still haven't gotten rid of him. One man with just barely any HP causes this much ruckus. Hen and Queasy are here again. Big shots landed. Hen barely surviving. The siphon doesn't come in. 1v1 for Queasy. Lands the big crack shot, and after that, the victory royale.
Queasy and Hen, how do they do it? The reigning champions with another victory royale on the day, pushing themselves into the top 10 without fear. Hen dropped down, got a knock, got finished, but then it was Queasy. The brains came through and hit some shots to win the game. What a display. We talked about whether they'd be able to hold high ground Shayo, and finally being able to do it against the big dogs.
Mantled over Aqua, chopped down Video, blocked off against Dirty all the way towards the top, and at the end, he drops down. It was Queasy on defense and Hen there on the aggressive, just turret type of fire with these shotguns. Dynamic duo.
In so many of these games, they've struggled when hurdles have been put in front of them. This game, running over them. Gold medal in the Olympics right there. Had no issues whatsoever. Queasy and Hen are pushing their way into the fray.
Yeah, and it feels like this was a game of extras, right? A lot of those low ground players were not the top 5 teams. bugha, he survived for a little bit, but he was taken down. Trippin couldn't clutch. Vino couldn't survive either.
So many of those teams down below, right, were struggling, right, running into each other. And when you run into people on low, you know how messy it gets. These guys stayed cool, though. We're going to send it to the desk to break that all down as we head into the final game of the FNCS.
Game number 11, Hen and Queasy coming up huge in this. And I just want to go ahead and let you guys know, okay? Just today, before going into this game, today alone, they've earned 134 points before this game even transpired. And now they're showing up. I'm telling you, day 2 team, I knew. Bro. I believe, you know. That was me.
I mean, I asked you if you believed last time when they won. We all believed. We all believed. Today alone, they've gained the most points. By now, with this win, by a considerable margin as well. They were all, unfortunately, the fact yesterday they only had a couple. Realistically, they were 41st on the leaderboard, like I already mentioned earlier, basically last. Now, with the most points on day 2 alone, it's a shame they didn't perform like this on day 1.
Yeah, it really is. And yesterday we were talking about a few of the things they could have done better. Of course, you know, fixing a few things, and they've come out stronger today. And oh boy, are they doing it in style. They're doing it on high ground, the traditional Hen and Queasy way of playing. They're not trying to adapt their play style. They're thinking, you know what? If we can do it our way, we will. And they are doing it to perfection. Of course, Queasy with a great late clutch right there to close out the game and get them the victory.
It's interesting because both of the games that these guys have won so far have also been games that Aqua and Vino struggled earlier on, you know? So we said yesterday that was their main hurdle, but potentially it's not a hurdle that they've improved on, but a bit coincidental that they've taken advantage of the fact that Aqua and Vino have gone down early.
Again, right? We see something similar happen this last game. These duos have this freedom. They're suddenly thinking, this top team's out. We can make a play. We have to do something right here, right now. Absolutely incredible. We got to talk about another duo as well. Cammy and Seti. How are these guys doing?
Man, down early. Similarly to Mustache and Malabuka, of course. We can see from the POV down the bottom left, you just see Mustache's HP draining away. They drop down way earlier than they normally would, right? Then we get to see Cammy and Seti do the exact same thing. A little bit of a push in the mid game at this point, which is something so surprising. Like, we're really, really not used to seeing these guys. I mentioned a stat yesterday. There's only been there were 0 single matches prior to this in a set lobby that they went down before 4th zone. Across these 12, we've seen it happen at least twice.
Gentlemen, this is it. We have one game left to go. We got to talk about how this could all end after this final game. An Axe of Champions, $300,000 for a dude that can come in first place. But once again, how is this gonna look to shake up after this next game?
Again, it's getting crazy. It's getting kind of crazy. We're talking about the top teams here because that is the teams that we really want to focusing on, because these are the guys that take home the new Axe of Champions. We're talking about Vino and Aqua. Can they do it going into the last game? What are they? 29 points ahead of Tayson and Uguay. Very quick, very good. But yeah, 29 points ahead of Tayson and Uguay. So the gap is definitely there, but I think if they choke, it could be done for Tayson and Uguay here.
Straight up, they they have to go down early, I think, in order for Tayson and Uguay to win this game. Like, with a 29-point lead, you got to remember, 32 points from the Victory Royale is what you're going to get. I'm trying not to do too much mental arithmetic because it usually will go horribly wrong. But I think Tayson would need an absolutely incredible 10-15 elimination win if these guys even got into the mid-game relatively close to that. So we have to keep an eye on them again.
Yeah, we really do. And of course, we saw Vino clutching up a little bit extra placements in that final game. So when you have a player like that on your team, you know that you can really push for those later stages of the game. But as you mentioned, Reese, it's going to be tough for them, Tayson and Uguay. But if any team can do it, I think you got to fancy it.
I agree. One of the other things I want to point out, though, however, look at this, right? This is a big gap. This is getting real close, though. You know, we're looking at what they need to do to win. But at the same time, like, to get second, to get up there, there's so many teams still within this. We're still basically looking at the same 4 teams who could potentially make it up into that point. I'm looking at Mustache and Malibu kind of wondering, can they get another 16 elimination victory royale? Obviously, they only got second on day 1 with that. But if they pop off with like 15, 16 eliminations, which I believe they absolutely can, could they make it up into that first place slot? Because that's enough points.
Yeah, they really could. And of course, off spawn in that last game wasn't too great for them. We saw Mustache going down a little bit earlier on, but we saw bugha clutching up as well as a solo. We saw him take out benjyfishy and Mr. Savage in a nice little 2v1. We saw him making it into that the sort of top 25, of course, those consistent placement points you're getting when you get to that stage. And he's really, really doing great in those end games. Another great solo performance from bugha.
Absolutely wild. 1 game left to go here before we see the conclusion of the Chapter 3 Season 2 FNCS here in Europe. Remember, continue to cheer for your favorite duos, right? We just saw Henning Queasy jump from 41st all the way up to 8th place after just 5 games. And now we can see more of that happen across these standings, right? Follow along. Watch that bottom left. Track along with the points. See where the duo is, what their placements are. This is it. Everyone find your seats on the bus. This is Game 12 of the EU FNCS.
A glorious season comes down to one final game. Struggles and success thrown into the pot to make one big champion. Levin, it's Vino and Aqua in the lead.
They hold on to the crown at the moment, but will they be able to hold on as we head into this final game? So much pressure riding on it. If you're Tayson and Uguay, do you decide to land on them? Because that really would be that would be the FNCS winning play, right? You take them out off spawn, you play the game out. Of course, maybe I'm getting a bit overzealous, but at the end of the day, somebody has to pull out something to put those guys to a stop.
Absolutely. If you're also watching at home, this is the best time to tune in. High stakes, $1.3 million on the line for one of the hardest regions to play in the world. It's the final game of FNCS for Chapter 3 Season 2 in Europe.
And we're heading right into it. Players leaving the battle bus, heading to their POIs. And for some of these players, heading to their last dance in this session. We've seen so many off-spawn battles between many different top-level teams. We've even seen, for some of these teams, the last time they will ever play with each other, potentially. But who will step up in this final game?
Who will get to step down off of spawn is the big question. Command Cavern on your screen homes 3 of the teams inside the top 5. Looking to see what they can do next. Aqua and Vino dropping straight inside. We haven't seen this POV right off the rip just yet because it hasn't mattered too much before in terms of what exactly happens off spawn, but this game we have to stay in tune with the Cavern.
Maybe I missed it, but I don't think I saw Gunner on their side. So this might be a game where they don't have the vault and it's fruitful launch pads. And so maybe that is the one contingency for the rest of the teams who need them to stumble. Malibuka Mustache, though, leading the way in eliminations in the finals. Characteristically, we know that is one of their biggest strengths and selling points. But can they stay up and have that big pop-off game?
So the difference between them and their teammates, or enemies, I should say, inside the Cavern. I'm getting flustered myself. 3rd and 21st place, right? Pink and Nas having a little bit of a rough time. Meanwhile, 6th for joins the Andy. Synapse Station this time, you can see the desperation for some of the teams way far away in the standings trying to get all the way towards the top. Reason the Siptos immediately moving in. Top 6 up for grabs or just threatened for the moment. Thomas and G and Tripper in 5th place right now in the Cavern, so far away from everyone else.
We're gonna see so much posturing between all these teams. They did have the vault. Gunner spawned on their side. And so they will hold the keys when it comes to the launch pads.
Mustache down, Malibuka gone.
No.
292 points is where they are deleted by Anas and Pink.
For it to all come tumbling down like that. They had such an impressive run leading up to this moment, this game. but Pinkin and Ash put it to an end, and that one's personal for Pinkin and Ash. They've suffered in this session as a result of the dominance of bugha and Mustache, and so to take them out, to end their run in the FNCS, end their dreams and hopes of maybe doing the spectacular and coming back. No hope. But bugha and Mustache have really impressed. They've been a joy to watch. They provided for so much entertainment. And wherever they do finish now, congratulations to them, props to them. But now we will watch as Uguay and Tayson, Vino and Aqua battle it out for first place.
310 points for Tayson and Uguay. Looking at the hill they have to really climb. It's a 29-point, almost 30-point differential. Looking at what they have in terms of the way they've been moving around the map. Reese and Minnie have been up here many times to talk about the utility they use. It's just chain mobility. There's geysers, there's cannons. That's the natural mobility in the map right now. They keep chaining it. It's the reason they can get to any zone. It's the reason they can call any place home in a matter of seconds. No applications required. They're there. They're building up. And meanwhile, Cammy and Seti, for them it's been a little bit rocky. A team that has to be maximum in consistency. Has to be there every single game. They miss out a few, they tumble down in the ranks. So right now, 284 points used to be in the equation for top 3. They're just looking outside in. Gonna need a huge swing if they want to win this FNCS.
We're already seeing the beef taking place at Tilted Towers.
Bad Sniper DKS, benjyfishy and Savage, 38th and 39th place.
This is for everything, right? This is for their own egos, their fan bases. We like to battle it out on socials. Who will be victorious between these two? Last season, it was Bad Sniper and DKS by a long mile. This season, though, it's an opportunity for Benji and Savage to get the one up.
This season, they're on the same streets. They're right beside each other in the same houses. Savage and Benji looking for a single shot, and you can tell that it's personal in this fight. Usually, there's a huge rotation. This time, they're looking for the shots. DKS scratched up a little bit. Look at just the fury, the focus from Savage, the tracking, the beams, DKS down in the feed.
The combat SMG, an absolute laser in that moment. The drum shotgun as well is relentless. Bad Sniper now with just 5 builds. You can see what it means to Benji and Savage after getting 2v1 last game by bugha. This one means everything. This is their chance to have at least one saving grace in these finals. Bad Sniper won't make it easy for them. But for how long can he run?
He's trying to hide for the moment. It's going to be found out multiple times. Piece control drop down from Savage as Benji follows in the fray, looking for any single shot. As soon as he has a second, land a tag. It's ringing around the rosy on all sides. How long can Bad Sniper keep this up? The third party, Savage, he's seeing red. He doesn't even care. Hit in the back multiple times. On the side, he finally defends, but still, he's in the business to look at Bad Sniper. Everyone, the community looks like it's helping him out.
Bad Sniper, man. How has he managed to just get away? I'm sure Benji and Savage are fuming. He just won't give them the inch, the space. And so now, having to resort to just getting their HP back up. But they have overtaken, right? Well, they are sitting in 36, sorry. So they're moving up slowly but gradually in the leaderboard. We'll see where they end at this game.
That's not the win for them. For them in this FNCS, Bad Sniper needs to go down. That is what they want in this game.
Queasy and Hen will be wanting everyone above them to go down. They've had a phenomenal comeback. They started the day way down below. They were in the 40s, Shy Wager, at one point. 40s? They were in the 40s at one point. I think they were 41st coming into today.
8th now.
8th. Craziness, bro. Absolute madness. But as much as it's not been an easy season for them, this is why you can't count them out. They are an FNCS winning duo, and they are of that level still. And finally finding their rhythm. We'll see how far they can take that into this last game. But when it comes to rhythm, Vino and Aqua will be looking to re-hit theirs. So consistent on the day. The most placement of anybody else. More victory royales. than anybody else.
They just look so good. Sometimes they don't make it off spawn. Sometimes it's an issue rolling in. But they see that top 10, Levin. It's a win. It's a second place. It's a third. I think their worst time in the top 10 has been in 8th place. And that's when they just started overall on the day yesterday. That was their first game. After that, sky high. And they've just been villains for this whole lobby that no one's taken down.
Yeah, they've made it look like such easy work, right? We talked yesterday about how coming into the FNCS, they were considered by most people the de facto favorites, and they have not let down at all. Provided for the entertainment, showing us why they are such a strong hype team, and showed us why Command Cavern is considered such a strong POI.
Yeah, absolutely. One of the teams that's not landing there, though, just towards their own side, carving their own path, I think, every single season, and dubbing it with their names. Cami, Seti, 4th place right now. We talked about their consistency overall. Unfortunately, going down in one game, absolute issue for them in total. We'll have a similar zone that we've seen before inside the European FNCS on day 1. Usually this one pulls up towards Sleepy. We'll see if that's a possibility, giving Hen and Queasy even more of an advantage. But you talk about Cavern teams, one with high expectations that have landed the mark a little bit. Thomas and Trippin on screen right now.
I think with Thomas and Trippin, where they sit right now is exactly where most people expected them to. I think if we were to be able to find a way to look at all the prediction lists made across the past week, I think more often than not, their average placement on those prediction lists would be 5th.
Yeah.
So to see them in 5th is just where they probably have been expected to perform. I'm sure they would have had high expectations for themselves. But nevertheless, neither an overperformance nor an underperformance from them. But we'll see. Maybe they can push their way up a tiny bit more. A bit of extra dosh is never something to laugh about.
$300,000, by the way, for first place here today. And that's exactly what everyone's trying to strive for. That Axe of Champions 2.0 also up for grabs, as Anas grabs another elimination as well. It's a $1.3 million prize pool in total that's split amongst these teams in EU.
On the top of our screens, you see Tayson there with Uguay, the Falcon boys. What does this mean for Tayson, right? If he was to come back somehow and find a way to win another FNCS title, how would that be for him?
Might just be the greatest of all time. And this time it's not a joke. He has been in that conversation. It's been across regions, across seas as well. Tayson versus bugha. That's what everyone, the comparison is, right? Look at his earnings in general, Levin. What is he on right now without any early Fortnite types of earnings? Just the FNCS so far, right? Where does he stack?
If Tayson was to win this FNCS, that would bring him to $950,000 earned without any World Cup earnings. Usually when you hear a number that big with a Fortnite player, you can expect them to have made something big in the World Cup days. He had none of that. This is just from FNCS, Cash Cup, just hard work and grit.
And so it's his new age legacy up against some of those Titans that played inside the World Cup. Up against one just dominant player that's won multiple FNCSs before, which is bugha across the season in the East.
This is a huge, huge game for him. One of the potential games of his life, maybe, he needs to pull off.
You talk about expectations people have. We think Tayson doesn't do well when he doesn't win an FNCS. Just think about that. If he doesn't get first in the hardest region to play, arguably, it's wraps for him.
We'll see what he can do. Thomas hitting some big shots for Surge there. I feel like a broken record talking about his ability to do damage when it comes to getting Surge.
I mean, no surprise from Thomas. Biggest surprise, I feel like, on the days on our screens, Joe and Zandy. I mean, talk about their story just specifically in this FNCS. Qualifier 1, game number 6. They start things off not inside the top 6 at all. Not inside a position to play the FNCS. Final game, big clutch from Joe and Zandy. They're allowed to play, and now they're 6th place coming into the last game of this FNCS.
And not only are they 6th place, they have made it look so good. They've just been such a force, such a threat. The Dark Horse team out of Synapse Station, making a POI that maybe sometimes gets memed, look like a very, very strong one. Seti and Cammy though, they need to stay in this game. They can't afford to go down now. 4th place is impressive. Would it be able to hold with Thomason, Trip and Chasing? I'm not sure. They need to stay in it. 177 above, but so much pressure being applied. The map's dwindling. Cammy down to just wood. Hellfire and Scram though, they're angry. They see red. They see Holes who are looking weak. And sitting in 9th place, they want to secure a top 10.
Gonna topple over the building. Cammy also still going for tags, 215 above, but they for sure want more. Thing is, you see a team that's running this far away, a Hellfire Scram, they have to know it's one of those teams inside the top 5. Zandy Joe right beside them as well. 6th, 9th, and 4th, side by side in the same box as 10th watches from far away. Whatever happens here will change the scope for the rest of this game.
So much on the line for these teams. All their interactions are so meaningful for the standings. The top players, the ones that have really just shined their way through this FNCS. This is their chance now to cement themselves in the history of this season. Hellfire and Scram struggling with Surge though, and it's not something that I've had to say too little. We've seen this in previous games. We saw how aggressive they tried to get onto Cammy and Seti to deal with it, but they didn't allow them. And now Cammy and Seti might realize the pain these guys are in and see that as an opportunity for them.
Scram just being targeted by the rest of the lobby as well. Seti and Cammy, their turtle defense, the thick shell that's so hard to crack. It's allowing every single other beast in the animal kingdom to join this fight and hop down. But Joe and Zandy leap to a place where they are not welcome. This is not your kingdom, and they've been taken out.
They got a bit too overzealous there. They tried to capitalize on Hellfire and Scram, and that they did. But then taken out by the team spraying, and Cammy and Seti were able to shoot through as well.
And for them, they use so much to run away from Hellfire Scram. So many mats. I was about to say, it doesn't matter what happens here. They're not going to be well off at all. But now 2 teams worth of loot fall at the doorstep of Seti and Cammy. Tayson takes out Kinzel as well. Been a huge force in the end game to interrupt the layers that this specific duo, both these duos on screen, like to play. So with that pressure gone, what can this 2nd place team do to make up that 30-point differential?
Yeah, you can see Tayson and Chapix rotating their way on in late. And you can already see the effects of that. There's teams in the zone looking at them, making it difficult for them to rotate their way in. They do get their way into the zone, which is a good thing. They will survive for now. But very much a dicey situation to be in for these guys. A replay from Chapix. What did he manage?
Oh my!
He's on one. He's on one. That's it.
That's not allowed.
That's it right there.
That's not allowed.
Kinzel caught sleep. But Chapix, in fact, he wasn't even caught sleep. Chapix put him to sleep. bugha hitting mad shots right now.
So the Cammy have a little bit of ways to go. We've been talking about narrative and storyline. Let's look at the gameplay now. Every single team's been set up in different boxes so far. The zone's been around them. It hasn't been a problem yet for a lot of these guys, but now they'll have to start to move. Tayson bugha, same situation. Might have taken out Kinzel. Nebs, angry about things so far. Gonna be tough for them overall.
They know he's a solo above, and so if he starts to get too much of a problem, they can deal with him. They hear him. They know he's right there on their same layer as well. But they need to make sure that they don't make too much noise. There are players, again, who are in the zone, who can look towards them. And so you see the change, the point of attack. They tried to go from a different angle. They wanted to put Nebs in between the teams in zone and them. But there was another team ready and waiting, looking. So they'll give that one up, and they'll make their way into the zone. And there's a pathway for that, but it's Hen in front of them as well. Hen and Queasy. All these guys have such a storied past. Tayson, bugha, Hen, all very familiar with each other. Queasy as well, you could say the same. Ex-teammates colliding in these final moments of the FNCS.
The collisions that Tayson and bugha have been taking so far have given them up towards 1,000 damage above Surge. They can just chill for the rest of this game. Second place as well. Just think about how to win the FNCS. Think about how to stop Vino and Aqua. For Seti, Cammy playing defense this long, not having a voice. The mime equation for them has been the whole game. Silent, they're just 30 above. Meanwhile, Aqua, Vino, looking at them, 400. They're fine.
Strong.
They're looking so strong. We're to zone pull in 5 seconds. That'll dictate if they're still the maestros of this game or just part of the pack in the orchestra. Aqua now taking tons of damage, but it's fine. They will have to move. It's not going to be a max one, but we'll have lots of people by their side. The team that's bullying them, one of the players just went down. If Aqua could hear that, they might even go for that box fight. Might be risky. Chulex, Chicho, they're going to have their FNCS run stop here, but what a nice one it's been.
Yeah, definitely came into this FNCS with not as high expectations as maybe they would have wanted, but nevertheless, they were able to put themselves in contention at times. Top 10 performance is not bad whatsoever, even with some of the trials and tribulations they faced this season.
For Seti, Cammy, those trials, they continue. I mean, you play defense for so long, you survive, you're not able to live. And that's the issue right now. They haven't had an effect, an impact, even a scratch on this entire server. And now they'll sacrifice their position to look for those tags. They'll be late in moving. Cammy now taken down inside the storm. He is gone. 4th place so far. Seti cannot make the pad, and their story for this FNCS ends outside the top 3.
Another example of a team just stumbling short. And so now Thomas and Trippin will have a chance to move up in the standings. Aqua and Vino with pre-edit plays. They are on one, but hold on a minute. They can't afford to go down. Aqua needing to take a step back. You can see they're clearly confident right now, but they can't allow that confidence to turn into arrogance. They need to stay humble. They need to just hold on. The longer they hold on, the more likely it is that they will leave today the FNCS champions.
He's got a few foraged fruits in his inventory. An apple a day might keep Tayson and bugha away. That's what he's hoping for at the moment. He's chomped on all 3.
Yeah, and they are looking very, very healthy, as stated before. And that is totally bad news for Tayson and bugha. They ideally needed them to already have been down.
Yep.
They, you know, in the ideal world, for them to win FNCS, they needed Aqua and Vino to go down off spawn or in the mid game. So now the pressure is not only on them to try win the game, but to do so in scintillating fashion. They need to do so many eliminations. They need to just go for a Malabuka mustache type end game right now.
What they need is 10 elims more specifically than Aqua and Vino, and then stay ahead of them as well in the placement. So far, Aqua and Vino have just hit 2nd or 3rd place if they're not winning games inside the end games on day 2. Tayson, bugha already affected, looking to see what to do next. This is not a situation we've seen them in before. They never really leave this super late. They're not really playing for information either, as Tayson has to shield up. This should be trouble for the duo. Can they identify the pad? Yes, they can. This time, it's fine, and they're in the skies.
They won't be timed out, and they'll be able to pick a position in the zone. But like we established, it's not just about staying up for them. If they really want to leave today as FNCS champions, they have to start doing damage. They have to start getting eliminations.
The elims have to start now. Look at the point differential. 322 on the top right, 352 on the bottom right. It's basically 30 points in total.
Such a mountain to climb, such a barrier to have to break through. Aqua and Vino, though, not playing for height as we've seen them do so well in previous games. It's actually Flois and Mappy that hold that ground. And so eventually these guys may even collide on the mid and low layers. The armored wall comes through to delay, gives them that space to move forward in the zone. Vino, the responsibility of the Tarpa right now, but a Tarpa with no mats is truly nothing. They need to fight.
Vino has to hit the shots when they matter most. It's Ju who's going to be the first person at the jaw of this dynamic duo, but Aqua's down. Vino has no mats. Aqua basically had the rest of them all. There's nothing for him to do but just pray and spray, but he can't find a single shot, and low ground is elevating up. Vino is forced towards the sky. 120!
Okay, then second follow.
Kempy's down. He's got a few more mats to work with, but the battle's not over yet for the first place team. They're still moving and taken down. 359 points. The upper echelon falls. That's it for the top of EU.
We saw Vino against Tayson last year to try and win an FNCS. This time it seems like he might have got the best of them. But down below in the standings, Thomas and Trippin have finally taken 4th place, and they're trying to take names on the way as well. They want the victory out to close it out. They're sitting in 3rd now. Malabuka and Mustache pushed down. But can they get the victory royale? From up above, Mappy, Flois, they want to close things out on a high. They want to move up and get some more dosh. But Vico wants to put an end to the Dames run, take Trippin out. And now Thomas in a solo clutch situation. What can he do?
Up near the bugle, volcanic rock on all sides, but he gets moved now. Mappy up top on high ground. Every elimination, thousands of dollars of cash just flowing in different banks. Mappy and Flois top do not want to give it up, but it is chopped out. Jackson's there to be able to hit that crucial build, and more damage flies from the other side. Has a pad, but it can't really be used for now. No match on the bottom side. Jackson looking for the next shot. Just right there, Mappy just chomps on his head. Everything falls from the skies. Flois and Mappy win that final game.
Flois and Mappy, when it mattered in the final game, to push their way up in the standings, to fight for more earnings, they have done it. A victory royale. They played height like experienced veterans, not giving anybody a chance to take it, and fighting down below valiantly to close out the FNCS in Game 12. What a win.
You might not be close to the title of champion, but to etch your story even higher on the ranks, even higher on that ladder, that's exactly what Flois and Mappy just did.
A really nice way to close things out for that duo. I'm sure they'll take that confidence and push even further in future FNCSs. They've been on such an amazing rise, but all anybody will be thinking about Shia Wager, Vino and Aqua.
Absolutely. I mean, in studio, it felt like these games were in real life for us. We were in these builds, in the bugle with the players, Levin. It was absolutely awesome to ride them out with you. We got to toss it back over to the desk, see exactly what they have in terms of who won this FNCS.
Thank you guys so much. Absolutely fantastic 6th set of games from us here today in EU. Shio, Wager, 11-2K absolutely held it down. My goodness.
They're hugging. You can't
They're hugging. You can't see it. Don't worry about it. They're hugging over there. We'll be with them in just a little bit, but we have to talk about how things transpired in this last game. Craziness there as the top 3 teams going into this game are all sitting. They're all moving box to box, layer to layer, and at any moment, one of them makes a mistake. That's it, man. They're locked in time. How did this all unfold?
תכף, זה יסתיים עכשיו. הוא רק רוצה לראות את התוצאות ונשחק. אז אלה ניצחו, אקווה. הם אתמול על להם חוש גדול, יש לנו נקודות. 3 ניצחונות, 43.
He's the World Cup champion as well. And of course, Vino, you can't say enough about this guy. The first FNCS championship for him.
So well deserved is the phrase that I'm going to use to describe their performance over this weekend. They have been the dominant team. They've been up on high ground. They've been spraying down.
וואו, איזה יפיוף, תראה אותו. תראי את הזבל בטלוויזיה, בתוך הטלוויזיה. תפילה, זהו, באפור כזה.
Sort of consistently placed their way through. They've gone for big games. They made it entertaining, and oh boy, have we been entertained.
There is no doubt in my mind that this team is the best team this season. I don't think there was a single game that we saw where they took height and they lost it at all. They maintained it every single time. No team even seemed like a challenge for them when it came to contesting high ground. Such a well-deserved win.
Oh my goodness. I just, once again, if you didn't know, Aqua coming out of the Duo World Cup Championship, right? Standing alongside bugha, now saying, okay, I now also have a win. Now, could I be in that GOAT conversation? After this, you have to assume the answer is yes. But after 12 games, my goodness, kind of like what you're saying, it's just every little advantage they can find. These little micro advantages that really, like, tell us, give us the marks of a powerful duo they have.
Yeah, they really do. They really showed that in the last game. They showed a lot of maturity. They showed a lot of class. Being able to play the low ground lanes. We talk about their high ground ability, their high ground potential. They were very, very mature in the way they played this. They understood that if they made a risky play for high ground, they would have missed out on so many of those placement points on the lower layers they would have been able to got. They did fall a little bit earlier than they would have have liked, of course, but it was one of those situations where they'd done enough, and they did it so well.
Yeah, I think that's like a champion mentality, to understand that this is what you need to do to win the tournament. You don't need to win the game, you don't need to make a crazy high ground play, you just need to do enough to make it in there. And I talked at the top of the show that I was wondering, how is Vino going to play on day 2? We know, of course, Aqua has the mentality of a champion sometimes when he argues with people, maybe not at the same time, but we know, and
אוקיי, תכף נשחק ונרים את התוצאה מהמקומות, את הכספים.
I'm taking all of them. Oh, no, he's blocking him.
My goodness, we have to take a look at kind of the final leaderboards, see how things have kind of
הנה
resolved.
עכשיו נרים את זה סוף סוף, זה ממש לקח המון זמן.
Of the Active Champions 2.0, but where did the results end for
הנה הם זכו 300.
and Uwe there?
אחר כך טייסון, תומאס, מליבו קרבה.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like the fight they had to get to this spot as well, very well deserved. In all portions of the game, it wasn't easy, Reese, for them to get to this spot.
No, nothing at all, right? We saw repeated struggles for them through week to week to week, game to game to game.
כל אחד 150 ואז המדינה לוקחת וזהו. ואז בסוף יש לך 50,000 אולי. יש להם מרוויחים 2,000.
Yeah, they only had one bad game today, and that just shows the caliber of the Lord right now.
מעניין מתי מתחיל האמריקה עוד ב-12 ואולי נבדוק. וואי זה רעשים. Add on bintime, friend in quest, accept. איפה רון? invite. שעורי פה רון פה. accept. צריך להחליף את ה... מה המצב? מה קורה?
בסדר.
בסדר, מביא עוד 2 שהיה פה. איפה אורי? איפה אורי? אני לא רואה את אורי, אני לא יודע. הנה אורי.
חנקתי את החיים, אני עייף.
אינווייט, גם אני מזמין אותו, דקה אני אשנה את המצלמת הזה. שנייה. רגע, מה עכשיו? רק תעשה שקט ליוטיוב, ממש לא. אצל מי זה? רגע, אני אעשה עכשיו שומעים כבר. יאללה, סקוואד. לא שיחקתי היום סולו אפילו, איפה סקוואד? כן, גם אני אין לי כל כך זמן. על מה?
אני מדבר באחד.
סקינורה, אם יש לך דוקטור סטרינג' הזהב, תשים.
אין לי אותו כזהב. אין לי אותו כזהב, אבל יש לי אותו בשתלים אחרים.
החליף סקין, זה מגניב. דניאל עם סקין חדש.
לא, אורי, תחליף לזה זמן.
Everything will be alright.
תקשיב, היום בגלל השיט שלך, ניצחתי 2 פעמים מכתר.
יפה. מה, שיחקת כמוני?
כן, השיטה שלך מטורפת, היא עובדת.
כן, זה הכי קל. אבל זה צריך מזל, תלוי מי בסוף.
עדיף כמה שיותר להתקמפר, ובסוף, לבוא בשקט לבן אדם, ולהתנפל עליו מאחורה.
כן, אין להם מושג מה הולך. הבעיה כן, ככל שיותר שחקו כמוני, אני יותר קשה לנצח.
היום בבוקר הייתי 9 והסתכל עליי, בצהריים עליתי ל-11.
איפה אתה? שם. יפה, אני 50.
היום בבוקר הייתי 9.
איפה קוני? איך אצלו? עדיין כפול שומעים או לא?
אני לא שומעת לך טוב.
Everything will be alright. אני לא מחומם לא כלום, ואחרי המשחק אני הולך עולה לישון. אחי, חנקת אותי מחר הזה. כמעט שעתיים, אחי, חיכינו רק בשביל החרה.
שעתיים וחצי.
זה התחיל ב8 אנשים, זה 3.5 שעות היה הדבר הזה. נראה יותר מדי.
זה לא התחיל ב8, אני נכנסתי ללייב שלך ב7 ועדיין והיית בזה.
זה ב8, ואז המשחק התחיל. המצלמה גדולה מדי. צריך להקטין את המצלמה. בטעות העברתי את הלידר לפעמים.
מישהו רוצה שוטגן? אז לא, יש כאן.
פשוט מורח מינים, אני מת פה.
פגע בדרך הדלת.
איך כולכם מתים עוד
הוא פגע בדרך הדלת, אבל אני לא יודע איך.
רואים אותי,
כאן שלו יש!
יאללה, בוא נשחק, אחי.
איפה נחתת?
פה, פשוט הייתי בבית הזה.
רון, אתה רוצה לעשות איתי טורנירים בשיטה של ההילס?
לא.
איזה משעמם זה נכון?
טורנירים רק בשיטה שלי.
מה, כאילו של נורמלי, אני... אוי לא.
הוא עם קיטר.
כן. אוי.
מה?
הנה, הוא הרג אותי. לא. חבל.
אין לי כוח.
שימו
רדיאב.
איזה רדיאב? זה מוציא אותי תמיד.
יצאת?
זה מוציא אותי, אחי.
טוב, לצאת?
כן.
אוקיי, תצא. וואנה, זה הקילר
רוצים לעשות עמוד בלי בניות, זה יותר קל.
רוצים בלי בניות? יאללה. שמתי את אורי בטעות הלידר. איך אצלו? עדיין שומעים כפול? כן. אוקיי, יש שומעים כפול. אז הוא על מיוט.
רוצים שאני אשחק את היד, אפילו שאני לא טוב.
יאללה, איזה קטע מאוד בלי בניות. יש לי איזה נוטיפיקיישן.
גם לי יש אותו.
עוד לא ניצחתי עם הסקין הזה, לא שיחקתי גם.
רק אני עם הכי הפחות.
וואו, ליאו, תראו כמה אתם שתכם.
רק אני 8.
אתה האמת אני צריך להיות 51, לא יודע למה זה עוד לא...
אתה היחיד שלא עקפת את 10 כתרים.
אני, אתה יודע איזה כתרים, אתה יכול לשאול את בולבולוני כמעט עקפת אותו עונה קודמת, והוא היה איזה 80 ומשהו כתרים.
לא, היה לי רק 43, עונה שעברה.
בולבולוני, נכון הייתי הרבה כתרים שעונה קודמת.
יש איזה יוטיובר שהוא 30 כתרים, והוא אומר שהוא מטורף, זה לא בזכותו הוא הגיע ל-30 כתרים. אנשים טריירים שיחקו איתו ועזרו לו.
בוא'נה, הבן אדם הוא בהילו, לקח 100 כתרים, כאילו, סתם הוא נוחת כזה... פשוט עושה הילו, ומנצח כל משחק, הזוי. זה ממש הזוי. מה לאיפה?
קורניות פעם עובדים ווינה. שנייה אני חוזר אליו. וואו, הורדתי חולצה, אחי.
וואי, איזה כיף. אני לא יכול, יש צופים, אחי, לא נעים. לא הייתי לשחק בלי חולצה, אבל עכשיו אני משחק עם ילדים, אז זה מוזר כזה בטח. עוד עם השם שלי, אחי.
דמה, תכוון את המצלמה לפנים רק, ותוריד חולצה, אתה יודע.
כן, אבל אם אני אקום, אז יראו הכל, אחי.
יש, אני יכולת על השוטגן.
נאה.
נוק.
נייס.
יש לי שוטגן.
יש לכם אותו מרסס, זה שווה, ואני השוטגן רגיל, אני אקח אותו יותר.
הכי טוב זה דריים.
יש לי רוצה את השוטגן המרסס?
יש.
לא.
בואי.
זה בלי בניות, איזה קטע.
כן, כן. קח. בולבול אני אקח.
מה הוא רוצה?
לא רצית את השוטגן?
יש לי הכל.
אומייגוד.
מה
שומעים פעמיים.
תעשה מיוט לאורי, יש לו, זה בגלל אורי.
כן, שמתי עליו מיוט.
זה באמת.
מישהו ירד?
למה שצריכים רק זימונים וכתרים. זה מה שצריך,
יש אנשים, בא לי אנשים. בולבולוני בא לי קילי.
יאללה. הכלבה שלי מבוגר בתחשב, אני כל פעם בקושי זזה, צריך לנקות אחריה. כאילו הכלבה של אשתי, אבל אין לה כבר כוח לטפל בה.
בואו למכונית.
אוי, מישהו יורה עליהם, מאחורה. איפה? רון הלך עליו.
לא.
איפה?
כוח.
רגע, חכה לו.
בואו לאוטובוס, נלך לאוטובוס.
סע.
יש שם אוטובוס.
אין שם בי? אולי נלך לבי.
תוריד את השירים, זה קופלאי.
לא, זה בסדר, יש לי... יש פה בן אדם. זה הגבות.
יש אנשים, מה זה?
הם בשיחים.
חייבים מותרים אבל, חייבים מותרים.
היה משחק שעבר. צ'ייס, משהו בלגן.
איך קפצתי על העלות שלך?
אוי לא, אנשים.
אנשים.
נכון. הנה, אחד מהם. הם בשיחים, אמרתי לכם. אחד בנור.
כל אחד מפרט. תלגים?
נו באמת, הלך לי על זה.
נייס. בראש שלך, יש תלגים. יש לך נוגנות.
תרימו ביחד.
תראו, גם בו, הוא גם רוצה.
וואו, אני בשוק.
במקום להרים אותי, פרקת אותו. מישהו מגיע. לא, תמות לי, חבל.
שימו רדיאפ.
רדיאפ.
במוד הזה הוא לא מוצא אותי.
לא מוצא אותי?
הוא לא מוצא אותי במוד הזה, אבל במודים מוקנות הוא מוצא.
דווקא מוד יותר כיפי, אבל...
בשביל מה הוא הורג את הלמה? לבזבז כדורים סתם, אין לה בנות.
לא יודע, אולי הוא רוצה את הכדורים וזה.
כן, אבל יש אילים
וכל זה. סתם מבזבז כדורים, כי לא יוצא לו כלום, רק אילים.
הוא מקבל כדורים וביגים. הוא מקבל מלא דברים. גם חוץ לזה משעמם, אתה רואה לא אנשים. הוא מתעסק בזה. רק כשהוא מחמיץ את ה...
אני צריך להראות אותה. סתם בזבוז כדורים, סתכל.
לא, אתה יודע כמה היא מורידה המון כדורים. מתי מתחיל הזה של אמריקה?
עוד 10 שניות. צדקתי בול. אמרתי 10 שניות וזה אחרי 10 שניות.
עוד 11 דקות מתחיל החפירות על אמריקה, כאילו האליפות אמריקה. עם שם בוגה, קנדה, קליקס, תיו, מלא שחקנים.
בולבולני, יש לך בוגדון?
מה זה, זה בשביל התחרויות כאילו?
כן, ונו, אתה יכול לתת לי גיפט.
איך נותנים גיפטים כאילו, עם ויבקס?
כן.
כן.
אין לי ויבקס לתת. אין לי סייב, אז אין לי איך לעשות. מה, הקונים?
איפה אתם רוצים?
אני אומר לכם, בואו לפה, שלא ירגו אותנו על החלה.
למה? לא הרגו אותנו. לא הרגו אותנו, אחי. אנחנו הרגנו את כולם שם, הכל.
לא הולך לשם, ויהים.
רוקים? יאללה, רוקים.
יאללה, רוקים.
אתם יודעים מה, טיימר באוויר, בחלל.
מי בחלל?
הטיימר.
אוקיי, לא ראיתי. אשכרה, מתי זה? יום שבת זה האירוע? שלפה?
ביום שבת ב-11 בלילה.
אוקיי. אפשר לשחק עד אז.
אתה תשדר את זה?
אוי לא. כן, אם אני אין לי זמן לשחק, אז אני אשחק.
הוא כבר מת.
אני עושה. עשיתי לו פיקקס, הרגתי אותו עם פיקקס. מלך. אני אציל אותו קודם.
מה נהיה כולם מתים עכשיו פתאום? שקט. מת נוק. אבל
דיברת על מתים ואתה מת.
אני הייתי רמה. איפה אתם פה?
אחי, no one literally care, go revive me.
איפה זה שם?
לכו תרימו אותי.
תרימו אותנו.
אותי אחי, ואז אותך.
שנינו.
שמישהו שתלך.
לקחתי.
לך תרים לו את הקארט ובולבולון יברח.
לקחת את הקרבים?
אורח שלך.
סמן לי איזה ריבוט ון כזה בשטח.
איזה לוט מטורף יש לו, אורי?
רחוק. מה יש לו שם?
יש לו את הדבר הזה מקפנת בפיק, היה לי שוטגן בעין הוא מרסס, את הסנאפר לייזר בסגול גם, וטייסון ג'י בסגול.
יפה. Thank you, record. So the Europe finished. First place took 300k. Second was 200k. Russians came in fourth place.
לכו... אורי, מה תעשה? איך תרים?
אני מציל אותך. And now America will be in like 10 minutes. The American will start, so I'll go watch it.
אני יכול קצת נשק אולי, בבולוניה אני יכול לתאם קש לך, יש לך 2.
בטח.
מה,
וואי, זה יפה.
What the fuck?
ככה פור, שיהיה לך פור. לא את זה, יש פה עוד לדוג, זהו, נגמר הדג. אני צריך דגים.
עדיף אותי.
אני רוצה לדוג.
אין בניות, ואני תמיד בונה.
אחי, איך הלכת להילחם, אין לך כלום.
אחי, הלכתי להילחם, הלכתי לעשות לוט.
הבנתי. לעשות הלכת להילחם.
כי בוא אחי, בן אדם יורה עליך שאתה באמצע לוט. איך אתה תמות? מוח להפעיל טיפה לא יעזור בחיים.
אני חיים עדיין, יש פה מדורה.
יש לו ריקט, תרכף לו. אחי, מה? תעזור לי לנו איתו מהר ונברח. תברחו עם הרכב ובואו
יאללה, בואו לאוטו. יופי, כולם פה?
עולה.
איפה הכרטיס?
קבוע 60? בבולוני אני אביא לך עוד מעט. קבוע 60.
אני יכול להרים פה? חבל. הם מגניבים אותי מרים.
איך הוא פגע בי?
שימו מודים בניות.
יאללה, בניות. בסדר.
אני שנייה חוזר, אני שם סקין אחר שנייה.
עוד מעט יהיה לי עוד מדוזה. אורי, לא שמת רדי, אורי. תודה. תודה רבה. דודו, אפשר לשחק? כן, אפשר. יש לך אותי בחברים. נעשה לייק וסאב. נשאר במשחק בולבולוני כמו שנשאר.
כדי לא להירדם. רק שנייה, נרדם. ימים מעיבים, סוף סוף. העונה אבל עברה מהר.
כן, יחסית.
לא, אבל היא עברה מהר יחסית לעונה הקודמת.
העונה של אקוואמן הייתה הכי מהירה.
לא, העונה הקודמת לקח שנים. אוי, יכול לעשות את זה יפה שמסותי?
עוד מעט יהיה לי את מספיק כוכבים בשביל הסקין הזה.
אתה לא תגיע, אבל נו.
ל-200? וואי, לאורי יש 300. איך הוא הגיע לזה? איפה נחתים קוני?
מה, אני?
נו, לאורי יש
300. מה, קורי בגלל 300?
יש פה 307.
הוא הכי חרשן שראיתי בחיים שלי והכי טובה.
לא קשור חרשן, אחי, אתה יודע, הוא יכול לעשות משימות.
אני עשיתי את כל המשימות.
אני יש לי משימות, אבל אני בטוח 300.
אני אפילו 200.
אחי, אם אני הייתי משחק, הייתי מסיים את הכל מהכל. אבל לימודים וכל החר הזה.
חיים הקשים.
נוק.
נייס.
אחי, אבל...
וואי, לא, יש פה בן אדם.
מתחנן, הוא לא מפנש אותי, הוא לא מפנש אותי, בוא אליי.
איזה גבוה, אחי, אין זמן. יש עליי שתי אנשים, כאילו.
אורי, אני מעליך, אורי, אני מעליך. מאיפה יש לך שוטגן לג'יטגן?
חמישי.
אתה יכול לשמור לי את השולחן? תקשיב, רון, תברח מפה כמה שיותר מהר. תיקח את הקארט שלו ותברח. תיקח את הקארט שלו ותברח. עמדו, תברח. ככה אם תברח. טוס מפה.
למה אתה חושב שאני לא אצליח מולם?
יש פה גם בוטים עליהם.
אתה לא תצליח, הם עמדו פה.
התבאסת.
אחי, רציתי קרבות. בא לי עדיין קרבות.
אפשר לשחק, כן איזה טורניר יש? מישהו רוצה לשחק?
האמת, רק שתדע שאני אמרתי לך לפתוח. אם אתה לא מת, אז אתה יש לך מזל מטורף.
איי.
איזה סכין, איזה טוב.
תרים את כולם שם, אבל...
למה לא פה?
אמרתי פה.
יש לך אותי בחברים? אתה עושה לפסות.
איך אני שונא את השוטגן הזה.
אבל אני לא טוב שתדע, אני מנסה לעשות הילים. יש לי פה טובה.
מרימו גם.
מישהו רוצה מיניז אחד?
לצאת עכשיו. כמה זמן זה, כמה משחקים שלך, אני לא יודע אם יש לי כוח לשחק עכשיו בטורניר. עדיף לך בלעדיו כאן.
מה אחי?
יש לך אותי בחברים? יש איזה טורניר עכשיו, אתה רוצה להיכנס?
לא, אין לי כוח.
שימו גדיה.
איזה ספין יש בטורניר? יש את ההילות נראה לי. שולה כיתה. שובח מנטר. קוני? איפה? תחליטו בארבע, יאללה בואו
אחי, הולכים על מצב עכשיו קשוח. המשחק הכי טוב שלי. כאילו שאני איתו, תקשיב.
כולם כבר יפה.
מי לוקח בטיחות הזה שיש להם טלף?
זה בוט.
איך הוא פגע בי, אני גם מבין את השאלה. פיסטול, הפיסטול הזה שהוא לא מרסס, פגע בי. לא באש. יש לאנשים פה אימות וזה קצת... הקארט שלי אולי?
נכון, צדיק.
מטורף.
איפה חבר שלו?
נכון להרים.
וואי, רון פה.
שוב, איזה גבר? איזה גבר? בוא. הוא בא או מה?
הנה הם רואים אותנו. אין בידנו.
Hell no, bro. ממש. אומייגד, הוא אשכרה הצליח. זה רספקט.
וואו.
מישהו אוהב, יש כזה.
לא. יש כאן ג'קפק למי שאני רוצה, למי שרוצה לראות.
אחי, אנשים חושבים שהם טובים. ואני מחומם וזהו.
בואו לכספת.
יא, בואו נעשה את זה מהר.
יכול את האייפון שוב?
בואו לכספת מהר.
יאללה.
שוב, אני יכול את האייפון שוב?
מי לקח את הקארד?
נראה לי... מי שלא מדבר כנראה.
תקשיב, אני יכול להוריד את האייפון שוב?
בולבולוני.
מה?
פתח את הכספת.
אצלי לא אצלי. נראה לי אצל אורי.
תבדוק בלייב שלו, תבדוק בלייב שלו.
זוז אורי.
אצלי אין מה אני אשקר? אצל אורי אחי.
או שזה אצלו, תבדוק בלייב או שזה אצל אורי.
אני לא שקר.
אצל אורי, אצל אורי.
למרות ש... זה לא אצלי.
אורי החזיר.
מתגנב.
זה אצלו או לא?
כן, הוא פתח.
אומייגאד. נדר אני שונא אותה. אין בעיה. את העוני שלך אתה תקבל כבר. בולבולוני יודע שאני מספר 1 בעונשים. שימו, חיים, אני אמות.
עוד אחד. יש לי 2.
הוא עשה טעות, בואו חי.
אתה יצא החוצה?
לא, יש פה את זה פשוט.
יצאתי. יש פה את הקנון ממש ליד ה...
אתם עשיתם טעות, אני אגיע האחרון וימות לפניכם.
אין לך שום חיים?
לא.
אז תנחת איתי, יש לי ספלאשים.
יש פה למה?
הנה, הגענו לסוף, אתה לא מת.
כן, אני 16 HP.
אתה פה, לא?
כן, אבל יש פה אנשים.
תבוא אליי, יש לי ספלאש.
מדקיט?
עכשיו אני חייב להבין דחוף. שים. וואי,
בוא
אתם
נשים
מבינים
ביחד,
כמה מילים יש שם במשאית.
יש שם משאית?
תישארו, תשימו את זה מצידי עליך.
תבוא אליי, אני אשים ספלאשים.
אני 10 HP.
אל תשימו עליי את הספלאשים, אני הולך להסתדר בקליל את זה. אתם מבינים מה יש כאן במשאית? וואי. תראו, אתם רואים את זה, אתם מתים.
הוא פעמיים 20 לבן.
לא, תקשיב, אני שומר את הפירות האלה, תביא. רגע, לא, בעצם לא כך.
יואו, פרובי הזה למה זרקתי אותו? למה? טיפש.
אני יכול את האג?
אני נלחם בבוטים.
וואי, לי עשיתי טעות. אתה תתרפו? what the fuck?
יש פה 10 משחקים. הרגתי הכל.
תקשיב, אתה חזיר לו, אתה יודע. אתה זורק לי את כל החיים.
יש סגול מי שרוצה.
3 חיים מלא, לא נשמור, לא נורא.
Nice. יאללה בואו.
צריכים לבחון את פה.
יש פה אנשים.
רון תעלה.
סו. תוריד את המוזיקה רק. תודה.
סיפור גדולה.
פגוע.
נייס.
נוק. נוק.
בוא קח.
אני רוצה כתם.
אוש, לבן.
תקשיב, אני חייב את הכתר הבא.
פשוט נשרף. הכתר שלי, מי שנוגע בו מת.
תקשיב, אבל אני חייב אותו.
פשוט נקח אותו. זה למה אני שונא לשחק עם חזירלות.
תן לרון, חיכוי, נתן לי.
אם יש לו כתר, אני את הכתר הבא שלי.
אחי, אתה מבין שהאורי פשוט לקח לי את הכתר, נכון?
מה?
אורי פשוט גנב לי את הכתר.
סתרי לו, אורי.
הכתר הבא שלי.
שיש משהו.
בלי שיט. לא, אבל למה להפיל, אחי? לא, אני מת.
כן, אני מתחיל להיות משחק. אני לא מסיק יותר במשחק הזה.
באמת אני שונא את אורי, אחי אני לא צוחק. הוא שם דג מול הפנים שלי, והוא 5, ואני 6 HP והוא יותר.
אני אתחרפן.
5-6.
בולבולוני, נכון אמרתי לך שזה המשחק?
נו.
תקשיבו, זה שלי אם יש כזה.
3 יש. הם ביחד?
שיט, סורי. ציקה במדינה.
נוק. נוק.
אם יש לו קטר זה שלי.
מה עם רון? לא מגיע לה?
אני משחר, לאף אחד אין קטר, אחי.
אין לו, אחי. גם הוא נתן לי את שלו. שתי אנשים.
קצת משחר. אחי.
בן אדם אחר.
נשאר בן אדם אחרון, זהו, אין לי מקטרים. אין לי מקטרים.
עכשיו יהיה לך קטר.
בולבולוני, תרחם עליי, תראה כמה קטרים יש לי בלך. מה? אורי?
איזה גבר.
תודה, אורי.
אוקיי.
בולבולוני,
בוא.
אני רוצה קטרים.
כיף, אתה הכי גדול בעולם, נדר, אתה לא אתה מלך, בשבילי אתה מלך. כוכב.
כוכב עולה.
מת עליך.
אוקיי, משהו.
ג'י.
כל הדברים.
תודה על הקטע שלי.
הוא נוסף 52. רוצים עוד או שזהו?
כן, עוד אחד.
יאללה, שימו לזה.
אחד אחרון, אחי. באיזי. הייתי אמור להיות מ8 ל9 עכשיו.
אחי, אם אתה תמות ואז אני אחיה ואני אהיה לי כתר עדיין ולך לא יהיה, אני אביא לך.
כואב לי הגב, אחי.
איפה נוחתים?
באותו מקום.
איפה זה, הקונים? איפה נחתנו?
בזה של המיתיק.
אוקיי, בהר, סבבה.
כן, בהר.
אוקיי.
כמובן שהשאלות שלי שנינו קודם התרסק ולא שמעתי אתכם בכלל. יש שנייה חוזר.
בולבולוני. תקשיב, אוקיי? אני, אתה ואורי נוחתים פה והורגים את כולם. תמרור. יופי.
תקשיב, שאורי אתה מטורף, כמובן.
איזה עייף אני נדר.
יאללה, רואים אם אתה תמות, תביא לי כן.
תקשיב, אתה בטח לא מכיר, אבל ילדים של היום, אחי, יום לפני שהם גומרים את הבית ספר, אחי, אתה יודע מה הם עושים? בוכים.
אני אולי מחר לא הולך לבית ספר, כי יש לי בחינות בכזה גדול.
תרגיש טוב.
לא שאני בורח מעבודה, כי אתה יוצא מעבודה, אתה מרים ידיים לשמיים, אתה בורח.
טוב, אני הפעם לא נוחת בספינה כדי למות.
אבא שלי היה בא איזה שעה לפני
אני תמיד נוחת פה, אחי. יופי, סנייפר על ההתחלה. שוטגן שלי, לא לגעת בו. יש לי אחד כזה, אני לוקח עוד אחד.
יש כאן מקום להתקמפר מטורף. אני שוטגן יש לה אגפות.
אל תשכחו, יש כאלה, אז שחקו חכם.
משחק קודם היינו פורצים לבד, עכשיו לא פורצים לבד כי יש לכולם כתר.
עכשיו שוטגנים יש לנו 2. האמת שהרסות התאבות הגדולים שלך, הרסות התאבות הגדולות שלך יוצרת קשת במשקם. מי נלחם?
יורים בבוס.
אורים נלחם?
בבוט. מה?
אולי שחררים לשוטגן יש לי 0.
לכספת חבר'ה, לכספת.
יאללה בואו לכספת, תצליח.
ואורי אל תעבוד על כל המפה.
תראו, אני אומר שהכספת, אני מחזק.
יו, תראה איזה טרייר.
סוס, אני חייב שכל משהו ואני אומר, אני חייב. לא להיות חזק. תקשיבו, אתם
כולם גנבים.
אני נכנס לשירותים טוב.
מי אורי?
תקשיבו, אני חייבת למשל כאן, תביאו לי ולסג'ה.
יש לך שוטגן, אין כדורים, אין תקציב לזה. יאללה בואו.
יאללה בואו.
לא, הוא FK.
מה זה אנחנו? מי FK? אנחנו יושבים.
אם תרסת לו הכי מסכן, כי יש קטר. הנה לא קרסת, הוא סס.
בואו לפה. אל תבואו לשם, תבואו לפה. לחמודה הזאת, קוראים לה איציק.
יש פה למה. אני לא יודע למה יש מאחוריי אבל בן אדם.
אין לי כלום ואתה לקחתם גם.
אחי, הכל בולבולון, אתה יכול אפילו לבדוק בלייב שלו.
רגע.
תקשיבו, אני חייב עצים וברזלים, יש לי רק אבנים, 700 אבנים.
יאללה, תהנה.
תביאו לי ברזלים ואבנים ועצים.
פורבדיון.
אני לא הכי כלום, אני מפרע עצים וברזלים.
לא נשאר לי כלום.
יש תקציב לעצים וברזלים?
נראה לי לבולבולון יש תקציב, אחי.
אין לי כלום, יורות לי הכל כאילו.
בוא. קח. קח. מתנה מאבא.
אני לא צריך. בעצם
אני לא צריך, בעצם כן. תחליט.
יש כאן בן אדם נראה לי, כי אני שמעתי אומר
בוא.
יש כאן ספלאשים.
לאמצע, אורי. בואו לאמצע. ירמו בטילטל. קדמון לטילטל.
אני כבר יגיע לטילטל. נפתח גאי לטילטל. לא נפתח גאי לטילטל. בולבולונים בוא רצו לטילטל.
דרך ירימו פה אנשים, אז...
אם זה עוד ווין אני אשתגע, אני יש 13. ירימו פה מקודם. מה שבטוח אמור להיות כאן אנשים.
זה לא מקודם.
אמור להיות כאן אנשים. תסמנו את כל הבתים.
הנה, בן אדם פה, לידי. ליד אורי.
יש גם למטה?
זהו, שכאן אנשים.
Let's go. خلينا ننوك وبعدين بوت تتصيروا طن بو لين شوف طب تعال تغيموا تيتريتي قوي تغيم מרימים אותו ביחד אורי, מובן? יופי.
אין בלחץ.
תדאג.
בלחץ יבוא איזה מישהו מהר כאן. בלחץ איזה מישהו. תבואו, יש אנשים.
יש לי דגים, יש לי צורך.
יש לכם חיים? לא הקשבתי חיים?
כן, אני יודע.
תודה.
אבל ככה אני
זהו, אני סודר. קצת בלחץ. צורכם? לא עשיתי.
יש פה קריטר.
מסכן, יש לו קריטר.
נו, מה תעשה איתו?
הוא הכי מסכן בעולם, התנפלנו עליו שהוא קטר.
טוב מאוד.
מגיע לו.
הם באו עלינו תכלס עם כל ה... טוב, צריך ללכת לזה.
אנחנו הכדור מבואס בית, הרצח בטח.
יאללה, תאספו חיים, אין...
רגע, למה יש לי חשק לסמן את הקטר?
זון.
גם זון וגם את חיים.
עוד אנשים באים.
מגניסטים.
יש לי חשק לסמן את הקטר.
מישהו בא, מישהו.
אוי, ליה.
לכו לזון, אבל אנחנו נמות, לכו לזון. איפה התותח הוא פשוט?
הוא בלי שילד.
היה מישהו באוויר.
הוא עדיין באוויר. איי. לעשות עשו הזון, מהר.
לא בצורה כאלה.
יש פה אוטו או תותח? הנה אוטו.
וואי, אני מת, יש ששלים.
מה דבר, יש פה בן אדם?
ניסו שיעורים להביא את
מת?
יש שם היינו בלוט?
לא. כאילו חוץ ממיני אין.
יש שם היינו. אל תתפס אותי. המינית שלי. אתה יכול שנייה להזיז את הפחד? איפה המינית שלי?
יש לי מיני אחד.
אתה רוצה להיות הנהג אורי? אם כן, אתה יכול.
שב בפירות.
אורי, אתה מדבר? אני לא מבין, אני לא מבדיל בין אורי לרון.
לא, אורי לא
מדבר. לא, הוא על מיוט נראה לי אורי.
אוקיי, אז אתה מדבר.
יש פה עוד אנשים?
אל תלכם נראה. עוד מישהו רע.
שתקתי. נוק. אח!
לא.
הוא התחנן.
שים אותה במים.
מה? בואו, אבל...
אתה יכול לבוא אליי?
לא. לא.
תבוא אליי. לא, פאק.
אבל למה
התחנן,
לא
תיקחו לי את
באתי?
הקרב ותרימו אותי.
למה לא באתי? אמרתי עליי.
מתחנן לפני שיעלם לי הכתר.
לא יודע, מספיק.
גם את רון, מהר, דחוף.
איפה רון?
כן, אחי, לקחו לי את הקטע כבר.
זה לא יכול את הקטר, יש לו ציפון.
הם מרימים. קחו את הקארט ולכו.
תרימו.
תרסס, אל תיתן להם להרים.
טוב, הלכתי על זה.
לא, מי עלינו?
אחי, אני מדבר
זאת כאן.
אין, הלך המשחק.
לא, אני מאמין בעוד. אם הלך המשחק, אם הלך המשחק, להאמין.
אני בשוק. האם הוא הצליח? אחי, מה אכפת לי מהקטר? אתה מבין שאם הוא מצליח להרים אותנו הוא פרו-עולם?
אם ננצח ילך הקטר.
תבנה מסביבך.
הנה הוא בתוך הבית. מסכן המאפה.
מלמעלה?
אורי למעלה.
יש שם חלון. אורי, יש שם חלון. אין? זה בצד השני בכלל, פאק. הוא ירד למטה.
זהו. יש שם, רסיסטים ו-SMG.
מרימים פה. מה הם שתיים?
לא מאמין.
יאללה,
רדי אפ?
לא, יצאתי שנה ללובי.
אחי, זה מהחזה, זה אני לא חזר.
מה, בא לכם עוד או שזה?
צא ללובי, אני מחליפה גם משהו.
אני הכי מחזור בעולם, רוצים קריאיטיב?
רוצים 2-2?
לא, לא 2-2, בואו טלטל דלאבה.
מה?
טלטל דלאבה, אתה לא מתנהל.
לא.
אז שיתנו לי את הלידר, אני אשים. ולא ניתן לי את הלידר שנייה.
הוא הלך רגע.
יש טלטל טאוורס, כאילו מפה, שיש לה רצפה של אבא. אתה יודע, עונה קודמת הייתי הכי גרוע שבעולם, הייתי איזה 3 שטרים.
נייס.
כל העונה.
אתה יודע שעונה קודמת אחרי הייתי איזה 20 ומשהו כתרים.
אחי, אני רוצה להגיע לי.
לא, אורי הלך. צריך ללכת לישון.
אתה יודע שהשבוע, אם יש לי זמן, כאילו, שבוע קודם יום חמישי, אייפון 13, וזה אמור להגיע השבוע.
נייס.
אייפון 13 עם 3 מצלמות מטורף. אחי, איפה בולבולון?
מה, בא לכם עוד?
אורי היה צריך ללכת לישון.
תביא לי את הלידר, אני אשים את
טריון?
לא, הוא ישים מפה,
איזה?
קריטיב.
טלטל טאוורס לבה.
לא, אין לי כוח, אתם... לא בא לכם עוד?
אני גם ככה עוד מעט הולך לישון.
טוב, אז בוא נלך לישון.
גם אני הולך עוד מעט לישון, אני גם עייף.
יש לי לימודים מחר.
לי את האמת שאולי אין לי, כי אני לא עקב לבטן, יש לי בחירות.
אחי, יש לי לימודים, איזה עצבים.
אחי, איזה בעצם שדווקא ביום שיש לי מחר 2 שעות ברציפות ספורט, אני לא יכולה, אני אולי גם לא אלך לשם, לבית ספר ביום הזה.
אני אומר,
דווקא ביום הזה יש לי בחירות וכאבי בטן, איזה מזל מחוץ.
אני אומר, בוא נסרק טיפה קריטי, ואז נלך לישון.
שימו רדי, נלך לזה.
כן, תמיד יש אפשר.
לא, קריטיב.
יש שם גם, אורי, אתה חוזר?
הוא חוזר?
לא יודע.
אנחנו משחקים ואנחנו הולכים לישון, אמרתי להם. מה, אנחנו משחקים קריטיב?
זה לא משחק
קריטיב, זה כאילו כמה שאני רוצה.
מה, סקוואד?
אל תדאג, אני אשחק
קריטיב.
זה גם לשם אני אגיד לך.
רגע, אני אשים דקה.
כי משחק אחד זה...
אבל שים טלטל.
כן, שים.
תביא לי את הלידר, אני אשים טלטל את הרס.
לא, אני טלטל זה.
רגיל?
אופה, 2-2. אוי, בלבולוני, לא. אני אומר, כולם צריכים להרוג את בולבולוני, כאילו, אתם צריכים להרוג את בולבולוני עם פיקקס.
לא,
איפה נצליח?
פרקור רגיל. אני איתך.
אבל בולבולוני, מה, הם יהרגו איתך תוך שנייה.
אז כולם מתקפלים עליו עם פיקקס?
לא, בולבולוני איתי ואתם פשוט עושים לו פיקקס.
לא, צריך פרקור רגיל.
בוא לשש בולבולוני.
לשבע?
אני עם רון, תהיו ביחד.
אבל תוותרו לבולבולוני בכללי.
רגע, לחצוב אותו?
לא,
מה שבא לכם, רק אל תהרגו אותו כל כך מהר.
אז מותר להתיר.
כאילו לבטל לו, כאילו לא. לתת לו להישאר עד הזון האחרון כזה?
לא, בסדר, אני לא אברח לכם, אל תדאג. רון מפחד
אתם יכולים לשחק רגיל.
רון רגיל כזה שהורגים אותי, אז אני כאילו הולך מהקליץ. אבל יש לי את רון נגד קצת.
זה בגלל.
מה תעשה?
לא יודע, חסר...
לא, לא. אפשר להרוג כרגיל, נכון?
כן.
עוד לא נגיע ברון. לא. יאללה, בוא נקרוץ אותו.
מנה יורי.
אחד מה.
אורי, אתה אמיתי איתי?
אוי אלייך, לא אמיתי איתך.
אוי, לא.
אחי, זה היה קליפ טוב. רק בסה שזה לא יהיה רע.
תקשיבו, עוד איזה רבע שעה אני אלך לישון.
גם אני.
כולנו, שזה כבר טוב.
יאללה, בולבולוני, בוא איתי.
אני אמור. אני לא אוהב את הילד.
בולבולוני איתי, אתם ביחד.
בולבולוני, אחרי זה תהיה איתי. מסכים כדור. אני סבבה. וואו. מה הילדים שלי?
לא, אבל זה לא עושה אדיט.
לא, אין ברירה, היא תורקת הייתי פסיסטי. טורף אני? איפה זה HP, אורי?
בוא נשמע פעמים, רון. תאכל משהו.
לא, אחי, אבל נו, מה קוסם? אין ניקרסי מחר משחק הזה. אחי, אני שם מנדרגות מתחתיי, איפה זה שמתי מעליי?
אחי, אבל אני הורדת איתך הפסיק, והורדת איתך עם הסקאלה. טוב, בואו לשמונה.
אבל קחו מספר קבוע.
אורי, אנחנו באים רק לשמונה.
אבל אל תפוצו את בולבולוני 2 עליך. אתם יודעים.
תקשיב, את אורי אני לא, הרגתי אותו פשוט ישר, כי הוא הוריד אותי לאפס HP, אז לא יכול. הוא היה עוד. בולבולוני דווקא לא גרוע, הוא מטורף כזה.
אני לא יודע מי קרקט, אבל קרקט.
וואו.
היא הולכת, אני מוריד אותם לאט לאט.
טורף, ראית איזה פגיעה עשית לך?
כן.
ואיזה שותמים יש לך?
אוי. אוקיי.
מותר להתחיל?
לא.
אחי, אבל אני על הרצפה ואתה פוגע.
לא, פגעתי בך, כאילו, זה הפעם רחוק, אז לא. אני הייתי רחוק מאחור, כאילו, אז ראיתי, אתה רואה את הפרצוף שלך.
אחי, המשחק הזה, מה זה מטומטם?
יאללה, אורי, 8, רגיל. איפה? אורי נכנס ל3. אורי, יש לנו מספר קבוע, 8.
מה זה משנה? פשוט תלכו קדימה, זה לא שיש פה איזה מיליון איש. זה רק אנחנו.
לא, אבל לא הכי גרוע בעולם. אורי, תזכור, רק 8. אני תזכור. וואו.
או.
פה. בלייב. אדיט.
הוא פה לידי. לקחת דגים שלי. עדיף הייתי מת לידך. לא יפה.
אורי, 8, מספר 8. מספר צבע אפור. מספר 8, צבע אפור.
אחי, אני לחוץ אותה.
למה אתה לחוץ?
כי הרבה זמן לא שיחקתי פאקינג פורטנייט, אחי. חודשיים של בלת לימודים.
סוף הוא מבין.
כל החודשיים האלה שלא שיחקתי, למדתי כמו נכה. עכשיו פתאום נחזור
אני משחק עם העונה של הגיבורים, אבל הניטנדו, מהניטנדו מהאקסבוקס אני משחק מעונה...
מה אתם עושים?
צ'פטר 2
אחד מהם.
אם אני מצליח את זה אני אדע. אחי.
לא מאמין, אחי. אני בשוק.
אחי, אני אשכרה מנצח את זה?
לא.
לא.
לא. כזה. לא.
נודר.
חבל.
אני חושב לי תוך שיש.
הוריד לי ממש קצת
בולבולוני כזה. לא.
את האמת שאני לא הכי תוך שיש, אבל כאילו היה לי מזל,
היה לי חסור.
מזל מולמי, בולבולוני. זה מזל תוך השף.
לי לא היה מזל.
אל תרק בולבולוני, אנחנו ננצח הפעם.
אני אתן ויש בהלם.
תפסיק להיות בהלם. מה זה הצ'יטים האלה? אסור.
תראה, הוא עכשיו בא אליי אחרי מה שעשיתי לו. הוא רוצה ממקום. אוי, אתה צריך להגן עליי, הם רוצים ממקום בי.
אחי, אם אני הייתי רוצה, הייתי מצליח.
אוי, תגן עליי.
my god.
אורי, מה אני לך?
הוא משחק עם הבור, אחי, זה מה שקורה איתו.
וואי, כל הכבוד, ג'י.
הפעם לא היה לי מזל.
כן. איך בולבולוני כזה בשקט.
מרגיש אותה ואיזה
משחק מטומטם.
אתם מכירים את השיר של בנזין החדש? הם איתנו באותו בניין ואני בחרדות. תקשיב, אני בצ'קלה.
לא, תגבולו.
מה?
לא.
הנה, אתה יכול להרוג לך.
לא יודע, אתה פורץ אותי.
נו מה, אחי? מה זה? למה
אחי,
זה
אני רוצה
באותו
לשיר
בניין?
בלעד, הוא פורץ אותי.
למה להתחיל באותו בניין? מה זה אחר המשחק הזה?
דווקא הכי טוב, חסך זמן.
מה הכי טוב, אחי? אני מעדיף לעשות פשוט מאשר להילחם על
בולבולוני מצחיק אותי שהוא כל שניה אומר איתי מהם.
לא, אני חייב להיכנס פנים מול פנים.
אחי, איזה פרוץ אותי, אתה רוצה להרוג.
אני חייב לראות את הבן אדם לידי.
הוא רוצה להרוג אותי, נו, הוא רוצה לא לעמוד כל השנייה, עד שהוא לא יהרוג אותי הוא לא יפסיק.
לא, לא קשור, אני פשוט רגיל כאילו לפרוץ, אוי, כבר... זה מה יהיה, יש מה לעשות.
איי, מה, אחי?
זה כאב קצת.
אני באמת שאני לא מבדיל ביניכם.
לא.
אתה באמת? אתה מבין אותי עכשיו?
אחי, אני מחיה את בולבולוני, מה אכפת לי?
חיים צורים. יש לך מדמוס. אתה רוצה כאלה? קח ככה בגניאקים.
לא, הם לשילד, אחי.
לא, אני יודע. לא, כשלא יהיה לך שילד, אז תיקח לדרך. קח לקרב. אם אתה לא לוקח אותם, אל תשחק איתי.
אחי, אני שונא זון שמוריד 10 בהתחלה.
מה תצטרכי להישאר בזון? אני לא מבין, פתח לי את השכם.
אחי, אני ליטרי התבלבלתי בין באונצר ל... לא, מה הבעיה פשוט לשים אילים, אחי. אתם בבניין הענק, אחי, יש לכם פולות, אתם לוקחים לוד ופורצים את הלוד. צחקו הגיוני, אחי.
תקשיב, כל הזמן הזה שאנחנו פה, יכלנו לעשות בכיף סקואד, עד הסוף.
אחי, אני מעדיף פחות סקואד מאשר זה. אומייגאד, אתם לא מקשיבים למה שאני אומר, אה? כולה אמרתי שתעשו לוט לפני שאתם פורצים. אתם יכולים להפסיק לפגוע בי?
ולא נראה לך, אתה שם מסתגרת?
לא.
שמעון, יודע, אני לא יודע מי אתה.
וואי, אתה מצחיק אותי, בולבולונים.
הדבר היחידי שאני לא מבין, למה יש לכם, נראה לי, אותו סקין?
אין לנו אותו סקין.
זה נראה הכי דומה וזה
זה נראה אותו דבר,
מחרפן
אבל
אותי.
זה לא אותו דבר.
זה פאקינג מחרפן אותי, אני לא מבין מי על הגג מי פורץ אותנו.
אחי, הוא סקין בולבולוני, אחי, הוא לא מצליח לשרוד ששנייה.
אחי, אתם פשוט פורצים אותו, תפסיקו כבר.
אחי, באמת שנברכים עליו, מדהים.
אתם אפילו לא מספיקים לעשות לוט, אחי, ואתם פורצים. תירגעו. לא, אחי, אני לא צוחק, אני אומר רציני.
מה, בולבולונים אתה מסתובב?
כן, אני מאוד אשמח שלא תתערב בחבילה.
יאללה, אני על זה.
הוא כבר ויתר, הוא היה קליקס.
אתם פשוט מגלים אותי.
יאללה, לילה טוב.
לילה טוב.
מה המצב רון פינטון? כל הדברים. סולו. התחלתי סולו. אם אתה רוצה לדבר, תבוא. עוד לא שיחקתי היום, לבד. שלחת אינווייט או משהו. תבוא לפארטי. אני כבר בפנים. אני לא אוהב קריאייטיב, אבל... לא בשבילי. תאשר. איך מאשרים? Join the quest, accept. אתה שומע?
הלו. מה קרה?
נו, מה קרה? אני לא אפלייתי. מתחיל לבנות שם וזה, זה לא הרמה, אחי. אני בקושי זה...
זה, אבל ככה מתאמנים, אחי.
לא, אני לא יודע לבנות, נו. איך זה עוזר לי להתאמן? צריך לעשות בנורמלי. מה אתה עושה?
אני שובר אותם בינתיים.
אתה שמה בזה? איתם?
כן, אני משפיל אותם על מה שהם עשו.
יפה.
אף אחד לא מתעסק איתך. וגרמתי לאחד מהם לצאת.
וואלה. מי מהם יצא?
נראה לי אורי.
הוא רוצה גם ככה ללכת לשם.
כן. מה אתה אומר, איך להשפיל אותו, עם פיקיקס או לא?
מה שאתה רוצה.
תענה לי, 1 או 2?
2.
סבבה. זה אומר פשוט להפיל אותו.
כן.
פשוט נפל.
כן. יכולנו לעשות 3 סקואדים.
אני אומר, תצא את המשחק שלך, תלך לישון, אני גם אלך לישון. וזהו. I'm shaking for my lead. I'm wishing for my NPCs. I finally got my wishes. Yeah, but I can't breathe. I'm shaking for my lead. I'm wishing to my NPCs. Peter better can't breathe. I'm shaking for anybody. I wish it during my NPCs. I forgot my wishes. Peter better can't breathe. I'm shaking. אני שלם. Peter better can't breathe. I'm shaking for my lead. I wish it during my NPCs. I forgot my wishes. Peter better can't breathe. I'm shaking. שמע, הוא לא ניצח אותי פעם אחת כבר. I'm shaking for my lead. I wish it on my abyss. I forgot my wishes. Peter can't breathe. I'm shaking for my lead. I wish. Okay. יו, כמה זמן שחקתי עם הנשק הזה.
איזה נשק?
פמפה ישן. מה אתה אומר? להשפיל אותו עכשיו? אני אומר כן, אני אעשה לו פיקיקס.
אני נשאר לך על מאוד.
כן. אורי הלך.
כן. הולך להתחמק מהבזוקה. איפה הבוש שלי?
עשיתי לו פיקקס. Peter can't breathe. I'm shaking for my lead. I wish it to them my NPCs. הוא יצא. הצלחתי במשימה שלי.
שתבוא. ניסיתי להילחם במישהו. פשוט פרחתי.
כן, ראיתי את זה בלייב.
כן, ניסיתי להילחם בו ואז הוא בנה ואז הוא כזה עזב אותי. הוא עזב אותי. אני פה השני שלי. פה הבוש. אני מחפש את הבוש. הבוש לא פה. פה הבוש שלי. הנה בוש. אני צריך אותו. זה לא בזמן. יש מישהו שבא לי. אני צונח עליהם. זה מניוק.
זה אותו בן אדם להשקעה.
כן. הוא לקח לי את האוטו. בטעות זרקתי ספלשים. תזדיין. צריך לגמור עליו שם. אתה רואה, אני פה, אחי, אני פה. אני ממש. עכשיו יש לך לעוד כדאי. ונאמין, הייתי צריך לשמוע. חרבן. אני בצ'יל. לא יודע איפה הבן אדם. איפה האוטו שלי? נשאר לי אוטו או שהוא כזה?
כן, נשאר לך.
איפה הוא ביטי? איפה האוטו?
הוא איפשהו בשדה הפתוח שם.
שדה פתוח? זה לא נשמע טוב. אני יש של שיחים.
שם, במורד הגבעה.
מורד הגבעה? יש שם עוד אוטו, סבבה. טוב, אני לא צריך אוטו כבר.
כאילו מאחורי העץ. איפה שאתה, בעץ הקטן מאחוריו. איפה שהגשר מתחת, טיפה.
טוב, יש להם על עוד איפה. מה עכשיו עושים? סתם לקחתי את הספלשים, הייתי חבל. מהלחץ, אתה יודע, אז אתה לא...
כן.
אתה מנסה לשרוד, לא אכפת לך כבר. עכשיו איפה הביג שצריך אותו? הנה בן אדם. אז מה, אשכרה בעד אליי כאילו? הוא קודם בנה כמו מניאק ואז הוא בא אליי? שבט קקה. מגניב. נסגרו. למרות שם לא צורך. יש פה כזה. זור זרמו כבר אמר שהוא אוהב את השיטה שלי. שאלה, אתה יודע איך לנצח.
אני לא אוהב את זה, אני אוהב כלים.
אם הייתי יודע לשחק, הייתי גם אוהב כלים.
אתה יודע, אם לא תנסי ללמוד, בחיים לא תדע.
איך אני יכול ללמוד?
בקריאיטיב.
מה אני עושה שם?
ליצור עולם משלך, ולהתאמן בלבנות שם, ואז כאילו לאט לאט אתה מתרגל, ואז אתה מנסה עם אנשים רנדומליים מהעולם, ואז לאט לאט אתה נהיה שחקן, כמוני. ככה זה כולם, זה לא... זה בבום, אני יודע. זה לאט לאט, זה אימונים.
יש פה גם טעם. כן, אבל התאמנתי, זה לא... כאילו זה עוזר קצת, כן, אבל אם הוא יותר טוב ממך, אז...
יש כאלה שיותר טובים ממני, ואתה יודע, אם לא תתאמן בחיים לא תצליח.
הנה, התאמנתי איתכם.
אבל זה לא רק איתנו, אתה צריך להתאמן כל הזמן, גם בלעדינו.
לא, אי אפשר, איפה, יש לי חיים, אחי, אני לא יכול לשבת בגרוי כל היום.
יש לך חיים.
אני לא לתקצר. אני יושב פה בבוש, אחי. אני יושב לי בבוש.
אחלה תשובה.
פה יש לי זמן לשבת וקראיתי. טוב, ציפור זהב שם, היא נפלה. יכול לקחת נשק זהב. עוד מעט אני אלך למות, אתה מרגיש את זה?
לא, אני מרגיש את הניצחון.
באמת? אין לי אפילו ביג, אחי. פירות. יאללה, תודה. משהו נחמד. קצת יותר חיים. עוד 3 יש.
כן.
אני לא במצב פה. הנה שם יש בנגע. הבולץ שלי. אין לי כבר שיחים, אז אני מתפשר על בולץ, אתה מבין? מה לעשות? לפחות
בוא
עוברים
נגיד,
את זה.
להגיד לך אנשים שאתה יכול לצפות בהם וללמוד איך זה?
נו.
בוא נראה איפה. דבר ראשון, אני ארשום בלייב את השם שלהם.
כן.
הם ממש טובים, כאילו, אם נגיד אני שחקן, אז הם ב8. אז כאילו עדיף
כן, אני
ללמוד
מכיר
מהם.
אותם, כן. אבל איך זה עוזר לי לצפות בהם?
אתה צופה, לומד, רואה מה הם עושים, במצב שיורים בהם וכל זה, ולאט לאט אתה לומד, אתה יודע.
כן. אתה רואה אני עוד חי, אני מקצוען. טופ 2 תמיד, אחי. גם ממני לומדים.
כן, להתקמפר.
כן, כן. האמת שפשוט אני, לא יודע, אוי, לא, חבילה עליי. אני צריך עוד מעט להיכנס בהם אתה יודע, אני אוהב את הדרם, הוא ממש מגניב. הרבה יותר טוב.
אני שונא אותו. אם בן אדם יהיה מולי, אני אחטוף רייג'ים אם הוא ירוק אותי. שמע, זה נשק? מה זה חרא? לא יודע למה הם הוסיפו אותו.
בשביל אנשים כמוני, אבל לא ידעתי שהוא טוב, האמת, לא השתמשתי בו.
שמע, כאילו, הוא מוריד מלא, 12 כדורים, טעינה ארוכה. אם היה לו טעינה יותר קצרה, כמו שוטגן רגיל, אז הייתי אומר סבבה, אני יכול להשתמש בזה, אבל כאילו, לטעינה ארוכה, ואם אתה באמצע קרב, כאילו, נדפקת. ויש אנשים מטורפים עם זה שיודעים איך להתמודד, ואני לא יודע איך להתמודד מולו. זה קשה מדי. דרך שלא יבואו לך מההר.
כן. כן, יש פה 3 אנשים, אז זה לא טוב.
תסתכל רגע בשמיים.
כן, נלחמים להם לאט לאט. אולי אחד ימות, אבל אני צריך עוד אחד.
לא, תסתכל רגע על השמיים.
הנה, אחד מת. הנה, אחד יורד.
ידעתי שמישהו עושה שם.
איפה?
כל כך ידעתי.
נו, הם עדיין שם, כן, זה אותו אחד. אני צריך ללכת לבולץ אחר, אני מניח, כן? לעבור
אני
לעץ
צריך
אחר.
לחכה מתי שהם ילחמו.
כן, אני יודע.
עכשיו.
לא, פתאום.
לא, אני רואה בדילי את המשחק.
הנה, אתה רואה אותנו. תמוד. וואי, זאת נחתימה ארוכה. תודה באמת. זה מצחיק. הנה, זה אייל נתן לי.
אני אמרתי לך.
כן, נסגר.
וואלה, יש לי את הריקוד.
ראית איזה בניות, אחי? איך הבאתי לו, קפצתי, שוטגן, כמו מקצוען, אחי.
כמו מקצוען. Let's go.
נראה לי let's go לישון, נראה לי כבר.
צא לרגע לרבי.
איזה ניצחון. צריך לכתוב בלילה. 893, עוד 7 ניצחונות. כן, אייל נתן לי.
אני אומר, נלך לישון וזהו.
כן, בדיוק, מה כמה אפשר.
כן, 1 בלילה כבר. יאללה.
לילה טוב.
לילה טוב.
זה ראשון היה טוב לכולם. יש לי קטר לסגור. פיל, דון פיל. יאללה. לילה טוב. אוי מה זה היה. מוזר. אפשר לשנות מצלמה פה? מה זה? פאוז ברודקאסט, סטופ ברודקאסט. אוקיי.